Just Won't Spring for the Boy Band Star by Sasha Hart. Copyright Sasha Hart 2023. Published by Diamond Patch Press. Chapter 1. Harper. The cursor on the screen blinked in and out, there and also not there, taunting me. I'd written and rewritten my request enough times to qualify me for a doctor visit, and yet I couldn't hit enter. Come on, Harper, I told myself. It's only a social media post, just like every other. The mental rah-rahing didn't do it. My fingers still curled into each other, refusing to do the deed. Probably because my brain felt seized by the enormity of the situation. I'd never tagged a celebrity before, especially not one as famous as Dylan Colt. I looked around my tiny cubicle to ensure there were no prying eyes. The only sound was Dana's laughter across the office, probably distracting some poor assistant who was actually trying to work. The company's most elite chefs rarely mingled with us lowly assistants, but Dana was an exception. If I ever became a full private chef, which wasn't likely since I'd pretty much been ignored since being hired as a temporary assistant 6 years ago, I would talk to everyone. None of this snobbishness stuff. I'd also do the grocery shopping and recipe preparation myself, so I wouldn't need an assistant. The system we followed at La Belle Lorraine Cuisine made little sense at all. Too many unnecessary social constructs. Kind of like the web page 8 inches from my face. My finger hovered over the button, so easy I could just let it drop, like tossing a piece of clothing into the hamper. Surely my hand could manage something so simple. I ordered it to move, willed it to obey. Instead, my finger stubbornly floated above the keyboard. It's a social media post, I reminded myself. He isn't going to yell at you. Besides, my cause was a worthy one. It wasn't like I wanted an autograph or backstage passes. I didn't even have to meet the guy. All I wanted was a 4-minute video recorded online. The guy could wear his PJs for all I cared. Ha! Dylan Colt in his PJs. I hadn't crushed on the guy since my junior year of high school, but the thought made my cheeks heat a little. Celebrities didn't wear PJs, did they? He probably slept naked, or at least with gold-lined boxer shorts. I clung to the image as I took a deep breath, trying to calm my pounding heart. Dylan's profile photo didn't help. He looked back at me in that smoldering and self-contradictory way that said, tough guy, but also huggable teddy bear, a combination that shouldn't have been possible, and surely used some kind of boy band voodoo. His lips weren't curved into a smile, but there was amusement in his gaze, a world of depth that said he was far more than a once-teen idol who could sing and dance on stage. He seemed nice enough, not the type to snap out at people who tagged him online. The cursor still blinked, waiting. The worst he could do is say no. Before I could think about it much longer, I let my hand drop. My laptop paused, then the message appeared on the screen. I'd crafted it carefully, explaining that my twin sister's dying wish had been for me to finish her bucket list before I turned 30, and I only had 1 item left and 2 weeks to accomplish it, and hey, would he be willing to sing a duet with me online? I released a long breath and flexed my fingers. I'd done it. Hannah would be proud. My followers saw the post almost immediately because the likes and reposts went up every time I blinked at the screen. I still couldn't believe my profile had 88K followers. They'd been so amazing so far, donating to my travel fund and sharing my posts far and wide. I had them to thank for the media attention too, all wanting an interview the moment I accomplished the last bucket list item, which all depended on Dylan's reply. With each number that ticked upward, I felt a little of my anxiety trickle away. By the time my followers were done with Dylan Colt, he'd be begging to help. Maybe he'd even advertise my cause on his profile. I could see us on the nightly news, our photos right next to one another on the screen. We'd look good together, I knew. Jess peered around the door, her claw-like nails tapping against the wall. Red today. They contrasted nicely with her dark brown skin. You coming to lunch? We're headed to Baxter's Bakes. Lunch? That would keep my mind off things. I stood. Sure, let me close this. Just then, my laptop dinged. I froze. Whoa, you okay? Jess stared at my face. You just drained like a vampire got you. Slowly, carefully, I turned back to the screen and bent over to see the latest notification. A part of me wanted to see nothing at all, just alerts about my post being shared across the web. But no, there it was. A reply from Dylan Colt himself with his voodoo profile photo. I've seen some pretty elaborate hoaxes in my career, lady, but this one is pretty clever. Nice try. I stared, refusing to believe what my eyes told me. Then I read it a second time as the words blurred in my vision. Nice try? He thought I was pranking him? I had 88,000 followers. I had articles written about my journey in national magazines, a book offer by a publisher even. If he wanted to research me, there was plenty of information to be found. But no, that would take 2 minutes of his oh-so-precious time. Jerk face, I snapped. Jess's mouth turned into an O, realization dawning. You asked him? Yup. She pursed her lips tightly. And he said no? Right. If he'd said no, an apologetic, I'm sorry, I don't have the time, would have been fine. It meant leaving my list undone and pretty much ruined all my plans. But at least it would be a decent human response. Instead, I got accusations of trying to take advantage of the guy. Really? More than a jerk, definitely a jerk face. There was nothing magical about his face at all. I groaned and collapsed into my chair, feeling it tip a little under the sudden weight, and I dared it to dump me on the floor. I'd worked so hard to finish the list by my 30th birthday. That sailing trip in San Diego Bay had taken several weeks to arrange and, okay, I'd capsized and needed rescuing from a passing boat of wealthy tourists because it was the wrong time of year for sailing. But I did it. Then there was climbing Iron Slate Mountain and the New York Harbor tour wearing Hannah's sparkly blue dress and high heels and visiting the cave church in Budapest. All really hard involved things. A 4-minute song should have been easier than all the rest, so why did you save it for last, I asked myself. I had no answer to that. Hannah's bucket list dreams were scattered, odd, unrelated to one another. Over the past 6 months since her passing, my own dreams had been put on hold, dissolving into a single goal, complete Hannah's dream and do it by our 30th birthday. Only a self-obsessed boy band singer stood in my way now. Jess still leaned against the door frame. What are you going to do? When I dared another glance at the screen, I found my followers piling onto his response and smiled. Good. They would do what I couldn't, not in this mental state. Surely he would know within minutes that he'd been wrong, but I wasn't about to wait around and sulk. The guy had done more than reject me. He'd insulted me, offended me, challenged my honor as a decent, hard-working woman and loving twin sister. I wish I were a dude in the 1800s, I moaned. I'd challenge him to a duel. Jess barked a laugh. Yeah, you can't exactly stab the guy as much as you'd clearly like to right now. I gave her an innocent look. I have a slingshot at home, and a paintball gun, and some eggs, although I'm almost out of those. Don't waste those on him. He isn't worth it. I nodded in agreement. You're right, they're organic. We managed to keep straight faces for several seconds before bursting into laughter again until somebody across the office whined about the noise. Funny how chefs could talk all they wanted. But assistants? We should be seen and not heard. Seriously, though, Jess said, lowering her voice, are you going to reply? I sure wanted to, but people could screenshot these days, and I didn't want Suri to know I spent company time on social media. I'd never become a full chef then. If only there were someone above him, Jess said. I know he doesn't have a boss, but surely he has a record company who cares about his behavior online, right? I snapped my fingers. His manager. You're brilliant. Thanks, and I know. I'm also hungry. While you're busy plotting this guy's downfall, I'll bring you back something, okay? Zucchini pasta with shrimp and cream sauce? You know me well, my friend. I shot her a grateful smile, which she returned with a wink. If it weren't for Jess, I never would have lasted this long at such a place. A company in New York with elite in its name meant stuffy, and this place took the cake, like literally took it to movie stars and hotel chain owners. Or the president, in Suri's case. A 5-minute search pulled up the guy's manager, one of the best known in the industry. His website even had an email address in the footer. Perfect. Okay, Dylan Colt, I muttered, cracking my knuckles. This means war.
Chapter 2. Dylan. Hold on, I told my manager, trying to hide the anger welling up inside. You're telling me that signing this contract means the solo career is out. This wasn't what I'd expected to hear when arriving at George's office, which happened to be larger than my entire house. Not surprised. The guy had made millions off me alone, and he had names in his portfolio that made me look like a second grader. Not out, the man said, as casually as if ordering lunch at a restaurant. Just off, for now. He lifted his champagne glass to his lips, although from its color I doubted it was even champagne. Only George Morris took his brandy in delicate glasses. I'm 36, I pointed out. If I sign a 5-year contract, the solo career isn't happening. You know what they say about guys in their 40s? Forget what they say. You hit stardom at 14. You obviously set your own rules. By the way, I'm going on vacation for a few days, so you need to sign the contract now. He downed the rest of the glass's contents, then set it down next to the others. There had to be at least 8 of them, all lined up on the coffee table next to where he lay sprawled out on his expensive leather sofa. I'd been forced to sit in the hard chair across from him to avoid sitting on his feet, which wore no shoes at the moment, I might add. Actually, maybe I was grateful for the distance. It almost allowed me to find oxygen in a room filled with cigar smoke. Going on vacation, for him, always involved visiting one of his beach houses. Maui, I guessed, or Newport Beach, Nantucket, Barbados. I sold the Barbados one, he said. Bought another in Jamaica. Much cheaper to get to, although marrying a woman who works for a luxury airline allows me to travel for free anyway. He shoved a cigar into his mouth and held the box out. Want one? I shook my head in disgust. The guy had been smoking cigars since I'd met him at age 12. He reminded me of some black and white movie star. All he needed was a knee-length detective's coat and a wide-brimmed hat. I'm not signing the contract until my conditions are included, I told him. An anniversary tour, 20 years after your last platinum record, he said. Barely ever happens. Do you know how many has-been groups are dying to be in your shoes? And yet you're whining because you want people to hear you play the guitar. I stopped myself from glancing at the guitar case jutting out from behind the sofa. Some part of me had assumed he'd want to hear another song or two to try and understand where I was coming from. Clearly a stupid notion, expecting my own manager to care about my wishes. He finally dropped the act and looked straight at me, letting smoke circle around his head. Here's the thing. I get what you want. That you need some kind of validation you didn't get the first time around. Sure, you're the only songwriter in the bunch and the only one who can put 2 notes together on an instrument. But your new stuff, it's a different sound, a different you. He looked me up, then down. Today's fans want yesterday's version of Dylan Colt. They want the old you, and that's what they're paying for. If there was no reunion tour and your boy band was over, I'd say go for it. You'd have nothing to lose. But don't throw away an album and tour that are guaranteed to make you millions. Make you millions, you mean, I wanted to say, but managed to keep my trap shut. I disagree. This is the perfect time. I'll launch my solo album at the same time and it'll do way better. I can play a solo while the guys change between numbers. It'll bring something new and fresh to the... New and fresh, George said. That's the problem. Nobody wants new and fresh. Half the music artists out there are exactly what you're describing. Dudes who started out with a guitar and a scrap of talent. Want to know how many will make it? Barely any. But you, a boy band star, you've made it twice now. This is something special. This is what you were born to perform. I gritted my teeth. Born to perform music written by strangers, to dance to music choreographed by professionals I'd never meet and pretend like I wanted nothing else? I'd already done that. I'd already been that. I was tired of being drooled over and idolized. I wanted to be appreciated for my talent, not fawned over because of some fake version of me that didn't really exist. Let me guess, you didn't even try. He scowled. I did. Pitched it to the others and got laughed at, just like I told you would happen. Who ever heard of a boy band reunion tour where their main singer played his own stuff, way different from everything else? It doesn't happen. The guys will let me do it. They respect me. Even as I said it, I couldn't be sure that was the truth. George guffawed and stuck his nasty cigar between his teeth. The other guys scrambled to grab the biggest cut. They don't care about you and what you want. There's money to be had, and everyone's getting all grabby hands at it. But we have an advantage nobody else does. The entire world knows you're the star. Without you, there's no tour. Problem is, I can't guarantee this deal will be on the table much longer. How long? He gave me a sideways look. A week, maybe less. That meant I had a week to decide whether to re-enter the boy band arena or go out on my own. My solo album was nearly finished. I had 10 songs recorded, and an 11th I'd stayed up late last night writing. The 12th wouldn't be recorded, at least any time soon. My heart wouldn't allow it. George put the cigar onto a tray between the champagne glasses and sat up. Tell you what, I'll arrange a meeting for you with the guys. If you can get them to agree, we'll make it happen. In the meantime, you'd better make sure you look the part. Whether the tour or the solo career wins out, your fans want 20s eye candy, not 30s tired. See what you can do about that. I blinked. I already work out twice a day in my home gym. It wasn't like I'd begun to lose my hair or anything. Women still swooned when they saw me walking around in public, so at least I was recognizable. What else could they want? And your diet? Nutrition? I could eat better, I had to admit. But most bachelors didn't, not even music stars. Besides, most people weren't expected to be at their prime 20 years after the height of their popularity. I suppose there's room for improvement there. Then get a personal chef. I have a contact nearby, best in Manhattan and very discreet. I'll have them get in touch with you. He whipped out his phone and began to text. The thought of someone bringing me food like a 3-year-old at preschool made me groan inwardly. So they prepare food elsewhere and then drop it off? This company cooks in your kitchen. The owners insist on fresh and hot, something about authenticity and art. He caught my expression and rolled his eyes. Heaven help us, here it comes. I don't want a stranger in my house, I growled. The only person I allowed inside was Marta the house cleaner, and only because she was an old family friend. Most of the chefs are women, he offered. Single ones. I shook my head. That's much worse. He only chuckled to himself. Too late. I've already sent the owner a text. She'll be contacting you soon, and you will be kind to her and everyone you speak with for the next few weeks until I return. Got it? I knew he was referring to that woman online, the one with the bucket list from last week. Harper Daniels, I think her name was. How could I have known she wasn't trying to trick me into an embarrassing duet? Then she'd emailed George and made a huge deal of it, threatening to vilify me to the press. Despite her clear manipulation tactics, I'd publicly apologized without mentioning her little video. That should be enough. After the fiasco with Janie, I'd sworn to never be used by a woman again, and I didn't intend to break that oath with a stranger who obviously had ulterior motives. I valued my privacy and liked being left alone. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, I forgot, George said. If the tour happens, you'll have to move back to LA for rehearsals as soon as possible. I've already found a place for you at a killer deal. Back to the tour again, as if our discussion about my solo career were simply an annoying tangent. I wasn't surprised to hear about LA, unfortunately. It had been our center of operations before, which was why I'd moved as far away as possible without leaving the country or living in the ocean. At times like this, the latter sounded pretty good. I changed the subject back. So I'll work on looking the part, and you'll arrange that meeting with the guys? Cross my heart and hope to cry. I'll have the chef start tomorrow. Make it Monday and you have a deal. At least I could have a weekend of normalcy and regular takeout before starving myself with high-protein and low-carb gourmet food. Done. Now get out of here and be nice. I'm still getting emails about that bucket list woman. Don't screw this up.
Securitarist, Chapter 3, Harper. Your birthday is the 28th, right? Jess asked from over my shoulder. No, I told her firmly, spinning around in my plastic chair. It emitted a long squeak that made me flinch. Really? Jess gave a pouty frown. She wore a tight leopard print miniskirt that somehow covered the essential parts even while seated, though I couldn't imagine how. Her black hair cascaded down one bare shoulder, exposing her beautiful brown skin and elegant neck. I swear you said the 28th. No, I meant that you shouldn't do whatever you're planning to do, especially if it's a surprise party. I hate those things. No surprise party, she agreed, pursing her lips together thoughtfully. A surprise dinner? I set my notepad aside. Clearly, I wouldn't be working as long as Jess stood in my cubicle. Take out the surprise part and you have a deal. I also don't need a gift or a blind date or whatever else you have running through your head, especially the blind date part. As kind as my friends were to try and find me love, my last few dates had harbored serious commitment issues. Her shoulders slumped. You're no fun. I pointed my pen at her. I keep telling you that, yet you insist on liking me anyway. Because you're the only other sane person in this office. I feel like I'm walking through the paparazzi every morning. I swear the entire office is stalking me on social media so they can gossip. She paused. My last few posts were about my grandma. I wonder if that will come back to bite me. Knowing the grumpies across the aisle, it could. You're an angel for caring for your grandmother so often. If they don't see that, they don't deserve to know the real you. Jess's eyes grew wide. Oh, speaking of gossip, I overheard Suri talking about you this morning. Uh-oh. Anything to do with the Dylan Colt fiasco? The guy had apologized at least, but he was still dodging questions about the duet. Some of my followers had started sending around a petition to pressure him into agreeing. I wouldn't stop them, but I also knew his type. Now that Dylan had made up his mind, there would be no changing it. I don't think so. Sounded like work stuff, but good. Like she's considering you for something. She grabbed my shoulders and lowered her voice. Do you think this is it? Frederick is leaving after all, and you've been here longer than any other assistant. She has a pattern of promoting chefs internally. Me, a celebrity chef. A dream years in the making, ever since culinary school. Maybe even longer. I still remembered Hannah bringing friends home from school to raid the fridge. Meanwhile, I'd set to work baking something. I loved taking raw ingredients and creating something magical, especially when they made the face, that expression of awe and appreciation, often followed with wow or something of that nature. I carried an obsession for it. So, the opening here at Verti Elite, the premier personal chef firm in New York, had felt like an entrance to a room full of gold under a rainbow. Until my not-so-temporary assistant job turned into 2 years, then 3, and finally 6. I'd begun to think Suri didn't even know I existed anymore. I brushed her hands off my shoulders and leaned in, lifting my eyebrows meaningfully. Think really hard. I need to know every word she said, every inflection of every word, every thought behind every inflection of every word. As gripping as this conversation sounds, Suri said, standing in the opening to my cubicle, I'd like a moment alone with Ms. Daniels, please. She brought with her a sudden whiff of jasmine vanilla perfume and an air of looking down on the entire city from above. Jess shot me a wide-eyed look and scampered out like a rabbit outracing a fox. Then I sat in my belligerent plastic chair, staring up at one of New York's most graceful and elegant women, let alone one of its most acclaimed chefs. Yes? I squeaked, trying to look professional. She looked over her narrow shoulder distastefully as if watching Jess's retreat. You received your degree from Coliseum Culinary, correct? A thrill of excitement raced through my insides. I did, yes. And you've been working under Chef Carton. She glanced at a notepad in her hand. He says you're a hard worker and fast learner. Would you agree? Absolutely. I'm very passionate about my work. You may be the candidate I've been looking for. Of course, that'll be up to you and your performance. She eyed my outfit, a navy blazer over faded jeans, in disapproval. I swallowed back a wave of anxiety and forced myself to speak normally. What can I do for you, ma'am? For the first time, the woman looked uncomfortable. I find myself in a curious place. A difficult client is refusing to eat what we prepare for him. I've sent chef after chef with no success. Without fail, he sends the chef and food away, insisting we send someone else the next day. It's terrible for my business. If word gets out... I frowned, not understanding. Was she offering me the chef position or not? Did she want me to handle public relations or something? Who's the client? Suri scowled. I'm not allowed to say. His contract forbids any mention of his name. I'm only allowed to give an address to my staff, and that's after they sign a special NDA and privacy agreement. Sounded like a real piece of work. For once, I felt sorry for the woman. Is there something I can do to help? She looked at me like it was obvious. Help me keep the client, and you'll take Frederick's place. Here it was. My chance. I practically leaped to my feet. The excitement hit so hard. Harper Daniels, celebrity chef. All I had to do was retain this problem client, and I would have the career of my dreams in one of the biggest celebrity hotspots in the world. Of course I'll do it. When do I start? Tonight. I managed to keep my face even, knowing how disappointed Jess would be when I missed girls' night out tonight. Of course the celebrity would demand someone cook for him on a Friday night. No problem. Do we have a menu plan drawn up? As chef, that will be your responsibility. He'll expect you at 6 o'clock sharp, and dinner should be ready by 7 o'clock. He only wants his dinners prepared as he skips breakfast and eats leftovers for lunch. No allergies and a strong aversion to vegetables. I cocked an eyebrow. He definitely sounded like a difficult man, if Suri looked this rattled. That meant I had less than 4 hours to create a menu for tonight, pick up the ingredients, and get to his house by 6 o'clock. Difficult, but possible. I won't let you down. I suspect you will, but we'll see. Harrison will bring you the address. She was already walking away, back toward the office walled off in the very center of the giant room. Thank you, I called after her, but she gave no response. The office around me felt very still and quiet as she left. Too still. That had to mean the others were listening for my reaction, or reeling from the shock of the situation, perhaps. Maybe they thought me too casual or lowly to succeed. They'd spent years throwing undesirable work my way, after all. Jess bounded back in a minute later. I'm here for your grocery list, Chef Daniels. I squealed internally, barely able to contain the thrill swelling within. I can't believe it. I can. You deserve this, and she knows it. Just tame the guy, give him what he wants, and claim your dream. I sank into my chair again, barely noticing the squeak, and cocked my eyebrow. What do you think he wants exactly? A hot, single chef, obviously. Imagine how disappointed he was to see Frederick at his doorstep. I chuckled. At 66, Chef Frederick was our most experienced and, shall we say, most speed-challenged chef of the bunch. Pretty sure celebrities can hire other people for those purposes. If that's what he thinks he's getting, this job will never be mine. Oh, it definitely will. You just have to be more stubborn than he is. Jess sighed. I wish I could go with you. The jerks are always the hottest. Jess, he could be 95 for all we know. 95 and rich is infinitely better than 95 and not. Now give me your list already so I can get your groceries. You've got a celebrity to please. Hours later, I stepped out of the cab and adjusted the bags of groceries in my hands, all 4 of them. The driver insisted this was the right address, but I couldn't find any number at all. Just a tall, brick home rammed up against its neighbors in typical Upper East Side style. It sported thick vines growing around an even thicker wooden door in need of a good sanding. Bars covered its tiny window. I almost expected to see wrought iron spikes with a giant sign that said, "Keep out haunted." The cab drove away and disappeared around the corner, leaving me standing on the sidewalk alone. Staring at the house again, I decided the driver could be wrong. It could be the happier-looking dwelling next door. This one didn't look fit for a cave hermit, let alone a celebrity. Then I spotted it, the number 492, the right house then. It fit the grumpy celebrity's personality perfectly, now that I thought about it. I stalked toward the door, set 2 of my bags down, and knocked. My knuckles barely made a sound on the door that felt like knocking on a solid tree. I tried pounding with my fist, but the door absorbed the sound of that too. Finally, I looked around for a doorbell, only to find a sticky note covering it with letters scribbled in blue ink. Not working. That spurred another round of knocking and pounding to no avail. After waiting to see if, by some miracle, he did hear my knocking, I realized I had 2 choices: leave and give up the promotion, or break into a celebrity's house. I tried squeezing the handle, positive I would find it locked because, well, number 1, New York. Number 2, grumpy celebrity. It swung open slightly. A quick glance up and down the street revealed nobody peering around corners to watch my plight, so I turned to the side and crept over the threshold, easing the bags through before closing the massive door behind me. Darkness greeted me. Strange. I was probably a few minutes late, but nothing to get uppity about. Or maybe he'd waited for me and then left. But then why leave the door unlocked? Duh. So I could cook for him. The guy probably had better things to do than wait around to let his personal chef in. Obviously, he'd left the door unlocked so dinner would be ready when he returned. Satisfied, I flipped on a few lights with a free finger, looked around, and whistled. The front room looked nothing like I'd imagined. The living room had been tastefully designed and furnished with dark browns and grays and a touch of gold. Nothing looked out of place except for a guitar case resting on the tight black sofa, taking up both cushions. A musician, then? I didn't know many musicians who could afford a house in this part of New York, celebrity or not. This guy had to be big. Not that I cared, I reminded myself. I had a job to do. I found the kitchen near the back of the house, also pristine. The countertops were a thick, polished white quartz with 0 variation anywhere. As bright as the countertops felt, the black cupboards and island balanced it perfectly. It felt cozy and masculine, far from the tiny galley kitchen in the apartment I shared with my cousin from Montana, Carmen. Did the guy actually live here? Or had he rented some kind of vacation home? It looked ready to list, untouched, barely any trace of human life whatsoever. All the clues led up to a single conclusion. This night might be a disaster. I wondered who Suri had sent last. Trevor? Carolee? Both chefs with almost 30 years of experience pleasing the notoriously hard to please. If they couldn't satisfy this guy, what made Suri think I could? At that, I shook my head and got to work. Time to trust my preparation and the decisions I'd made. He'd like my dinner or hate it, but either way, I knew what I had to do. At least the drawers were stocked well enough. I wrapped my trusty apron around my waist and pulled my hair back into a loose braid. Let the cooking storm begin. First the dicing and sautéing of onions, then the butter. I measured everything carefully to make sure it still fit within Suri's nutrition parameters, even though I knew it would. None of the work binders had this recipe because I'd created it myself, a specially formulated cheeseburger on special flatbread. Hannah's favorite, actually. She'd named it the cattle burger because the term hamburger had never made sense to her given they used ground beef and not ham. She'd also insisted cow burger didn't sound fancy enough. I'd made the flatbread at home to cut down on prep time, something I hoped Suri would forgive me for. Thankfully, this kitchen was equipped with a stovetop grill that worked nicely to soften the bread before I brushed on the special sauce that would replace sugary ketchup. Next came the meat mixture, full of texture, ground vegetables, and fine cheeses. While that cooked, I would prepare a carrot salad with a hint of sweetness. Hopefully, I still had time to cool it in the fridge before the client arrived. The meal preparation absorbed my full attention, so I didn't notice anything amiss until I looked up from julienning the carrots and saw a man standing on the other side of the island, wearing only a towel, sporting very wet dark hair and a tanned, hardened chest, but not just any man. Dylan Colt. I gaped and stared at his abs and gaped some more. A mixture of emotions crossed his beautiful and somehow real face: surprise, disbelief, confusion, admiration. His gaze actually fell to my waist, taking in every inch of me still visible over the countertop, then jumped back to my face again. A sharp pain in my hand tore me back to the real world. Dylan grimaced. "You okay there?" His voice sounded like butter and cream and soft baking powder. "Yeah?" I managed. Then I followed his gaze to the cutting board in front of me and gasped. I'd put a nice slice into the top of my forefinger. Crap. So much for the whole being professional thing. "I'm fine," I said, but he strode quickly to a cupboard and pulled out a white tin box. Seconds later, he stood in front of me with an open bandage, curling it around my finger. The mostly naked celebrity boy band star wearing only a towel. He hadn't even combed his hair yet, and water dripped down his forehead, yet he seemed completely focused on my hand. Heaven help me! I turned my finger so he could close the bandage off better. His fingers on mine felt way better than butter or cream or baking powder, more like hot cocoa and PJs while staring outside at a blizzard during the holidays. His touch was happiness itself. Drunk on the sensation, I found myself hyper-aware of the fact that I was staring at a very tan, very hardened chest, just inches from my face. This couldn't be the guy who'd raked me over the coals online, not this guy who rushed to my aid with a bandage while looking like a Chippendale performer and apologizing for scaring me. A true gentleman. Dylan dropped his hand, snapped the tin box shut, and folded his arms. "You'd better have a good explanation or I'm calling the police." And there it was. "I could say the same," I snapped, the illusion he'd woven melting all around me. I could practically see it bubbling into ooze and gliding away. "Do you often sneak around your kitchen half naked?" His eyes flashed. "Do you often break into clients' houses?" I opened my mouth to retort, but he had a point. This needed to be handled carefully, or he'd have every right to kick me out, and my dream would disappear into thin air. The door was unlocked. I assumed you did that intentionally and had no cause to think otherwise. I apologize for intruding if you weren't expecting me. There. That sounded professional, right? He seemed to accept that, although I got a sense that he'd have preferred to fight. "My shower drain is leaking, so I have to use the guest bathroom. I told Suri not to send anyone till Monday." Oh, I looked around at the mess I'd created in his beautiful kitchen and felt my cheeks flush a little. There must have been a mix-up then. "I can leave if you want, but dinner is almost ready." He glanced down at my wrapped finger, which I was just now starting to feel in earnest. Had I really cut myself at a client's house? I felt like a first-year cooking school student who barely knew the difference between a paring blade and a butcher knife. Worse, the cutting board was filled with tiny pieces of carrot strewn with drops of red blood. So much for tonight's starch ratios. "I suppose we could forget the whole thing," he said slowly, "assuming you don't burn down my kitchen." He pointed to the stovetop grill. I caught a whiff of burning meat and cursed. "The cattle burger!" "Cattle burger?" he repeated in disbelief as I hurried over. Smoke billowed from the meat. The underside looked completely charred. Good thing I'd prepared enough for two, just in case. I grabbed the rest of the meat, shaped it, and plopped it onto the grill in the other's place. Then I whirled to find Dylan staring at me. "What's wrong?" "You're cooking a hamburger in my kitchen." His tone held only disbelief, maybe a hint of awe. "I'm cooking a hamburger in Dylan Colt's kitchen." My thoughts held an awe of their own, but the shock of our meeting was quickly being overtaken by irritation. Of all the pompous rich guys it could have been, the one celebrity I had absolutely no desire to please stood just a few feet away. "Do you intend to eat wearing a towel, or—" He blinked, looked down as if surprised to find I was right. Suddenly, he looked adorably embarrassed and strode toward the door. "I'll be down in 10. "This'll be ready in 8. Something told me he wouldn't mourn the loss of the carrot salad anyway. 10 minutes. He disappeared. One of those, "I have to have the last word" guys. Good to know. He'd be shoving food into that sassy mouth of his soon enough, which suited me just fine. The meat quickly cooked down to the perfect temperature, and I flipped it twice, as per tradition. Then I assembled the burger with the grilled onions, stabbed it with a toothpick, and topped it with a sprig of parsley. A glazed sweet potato dish on the side completed the ensemble. I set it all out at the table and began cleaning up. My brain refused to grasp the facts staring me in the face. Dylan Colt was the problem client. I didn't like Dylan Colt, yet I had to make him like me enough to stay with Verta Elite. But the guy barely tolerated my presence without knowing who I was. What kind of tantrum would he throw the moment I told him my name? He'd throw me out and my dream would go poof. Unless he didn't know my name? Telling him the wrong name wasn't necessarily a lie, was it? I mean, who knew if Dylan Colt was even his real name? Celebrities went by aliases all the time. No reason a cook couldn't do the same if it meant protecting their career. An act, a harmless performance, I could do that. Nobody would fault me for wanting to place a layer of anonymity between me and a grumpy client for my own protection. But even thinking about lying to a client made me feel all kinds of icky. He had a right to know who was coming to his house. And he'd find out eventually given his regular interactions with Suri. Being dishonest with him could be the excuse that upended his entire contract with the company. I couldn't be the cause of ruining Verta Elite's reputation. Not only would I lose the promotion, but I'd never get a chef job anywhere in New York after that. "What would you do?" I asked Hannah. She talked to me sometimes. I knew it was simply my subconscious mind talking, but for some reason, the best advice came in her voice. It never failed to be right. Unfortunately, that little voice in my head remained silent. "Traitor," I told her. No response. Dylan strolled in 15 minutes later, bringing with him a waft of cologne that made my knees want to buckle. He wore a black button-up shirt and gray slacks. The guy matched his decor. How quaint. His dark hair looked combed through and then tastefully messed up again. I kinda wanted to touch it. That wasn't a weird urge, right? To touch a client's hair? "Smells good," he said, spotting the spread on the table. So the robot could say nice things. "Enjoy. I'm almost done cleaning up, and then I'll get out of your way." He took a seat and waved off my comment. "Let the house cleaner get it. She'll do a better job anyway." I froze, looking up from scrubbing grease off his white countertops. "Excuse me?" He looked confused at my objection. "You're a chef. I've seen a lot of cooking shows, and you people never clean up after yourselves." You people? I didn't know whether to laugh or punch him in the throat. A celebrity with his own house cleaner and personal chef criticizing me about cleaning up my own messes? The irony. I opened my mouth to argue before seeing the mischievous twinkle in his eye. Yep, definitely wanted a fight. Probably looking for a reason to send me away and cancel his contract with Verta Elite. Nice try, buddy, but that isn't going to work. Not when I wanted this promotion almost as badly as I'd wanted to fulfill my sister's dying wish. I couldn't mess this up. Both of my dreams sat in this man's hands. I considered again. Following through with this reckless plan could have dire consequences, but it could also get me everything I wanted. He would eventually discover the truth about my identity. But if he got to know me first, began to trust me, he'd see I wasn't some stalker lady trying to make a fool of him. Maybe he'd sing the duet with me after all. And if I happened to get a promotion in the process, it was worth the risk. Taking a deep breath, I let the fight drain away and put on a cool smile. I don't know if the other chefs in my company clean up, but I do. It's unprofessional to leave a client's kitchen in such a state. I'd be happy to pass along your feedback to Suri if you'd like. The mischievous glint in his eyes turned into amusement. Sure, you do that. He may as well have struck a match and tossed it into a gas can. Infuriating man. What was so funny about doing my job? Did he somehow see the inexperience I kept buried deep inside? I'd been nothing but professional from the moment I'd walked through the door. Well, except for the whole cutting myself thing and the arguing and the staring. The memory of those abs would stay with me forever. I cleared my throat and tossed the rag into the sink. Maybe he was right. The house cleaner could finish up the little details. I left a flatbread sandwich in the fridge for your lunch tomorrow. Maple bacon and smoked Gouda. I'll be back tomorrow night. Then I held my breath, waiting for him to demand that I leave and never come back like he'd done with all the others. But instead, he stared at his plate, taking in the details. Thanks, he finally said. Oddly, it sounded like he meant it. What was your name again? Chef. My brain scrambled to find the right word. Baking, sautéing, mincing onions. Mince. Chef Mince. Then I mentally kicked myself. Who would believe that? Like anyone would trust a Dr. Heel or a plumber named Joe Buttcrack. Have a good night then, Chef Mince. He looked up from the plate and nodded a goodbye, clearly not wanting to eat in front of me. I felt all the breath in my lungs leave in a single whoosh. My cue to leave. I gathered my bags and swept from the room. The front door only required minimal effort to open this time, and then I escaped into the night.
Chapter 4. Dylan. I stared at the plate after the woman left. I should have sent her on her way a long time ago. This chef felt a little less polished than the others, younger, more normal. That had to mean Suri had reached the bottom of the barrel, and I could end this personal chef nonsense sooner rather than later. But a cheeseburger? An interesting choice. The first chef had made some kind of lean chicken dish drizzled with a little sauce and a heavy helping of green salad, which I hated. The second, third, and fourth chefs also seemed to believe I was a squirrel, trying to outdo one another with variations of the same, salad, salad, and more salad. But this, it smelled and looked incredible, like something my mother would have made. At least this woman understood what a man needed, diet or not. I picked up the plate and moved it to the counter, taking the glass of ice water with me. Then I sat on the stool, picked up the monstrosity of a burger, and took a modest bite, and groaned. I grabbed another bite before I'd even swallowed the first, a larger one this time. The bun tasted like garlic bread and joy itself. Sauce dribbled down my chin, but I'd completely lost control. This couldn't be low carb, and I didn't care one whit. The world disappeared around me, zeroing in on the explosion of taste in my mouth. I barely remembered my own name. Warm grease coated my collar, probably ruining the entire shirt, yet I considered the fabric lucky to have enjoyed the slightest touch of this wondrous concoction. I came to myself as I'd started to lick the plate. Looking around, I set the plate back down and tried to gain back some control. Good thing Chef Mince was already gone, or she'd be horrified. So would my dad, if he were still alive. And Janie. She'd never liked eating things with her hands. During our entire 3-year marriage, she'd never allowed her own chef to serve her finger foods. Everything had to be eaten with a fork, including pizza. She'd even scraped the cheese off with a knife, leaving the crust behind like a plate. That should have tipped me off right there. Janie and I were a disaster from the start. I recalled swinging by the kitchen on my route back to the bedroom earlier, wondering why Marta was here when she'd already come this morning. But it hadn't been Marta banging pots and pans around. The beautiful woman standing in my kitchen was a stranger indeed, but a happy one. She hummed as she swept vegetables onto a cutting board and started to slice them in a deliberate, careful way. I recognized the song, "Just Won't Spring for You," one of ours. I hadn't realized I was gaping at her until she looked up and practically fell over. Guilt still gnawed at me for the cut on her finger. It didn't look deep enough to need stitches, but it had to hurt. I should have given her more than a bandage, but what? A gift card for a doctor's visit. Those didn't even exist. A ride home? She probably didn't have a car. Most New Yorkers didn't. And I'd spotted a pair of dirty sneakers under her trousers. But the last thing a woman needed was a man taking note of where she lived. That seemed just as creepy as sneaking up on her in the kitchen wearing a towel. Moments like this were exactly why I'd been single for the 8 months since the divorce. At least I'd had the presence of mind to thank her. My hand still felt oddly warm from bandaging her finger. It had gotten me a great view of her left hand, and more importantly, the notable absence of a wedding ring. Not that it guaranteed anything. Chefs probably removed things like jewelry on their fingers while working. But there had been no indentation, none of the discoloration that keeping a ring on for so long would create. An incredible chef and single. 2 very good reasons to keep her on. Or 2 reasons to end the whole thing right now. The last thing I needed was a distraction. I only had a few days to make the biggest decision of my life. And yet, I'd be able to think better if I kept my brain fed. Brains needed food. Pretty sure I'd read that somewhere. And I could also work out better with lots of protein, which that burger clearly had. Maybe I'd have her back just one more time.
Chapter 5. Harper. Now move into downward-facing dog, Carmen said softly, her cheesy instrumental music swelling in the background. She brought her arms in front of her and rested back on her haunches. Who names these things? I muttered, mirroring the pose. My cousin opened one eye to glare at me, which shouldn't have been possible. Very smart people I won't allow you to make fun of. This is a sacred, respectable art. You're supposed to be clearing your mind. How can I clear my mind when it's full of weird phrases that make no sense? Child's pose, mountain pose, ground-sniffing dog. Downward-facing dog, she corrected, sitting up with a frustrated slump of her shoulders. You asked me to teach you, did you not? I reached over and gave her a quick hug. Sorry. You're right. It's just that my brain is too full to focus right now. She tossed her long black ponytail over her shoulder and sighed. Meditation, then. I don't need medication, thank you very much. I winked at her. Carmen rolled her eyes. You're insufferable. Why did I agree to this internship again? 4 months living with you might kill me off. Because your Montana roommate bailed on you to get married, and you missed the city anyway, so your boss agreed to let you study under another successful boutique and bring your knowledge back with you. And because Grammy Marissa is worried about me living alone with Hannah gone, but she doesn't need to concern herself because I'm doing just fine. Does that cover it? She gave me that look again, the one that said she didn't believe me. You're right. Meditation isn't for you. Maybe a shrink. I grabbed a pillow from the sofa next to me and tossed it at her. She dodged it, laughing, and swept her braided hair into a bun. You should take the yoga class at my gym. I really think you'll like it if you give it a chance. I can also guarantee that Dylan Colt has never set foot in there. Okay, so I may have let 1 or 2 details slip. Carmen would guard them with her life, though, something I couldn't say of Jess at work, and I had to talk to someone. First, I argue with a celebrity online, then get hired to cook for him at his house. It sounded like a movie. If he walked into my gym, I muttered, he might get mistaken for a kickboxing bag. Why? I thought he was nice to you. That was exactly it. The man was grumpy and rude, but he'd turned around once he saw my food creation. Maybe he'd just been hangry. Except that didn't explain his behavior online and to the other chefs in Surrey. Who was Dylan Colt, the man who had tenderly bandaged my finger and wished me well as I left? Or the man who had scorned and ridiculed me and the other chefs? I hadn't heard anything from Surrey yet about being dismissed from his service, so that felt encouraging. But how long could I put on this charade before it imploded in my face? This would all be so much easier if Hannah had chosen someone else for this stupid duet. Someone easier, like the Pope. I stood and made my way to the framed paper on the wall by the front door. 30 items filled its lines. The first 9 items checked off in my sister's sure hand. We'd done every one of them together. Skydiving, swimming in the English Channel, driving a tractor, surfing lessons, riding in a hot air balloon. That had been the last one. The memory still felt real, standing at her side, while someone brought us up into the sky and then immediately back down. I think the guy had been worried that Hannah would keel over any second, and I couldn't blame him. She'd been extremely frail by then, just weeks before her death. I remembered how her long fingers gripped the basket, allowing it to hold her up as the ground had dropped beneath us, and the expanse of blue above grew darker and clearer. I'd slipped her arm around my shoulder to hold her up, but mostly to hold her here, to keep her with me and prevent her from slipping away, not to the ground but into the sky. We'd shared our mother's womb, and I'd wanted to share my entire life with her too. It wasn't fair of her to leave me alone like this. And then her pleading words, just a few weeks later. Words I hadn't realized would be her last. Finish the list before our 30th, Harper. Just live. I still couldn't figure out why the list meant so much to Hannah. She'd never shared my passion for cooking, but she'd loved parties and dressing up. Fancy restaurants, exclusive clubs, handsome men. That was her life. As for the Dylan Colt duet, I still couldn't figure out why she'd chosen him. He didn't seem like a fancy person, not like the romantic heroes in movies who wore tuxes and brought their heroines giant bouquets of flowers. She hadn't even liked Dylan's music for most of our childhood, enduring my high school obsession with eye rolls and knowing grins. Yet she'd returned from visiting a friend in LA with a signed Loverboys poster in hand. There, on Dylan's face, was his autograph. We'd hung it on the ceiling above my bed so I could stare at it as often as I wanted. And I secretly knew, so it would make Dylan's face land on mine if it ever slipped free of its thumbtacks and fluttered downward. The closest I'd ever get to a kiss from Dylan Colt. I ditched my obsession by high school graduation, and we'd made Hannah's bucket list over a decade later. Yet it had still felt like a punch to the gut when she'd written that last wish. A secret admission of liking the guy, too. Something she'd never told me in all those years. I'd harbored a little twinge of betrayal every time I read it. Not only had Hannah met Dylan first, but she would get to sing a duet with him. Such a silly, stupid, jealous thing to think. Now I'd give anything to watch her do it. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out of my yoga pants pocket and unlocked the screen. Surrey's text was short and to the point. He liked your food. Rumor says he's moving back to Los Angeles in a week to prepare for a tour. Keep him happy until then, and you'll earn your promotion. I squealed. Carmen raced over. What is it? Dylan wants to keep me on for the whole week before he leaves for LA. I can't believe this is happening. She shrieked and threw her arms around me. I felt like a teenager again, making such girly sounds and jumping around. I'd be turning 30 in less than a week after all. But this moment felt like the biggest of my life. I had a right to be excited. Carmen ripped my phone from my hand and scanned the text. Keep him happy? She cooed. I wonder what you'll have to do to make that happen. I swiped the phone back and closed the screen. Stop. I'd sooner punch the guy than kiss him. She shrugged. Some guys dig that too. The phone buzzed again. A last message from Surrey. Let me remind you about 2 very important clauses in the contract you signed. First, the NDA is critical. Don't discuss details with anyone about your client's name, location, or anything that transpires while you're there. Breaching this agreement will get you dismissed immediately and sued by the company and the client. Oops. Second, the text continued. We have a strict no-dating clients policy. I understand that you're single and Mr. Colt is divorced, so keep things professional. Word of even the most secret of relationships inevitably leaks into the industry. Due to the irreparable harm such a relationship could cause the company, there will be no untoward behavior of any kind toward Mr. Colt. Am I understood? Another oops. The woman sounded like my high school health teacher. I reviewed last night's events in my mind. Surely the knife accident didn't qualify as untoward, although my staring at his bare chest surely did. Good thing the woman couldn't read my thoughts, or I'd be thrown to the curb by now. What did she say? Carmen asked. Just a reminder about the NDA and her no-dating clients policy. She pursed her lips together. Well, that's no fun. Although the word dating has plenty of room for interpretation, technically you're only dating if you're boyfriend and girlfriend. There's a whole range of opportunity in there. Dylan is not an opportunity. I have no desire to date him. Kiss him? Okay. Maybe I wanted to do that just a little bit. Or strangle him. Get my hands on him in some manner, depending on which version of Dylan emerged at any given time. Time! I glanced at my cell phone again and groaned. I'd given myself less than an hour to pick up groceries for tonight and get across town. I barely had time to get ready unless I meant to show up in a tank top and yoga pants. No, Dylan Colt had to get Chef Mintz tonight, not Harper Daniels, the epitome of professionalism. I couldn't give Suri a single chance to dismiss me from the company before claiming the promotion I deserved. Carmen, I need your help. I have 5 minutes to get ready. She grinned widely. You've come to the right person. Get into the bathroom, stat.
Chapter 6. Dylan. I checked my watch for the 4th time in 10 minutes. Chef Mintz, I really needed to find out her first name, would arrive any time now, and I was definitely not watching the clock, just bored and looking for something to do, and hungry. Shooting another look out the window, the old adage about watched pots came to mind. With a heavy sigh, I sat at the piano and began to mess around. I usually composed on the guitar, but I felt like pounding on something today. Piano keys worked great for that. I played a few songs from memory, mostly songs I'd memorized as a child before my life had been turned upside down. Then a melody came to mind and I played with it a bit. This could be promising. A melody that felt sad yet hopeful at the same time, a little heartbreaking and a little bit in love all at once. Very different from my usual style. I made a mental note to try it with my dad's song later and switched to something faster, safer. Yet all that came were melodies and time signatures I'd used a dozen times before. I turned back to the first melody and played it again, tapping the keys gently. The song began to unfold in my mind again. Now I grabbed my pen and scribbled the notes out as fast as they would come, the excitement building. My muse had arrived. This one would be good, exactly what I'd been waiting for. I couldn't get it down fast enough. Definitely a bestseller. Bang! 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 The knock on the door tore me from my thoughts and practically flung me sideways. I found myself sitting on the piano bench again, staring at the keys. Blasted woman. Of course she had to come now. I stomped to the front door and flung it open. She barely acknowledged my presence, pushing past toward the kitchen with a grocery bag in each hand while grumbling something about a thick door. Hello, Mr. Colt. You're wearing clothes today, she said matter-of-factly, sending the words over her shoulder as she spread her bags all over the counter. I did not admire her figure as she started to work, nor did I take note that she wore a short skirt and long leather boots that clung halfway up her thighs. What I did note was that she wore her hair in a braid over her shoulder, with a few wispy pieces of hair framing her face and a flush that meant she'd taken the trip at a run, or at least a brisk walk. She looked like no chef I'd ever met before. She opened drawers and scrounged through cupboards like she owned the place. Apparently, she'd gotten to know my kitchen well yesterday. "Hello to you too, Chef Mintz. What did you say your first name was?" "Harper." She'd already begun to dirty her hands, so she simply nodded and returned to work. I felt a little disappointment at her behavior today. Yesterday, we'd had a connection, maybe even some sparks, albeit the type of sparks that occur when a thick chain drags along asphalt at high speeds. But today, she felt like my cold, dismissive aunt who lived across the country. "Harper," I repeated, weighing the name. "I've only ever met one other Harper. Online, actually, and she was a manipulative brat. I'm sure you're nothing like her. Do you mind if I call you Harper?" She'd gone stiff. Now she turned to examine my face, her expression blank. "Call me whatever you like, Mr. Colt." If anything, her voice sounded icier than ever. Time to try again. "Call me Dylan." Her eyes narrowed. "Is that your real name?" I cocked my head, wondering how this woman always managed to say what I least expected. "Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?" She murmured a response I couldn't hear and turned back to her work. "Dinner will be ready in about an hour." Clearly, she didn't want me watching her. Afraid of a repeat of yesterday's knife incident, perhaps. I rounded the island and took the first stool. Maybe a little distance would calm her down. "Where are you from?" "Queens?" She didn't look up from a slab of meat that looked suspiciously like roasted pork wrapped in tinfoil. I recognized the sticker on the side. "Did you buy that at the German market on the way here?" I asked. She froze again, looking as guilty as a sixth-grade candy thief. "You don't have the equipment needed to roast meat like this. Plus, it saves time." She grabbed a knife and started to slice the meat. "If you're making German food, I don't care where the meat came from. Although you can leave those green onions in the bag. White onions or nothing. Anything green shouldn't be considered food." She sighed and put the knife down before turning back to me. "Any other aversions you'd care to share?" "Vegetables in general." She actually rolled her eyes. "So you want to eat healthy for your tour without eating any of the things that actually make you healthy?" "I'm sure you'll figure something out." I paused. "How did you know about the tour?" Her cheeks colored a little, a phenomenon that I decided to make happen as often as possible. "Just something I read online." That snapped me right back to reality. Beautiful or not, the woman obviously harbored fangirl tendencies. They all did eventually. Even Janie, although she'd become more of a domineering force in my life than a clingy one. "I swear not to serve you green vegetables," she said, "but anything else is fair game if you don't mind it. Deal?" She flashed a clever smile. I scowled just as my stomach rumbled audibly, which only made her grin wider. Now even my stomach was a traitor. Carbs, I reminded myself. This woman could make healthy food that I liked, and she could possibly be the only chef in New York to do so. I could deal with her attitude for a few days until I decided about the tour. Or, better yet, I could disappear completely and let her attitude her way around my kitchen without a target. "No obvious vegetables," I finally said, and left the room to return to my piano bench and the solitude of my thoughts. The focus and easy muse of earlier had long since fled. I plucked out the tune again and messed around with it, but it was gone forever. With a sigh, I plopped into my guitar chair and did a quick search on my phone for news of a reunion tour. Indeed, there was all kinds of gossip about it. It seemed word had already gotten out, although nobody official had confirmed it. Nor would they, at least until I signed those stupid papers. A quick check of my phone revealed nothing from George yet. He usually got back to me within a matter of hours on things like this. That meant he was struggling to get the meeting set up. I couldn't see why everyone kept resisting this. Launching my solo career in conjunction with the tour didn't seem so odd to me. It would bring a new audience of fans, a younger demographic. Most of our diehards were in their 30s and 40s now. It was a smart business strategy. Besides, my songs were better than our old hits. More current, more mature. I just had to convince the guys to see that too. Once they agreed, everyone else would fall into line. I turned the notepad to the next page and made a list of songs to play for them, starting with the two I thought had the most potential. The ideas flowed now, just like before. I could release one song every day leading up to the band's announcement. This tour would be so much more than a reunion tour. It would bring old fans and make new ones. Ticket sales would soar. Maybe I could even talk the guys into singing backup. I grabbed my guitar and started to play before remembering I wasn't alone. Only George and the recording studio had heard my music till now. The thought of Harper Mintz being the first fan to listen seemed off, although the smell of roasted pork and butter seized my attention like nothing else in the world could. I set my guitar aside and crept toward the kitchen, peering around the corner before I could help myself. She wore earbuds and hummed quietly to herself as she stood over the stovetop, smoke floating to the massive hood overhead. The unmistakable aroma of meat, onions, and garlic filled every ounce of the kitchen, and my stomach begged to be filled. She stirred the concoction with a spatula and sang under her breath. "I don't know who you are," she sang under her breath. "I'm beginning to think I never knew. Yet, way back then, from the beginning, I never thought we'd be through." A syncopated song, our biggest rivals back in the day, though they'd broken up over a decade ago. I'd have been offended if it weren't for her peaceful expression. Harper seemed in her element, completely oblivious that anyone else existed, kind of like how I'd felt earlier while playing the piano. As she sang on, the words growing louder, I found my respect growing. She could cook well enough, but the woman could also sing. Her voice seemed deep and throaty, a little raw and unfinished, yet distinct, an alto. I could almost see her on stage, singing backup and swaying her slender hips with a giant smile and a microphone. She had more talent than at least one of the guys in my group had started out with, for sure. She stabbed the meat, set it on a plate, and turned around to find me staring at her. Once again, color sprang to her cheeks, and the song died on her tongue. Nope, she hadn't intended for me to hear that. She smoothed her apron and glared at me with red cheeks. "Do you always sneak up on people, Mr. Colt?" "It isn't sneaking if it's your own house," I pointed out. "I don't think—" She cut herself off, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. "You know what? Why don't you go sit down at the table? Your very veggie-less food is almost done." "I don't eat at tables. I prefer the counter." I grabbed the table setting from where she had placed it and moved everything to my usual spot. "Why?" she asked. "Tables are for families," I explained. "Couples. I'm neither of those things." She lifted well-shaped eyebrows but said nothing as she grabbed the plate and filled it with food. Her fingers moved gracefully, effortlessly, as if she'd done this 1,000 times. Clearly, she knew her way around a kitchen. She set the plate down in front of me, wiped her hands on a towel, and folded her arms with an expectant look that said, "I dare you not to like this." Examining the plate, I saw the tasteful design of it. A doner, shaped like a Greek gyro. I'd only had one of these in my life, as a 21-year-old on tour in Europe. As I lifted the bread, I saw the meat, all grilled together with onions and peppers. I chuckled to myself as I realized she'd plucked out the green onions. Something yellow on the side completed the ensemble. "I said no vegetables," I reminded her. "Botanically, squash is actually a fruit," she said. "Cucurbitaceae, if you want to get technical. And last night's sweet potato is from the morning glory family, so it's practically closer to those dead flowers lining your front steps than a vegetable. It's called convolvulacea." I didn't smile. I didn't. But something inside me wanted to. I took satisfaction at managing to hold it in, and I scooped the squash onto my fork and shoveled it in. Might as well get it over with first, so I could enjoy the good stuff. My taste buds exploded with pleasure. Wow. Mom's squash dishes had never tasted like this. "I'll let it slide," I said as casually as I could, scooping up a second bite. "But just this once." "Noted." Her lips quirked, and I knew she was trying to hold in a smile, too. "I'll just clean up here. Unless you intended to do it yourself, Mr. Colt?" Her eyes twinkled. Green with a hint of blue. Or was it blue with a hint of green? The house cleaner is coming later. You're probably famished, so go get your own dinner. The moment it came out, I realized how wrong that sounded. I mean, I noticed there's some meat left in the pan. You're welcome to what's left, if you want it. If I'd offended her, she didn't show it. She took her apron off and wadded it in a tight ball. It's yours, in case you want seconds. I left tomorrow's lunch in labeled containers in your fridge. Just heat them up for a minute and 40 seconds, and you're good to go. I also left a couple of healthy snacks in the bag on the counter, but you may not like them if you aren't willing to try any vegetables at all. I made a face. I'll give them to the house cleaner. The meals should keep you plenty full then if you don't cheat. She scooped all the dirty dishes and rinsed them before placing them carefully into the dishwasher. Then she scrubbed the stovetop grill before turning off the hood. The sudden silence hit just as I took a bite of the doner and groaned. This is, I began, but couldn't think of the right word. It's really good. It tastes so authentic. She smiled, a real smile this time. Meat is my specialty. My dad was a butcher and my mom worked with him, so I know a good cut when I find it. I dug through 3 different shops to find this one. She drew up straighter. I mean, my assistant did. I looked at her now, really looked. When was the last time someone had gone to such trouble for me? My manager still made me come to his office, for goodness sake. It was worth it. Glad to hear it. She grabbed her jacket and put it on, but before she turned the corner toward the entryway, she paused. By the way, I like the songs you were playing earlier, especially the first one. I don't think I've heard them before. Are they new? Those are unreleased and classified. I shot back without thinking, an odd panic rushing to the surface. She'd heard my songs. In an instant, my songs no longer felt mine. Harper stiffened, and her smile fled. I'll see you tomorrow. She hurried around the corner toward the front door. My manners finally caught up with me, and I realized she'd only been trying to compliment me. Idiot. Wait, I called after her. When she didn't answer, I hurried to the corner and saw her reaching for the doorknob. Thank you for the dinner. It's a different style, but I like it. You're welcome. She yanked the door open without looking back. Do you need a ride home? She stopped, turned, stared at me warily. Why do you ask? Good question. It's getting dark and you live in Queens. Oh. Some of the wariness fled from her gaze and she relaxed a bit. Work pays for my cab, so don't worry about it. Thanks, though. You're welcome. Let me know if you ever change your mind. Need a ride home, I mean. My mouth seemed to run without the permission of my brain whenever this woman was around. Get a grip, Dylan. Her mouth went from a confused frown to a smile in an instant. I liked it. More than that, I liked what her smile did to my insides. Thanks, I will. But then something strange happened. As if remembering something, her smile froze, her shoulders hunched, and she scrambled to grab the door handle. I grabbed the door as it swung wide and held it for her. She ducked under my arm and hurried across the porch and down the walk, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there for a long moment, staring after her. Janie had been a confusing woman, but Harper? Talk about mixed signals. Women. Scratching my head, I closed the door and slid the bolt into place.
Or Hosier, Chapter 7. Harper. I slammed my car door and entered the bakery, sending a wave to the young man behind the counter. He shriveled a bit at my scowl, which I didn't try to rein in as I slipped into the back and approached my friends. So? Jess asked, wearing a grin. She sat with the others around a single table in the back, a half-decorated wedding cake in front of her. They'd apparently already begun the cake decorating lesson, which was a Sunday side gig Jess loved. She'd been trying to convince us to sign up for ages. How did last night go? I dropped onto a stool and plopped my elbows onto the table before withdrawing them, remembering to keep the table clean. Are there jobs where you aren't constantly living in fear of being fired? Because those sound really good right now. Carmen, who I'd begged to join us, chuckled. I can't imagine you in fast food. Sorry. Is he being rude again? Carrie, the bakery owner, asked. The woman reminded me of my mother, at least before Dad left. Jess said he was a jerk that first night. I'm 100% behind you if you want to drop the guy and ask for a different trial client. No promotion is worth being emotionally abused. That was just it. He'd gone from being stern and grumpy at first to sweet and attentive last night, and I could see no logical reason why. For a guy who probably had enough women interested in him to fill a small country, why flirt with me while I was trying to do my job, and trying to do it Suri's way, no less? Professional and distant. The one way that wouldn't get me fired. Don't worry, Jess said, looking up from the half-finished cake. We won't tell anyone that we know who your client is. I can see you worrying about that again. She gave the turntable a spin and picked up the cake spatula to smooth the sides. I did worry. I hadn't told Jess exactly who it was, but she'd guessed it quickly enough. That led to Carrie finding out, and of course, I'd already told Carmen. 3 people, all my dearest friends. They wouldn't tell a soul. I tried to convince myself of that hourly. Carrie frowned. But is he insulting you? Nitpicking everything you do, criticizing you and your work? I considered that, then reluctantly shook my head. None of those things. He watched me work, but he seemed more curious than anything, and he complimented the food afterward. But have you ever heard of a guy who refused to eat vegetables? Honestly? My friends stared at me for a moment, unblinking. Then they all broke into conversation at once. Oh, my first boyfriend wouldn't eat a salad to save his life, Jess said quickly. Carmen rolled her eyes. Yes, my brother hasn't touched anything green since 6th grade. I dated a guy once who didn't eat anything but pizza, and it couldn't have anything healthy on it, not even pineapple. The others stopped and stared at Carrie. I groaned. Pineapple? She pointed a finger in my direction. It belongs on pizza. Trust me. One of those agree to disagree moments, surely. Good to know. I leaned back in my stool and sighed. I just didn't think he would be so hard to please. Jess nodded. That's why women live 10 years longer. Now watch while I slather more sugar on this lovely stack of carbs. We leaned in as she applied more buttercream icing and smoothed the sides with a cake scraper. I'd done this myself in culinary school, but never had a knack for cakes. I was a meat and potatoes kind of gal. If I were to get married someday, I'd want Jess to make my cake. She crafted her baked goods like an artist, agonizing over the tiniest details. Yet Suri had her in a cubicle buying groceries. This is torture, Carmen moaned. Now I want cake. Carrie stared at the cake. Now I want pizza with pineapple. Heresy, I joked. Not so, I assure you. I'd ask for 2 toppings, all pineapple, and after they gave me the pizza, I'd dump an entire can of pineapple tidbits on top for good measure. We'd had this argument at least 3 times before, but I just grinned. That smothers the delicate balance between tomato sauce and cheese. In Carrie's defense, Carmen said, pizza isn't delicate. It's supposed to be yummy and heavy and greasy and super cheesy. That's it, Carrie announced, standing straight and stretching her arms. I want pizza, and I want it now. Let's go. I'm paying. Jess eyed her project and sighed. I guess I can finish this later if it means free pizza. I'll help you, I told her, and she perked up immediately. Within minutes, we had a giant table-sized pizza in front of us. I had to admit it smelled good. I took a small bite and allowed myself to enjoy the cheesiness of it. I didn't cook with mozzarella often enough. Maybe Dylan would like a thin-crust pizza tonight instead of steak. I could sneak vegetables under the sauce like a mom feeding a toddler, and he'd never know the difference. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out, worried it would be Suri, informing me I'd lost our little wager. But the text only had a number and no name. Dinner was great. Thanks. There was only one person that could possibly be. How did he get my number? I moaned, and my friends stopped talking to stare at me. Is that Dylan? Jess hissed. I nodded and considered ignoring him altogether. Dylan may have taken over my dreams, but I wouldn't let him take over girls' night too. Day, since we'd moved it to the afternoon so I could work tonight, but I was supposed to please the guy, which probably meant being civil at the very least. I'm glad to hear it, I texted back. How did you get this number? His reply came back within a minute. Suri checked in tonight and offered it as an emergency number. I found it incredibly urgent that I tell you that dinner was good. For a split second, I found myself grinning like a fool before remembering I wasn't alone. When I looked up, my worst fear was confirmed. Carrie, Jess, and Carmen all sat with goofy smiles on their faces. You like him, Jess said. I do not, I snapped back. Quite the opposite, actually. Carmen shook her head. No way. People you hate don't make you smile like that. I agree, Carrie said. I'm not smiling. He just took me by surprise, that's all. The others continued to stare, each wearing a knowing grin. I grabbed my phone and stood. Fine. If you're going to be like that, I'm having this conversation outside. Only if you give us all the juicy details afterward, Jess called after me in a sing-song voice. Then she whispered to the others. She has Dylan Colt's number. Before getting more than a few steps away, I hurried back to grab a large piece of pizza for the road and almost immediately regretted it when it practically slipped from my hand. Balancing both the pizza and phone between my hands, I pushed the door open with my hip and found a spot under the awning outside. The New York City smells and constant noise I loved immediately hit my ears, along with the smell of spring. It wasn't something I could describe, a feeling in the air, a lightness that took over the dark, heavy winter. The promise of new life and fresh starts. The chef job would be my new start, and finishing Hannah's bucket list would be my nod to the past. My final goodbye to her. Perfection. Now I just had to get a grumpy yet strangely flirtatious celebrity to cooperate. No big deal. I appreciate your urgent gratitude, I typed back. I think you'll like what I've got planned for tonight even more. I sent it, read it again, and felt a sinking feeling in my gut. Yikes. That sounded like I was coming on to him. For dinner, I clarified quickly, cursing under my breath. Definitely not the other thing. That would be completely and utterly inappropriate for the situation, as Suri had made quite clear. But then, Suri hadn't seen Dylan Colt shirtless either. I shoved half the piece of pizza into my mouth in one bite and regretted it almost instantly. People walked in and out of the restaurant, eyeing me with distaste as I practically choked on the massive bite of carbish goodness. I could imagine myself withering on the ground, the oxygen leaving me forever, and decided it would still be worth it. Finally, I got control and turned back to my phone, which had a new message. Looking forward to it. I have another question, which I assure you is quite urgent. My personal trainer has left town for the next month. Since you seem like the fit type, do you have any recommendations on toning workouts? I seemed like the fit type. Sure, I appreciated a good workout now and then, probably several times a week. But Carmen would be able to answer that better than I could. I grudgingly stuffed the rest of the pizza into my mouth and went back inside. He wants workout recommendations, I told the others as I grabbed another piece of pizza. For toning. Carmen straightened on the bench. He asked you? That's huge. I stared at her in confusion. Why? Jess chuckled. That's code for I'm attracted to you because you have a nice body. At the very least, Carrie said, Dylan sees you as an authority on the subject, which means he's been checking you out. Considering he's already pretty fit, that says a lot, but none of that matters if you don't like him. All three women watched me expectantly. Well, he's fine as a person, I admitted, but I don't like him like that. Even if I did, I'd get fired for pursuing him. and probably turn him off enough that the duet would never happen. Yet he hadn't responded well to my attempts at distance last night either. Was this what tightrope walkers felt like? A single mistake, a millimeter off in either direction, and you'd be plummeting to your death? Tell him yoga, Carmen said with a firm nod. That's a safe answer. The others all agreed, so I pulled up our conversation once again. Have you tried yoga? It works for me. I sent it, then watched the screen. The 3 little dots appeared almost immediately. He'd been watching his phone too. His reply finally appeared. Will you teach me? Oh no, that hadn't gone as planned. I'm not trained, I wrote back quickly. Don't you think another trainer would be better? Or someone who's certified? His reply took seconds to arrive. Not a chance. Those people drive me nuts. Double. Oh no. Now what? I was supposed to please the guy. But this? I think I need another yoga lesson from you, Carmen, I said numbly. She pumped her fists in the air, realizing what I meant with a single look. Oh, you'll be the best yoga instructor ever when I'm done with you. Even if I knew yoga, which I didn't, the thought of writhing around on the floor doing odd stretches under his watchful eyes definitely did not appeal to me. Things were awkward enough after his towel incident. This can't be happening. Jess was grinning. Why not? You want to take the guy down a few notches, right? You'll get some nice eye candy on company time, and he'll get to see you in tight clothing. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Exactly the problem. I don't want him staring at me like that. Give him something else to stare at, Carmen said, holding up her phone. There are all kinds of yoga. I could reserve you a room at my gym. They use it for events, but nobody has it booked today. I just checked the calendar. You'd have all the privacy you want. Her eyebrows lifted meaningfully. A shirtless Dylan Colt doing yoga, Jess said wistfully. I wish I could go too. My friends sighed in unison. If my friends noticed my fawning over him, then Dylan definitely would too. The last thing I needed was for him to tell Suri I was coming on to him. I had to nip this in the bud right now. Yesterday, if possible. Assuming I can get him to leave his house and meet me there, I began, the thought of us being alone in a room like that isn't pleasant. A lie. It was really, really pleasant. Just then, an idea occurred to me. A fantastic, wonderful, brilliant idea. But I think I know how to distract him from me. And maybe even give him the message that I wasn't interested all at the same time, but not in a harsh way, just an innocent redirection of sorts. Ooh, I love when you wear that look, Jess said, practically bouncing in her chair. What delightful idea are you concocting now? I only smiled back and started typing. If I teach you yoga, it has to be authentic. You sure you can handle it? Of course, his reply said. Good. Meet me at the gym on 54th and 7th at 4 p.m. It didn't give me much time, but I could make it work. Then I turned to Kari. Do your parents still have their goats?
Chapter 8. Dylan. Harper was late. I paced the floor of the training room, not missing the faces that occasionally appeared through the little window of the door as word got out about my presence here. When I'd invited her to teach me yoga, I'd meant at home, in my living room, where nobody could watch or judge or take pictures for the entire world to gawk over. But then, Harper was sacrificing an hour of her weekend to do this. She had every right to choose the location. That didn't mean I had to like it. My gut said this was a very bad idea. Then again, my gut had once told me to propose to Janie, so I felt perfectly fine ignoring it. As 4:05 came and went, I reminded myself of George's advice. Be nice. I didn't talk to women often these days, mostly Marta, and occasionally my mom on the phone. Never Janie, obviously. I could manage to hold a normal conversation with Harper today. The door burst open to reveal Harper, holding a goat. I froze. The animal trotted inside, followed by two more that she urged in with her leg. She carried the fourth, which scrambled to get free of her arms. She bent over and practically tossed it through the doorway before hurrying in herself and closing the door. "Do you realize how hard it is to wrangle this many goats in one vehicle?" she asked breathlessly. "Their owner brought us in his truck, so I figured it would be easier, but I guess you can't transport goats in a truck bed, so they came in the cab, and they don't really have goat carriers, so you can imagine how that went." She wiped at her pants, which I now realized were tight enough to reveal what I suspected. Harper had a nearly perfect figure. "You brought goats," I said numbly. "Bertie!" Harper cried, hurrying to one of the goats, who'd just decorated the tile floor with a thick brown pellet. "I thought you were done outside." She looked at me sheepishly. "We'd better start soon, or there won't be a safe place left to spread out our mats. There's goat poop on the floor." I felt like a fool stating the obvious, but all of this felt so otherworldly, like a dream. "And on the sidewalk too, but I swear I'll take care of that. They're like dogs, except rather than marking their territory, I think they just like to mark everything." She looked frustrated, yet excited and beautifully alive as she removed her black jacket to reveal a lilac tank top that barely covered her black sports bra. Her black pants clung to her slender waist in a way that made it almost impossible for me to look anywhere else. I groaned. "This is your definition of authentic yoga, isn't it?" "I wasn't sure I could get them. Bertie here is the mama, and the other three are her babies, even though they're bigger. And Pups over there is pregnant. But she's in the early stages, so don't worry about that." "Bertie?" I found myself struggling to understand any of this. "Pups?" "My friend's younger brother named them. The other two are Kitty and, let me guess, Mouse?" She looked at me like I was stupid. "No, Peter." "Peter, right, of course." I lifted my hands and let them fall again, unsure how to handle this. "And you seriously expect me to work out with animals crawling all over me?" "Hey, people pay good money for this experience. Consider this one a freebie." A mischievous twinkle appeared in her eyes, definitely green. "Shall we get started?" As we stood there staring at one another, the goats somehow began to fade away. I'd expected Harper to teach me yoga like a typical instructor, but of course she wouldn't do that. Nothing about this woman was typical. I'd expected her to cook normal meals for me too, and she'd thrown me a curveball every time. Even our conversations were delightful romps through the unexpected. A goat trotted up to my leg and nuzzled it. The little guy was stronger than he looked. "Hey there, Peter," I told him. "Don't leave any presents on my shoes, buddy." The goat actually seemed to understand. He took a step forward as if to move on. "Goats must be like dogs in that way, too," I told Harper. "They like a firm hand and clear expectations." "Is that so?" she asked, covering her mouth to hide a grin. Suddenly my shoe felt warm. A little too warm. I looked down to find a stream of liquid coming from beneath the goat's spread legs. With a yelp, I bolted away and yanked the shoe off, cursing all the while. Harper threw her head back and belted a laugh that filled the entire room. Her shoulders shook so hard, the fit of giggling nearly dropped her to the ground in an effort to breathe. The woman shuddered, gasping, her eyes filling with tears as she fought to gain control. I looked around at the goats, including Peter, who'd decided to follow me into the corner. Then I examined my ruined shoe. I should have been furious, should have blamed this woman for ruining a perfectly good $400 pair of running shoes. I should have stalked out then and there from what was clearly contrived to make a fool out of me. But her unrestrained laughter held me captive, my feet glued to the floor. Something welled up inside that I hadn't felt in a very long time, and after a few seconds I couldn't hold it back anymore. It started as a chuckle and turned into something far more powerful, a laugh that overtook my entire body. For once, I allowed myself to lose control. Releasing that emotion felt strangely good. Laughing next to Harper felt even better, though I couldn't say why. "I'm sorry," she finally managed, still gasping. "That wasn't supposed to happen, I swear. I'll replace your shoes." She looked flushed but happy as she met my gaze, waiting for my response with a brilliant smile. To my amazement, I found myself smiling right back. When was the last time I'd laughed like that? Before Janie, surely. I have plenty of shoes. Actually, I propose we do something that doesn't involve the floor. Particularly right there. I pointed to the puddle. I'll see if they have any bags we can borrow. I bet you've never done goat boxing before. Her eyes went wide before I realized how that sounded. I mean hitting the bag with goats on the floor, I said quickly. Not boxing the goats, I would never... Her grin widened, and she put a hand on my arm. I know. I would love to goat box with you. We stood there for a few seconds that felt like years. Then she followed my gaze to her hand and yanked it away, her cheeks going pink. Sorry. I wasn't, but I couldn't tell her that without scaring her off. So instead I said, I'll be back in 2 minutes with a bag. I caught a whiff of something unpleasant and pressed my lips together. And maybe a towel.
Hours later, I stood in the comfortable darkness of my house with my phone pressed to my ear.
You went where with your personal chef? George exclaimed over the speaker. The gym. She reserved a private room to teach me yoga, which would have been fine except for the goats. He released a long, not-so-patient breath. Okay? All that matters is that people took photos of you two right and left, and now they're wondering who this mystery girl is. George always blew things out of proportion when it came to my relationships. Date another woman. Not that one. You're moving too fast. You need to date more. The guy wouldn't lay off until I was dead. Relax. She's only helping me get ready for the meeting. Now are you going to tell me when that is or what? Vegas. Thursday night at 9 p.m. Grant's place. The others are flying in too, so you'd better make it good. I'd assumed they would want to meet online, but this would be even better. More intimate. No chance of it being hacked and sold to the paparazzi. I will. You aren't coming? No managers allowed, George said. The guys all agreed on it. Didn't say anything about significant others, though. Consider me warned. I'll get a hotel room and find a flight. Already taken care of. My wife snagged you a jet out of JFK tomorrow morning, and I used points to get you the usual penthouse. 2 days, 2 nights? Might as well enjoy yourself while you're there. Except when it comes to food. They're all dieting for the tour, so if they see you wolfing down pizza like last time, it'll only cause more drama. Speaking of pizza, I said, Harper made this pizza last night that was incredible. It had feta cheese and authentic sausage with fresh tomato sauce on this melt-in-your-mouth crust. Pretty sure she snuck a few veggies in there, but I almost didn't care. Your chef got you to eat vegetables? I mean, it's pizza. He paused. Yep, your lady chef is coming with you. What? Why not? The plane's already paid for, and it's a 2-bedroom suite with a kitchen. She'll spend the day cooking for you to keep you on your diet, and you won't look quite so pathetically alone with a woman on your arm. I am not pathetic. A matter of opinion, and it's already settled. Bring the paperwork with you, just in case. You may need to refer to it during the meeting. You can always reach me if you need backup, but like I said, the guys don't want to hear from me. They want to talk to you. Good luck. He hung up. The guy always did that, like people on TV. Said he added hours to his life simply by skipping the goodbyes. I was pretty sure he did it to cut people off so they couldn't argue, but whatever. As for taking Harper along, I was fairly certain it would be a huge mistake. She tended to distract me with her presence these days, and as incredible as I found her food, it would be faster to simply order out. I needed every spare minute to work on this meeting. Too much depended on it. And that line of George's, what had he said? A woman on your arm. Everyone would assume any woman I traveled with to be a girlfriend. Harper could definitely pass for one, and that was the problem. She wasn't exactly, shall we say, predictable. Who knew what she would say in front of a camera? I couldn't trust my entire career to a near stranger, no matter how good she looked in yoga pants and a sports bra. But that pizza. I remembered how she'd looked yesterday, laughing with her entire body and somehow lighting up the entire room and the building beyond it. How she watched my face every time she handed me a plate of food, and her pleased smile when I complimented her. Her smile when she did anything, really. I found myself looking for reasons to make that smile appear these days. The trip would be more fun with Harper. Bringing her along didn't mean she had to come to the meeting itself. I could still keep those two parts of my life separate without too much trouble. Satisfied with my decision, I pulled out my phone to text Harper. An alert informed me I had several new social media messages. I never checked those these days. They were all Harper Daniels fans, angry with my silence on the matter of that bucket list duet. But one of the messages listed not a person's name, but a magazine. I clicked on it and scanned through the message's contents before deleting it. We've been trying to reach you for comment on the Harper Daniels bucket list issue. Our article will release in 2 days, with or without your quote. I could almost state the request word for word, as I'd received at least 4 others like it. Right. Like I ever wanted to talk about that woman ever again. Let alone to a reporter. I whisked the message away and pulled up Harper Mintz's number. Too bad my personal chef had the same first name as that crazy woman online. Not that she could help it. Interesting how different 2 women with the same first name could be.
Resource, Chapter 9. Harper. I found the poster in a box shoved in the closet. It unrolled easily enough, although clearly it didn't want to stay that way. I spread it across my nightstand and stacked books on top to hold it flat. There, scribbled across Dylan's face, was his autograph. He must have been in his late teens or early 20s at the time, at the height of his career. At the top, in all caps that looked like graffiti, read Loverboys. A cheesy yet effective name. It drove away men and lured women in droves. Women like to be loved, seen, cherished. And their songs did exactly that, including my favorite, Just Can't Spring for You. I was willing to bet Dylan had zero say in any of it, yet he'd quickly become the most popular member of the group. And in an hour, I'd be flying on a private plane with him, cooking for him, sleeping in the same hotel suite as him. If I were a praying person, I'd be plastered on my knees right now, begging for help. I had to stay professional through all this. If I wanted to snag this job permanently, I'd have to play it cool, not like my stupid goat yoga moment from the other day. That had only made sense while surrounded by pizza-drunk women craving romance. I was lucky Dylan hadn't called Suri the moment those goats walked through the door. I stroked the poster that my twin had gotten for me, wondering if she'd secretly gotten it for herself. Why else would she want to sing a duet with Dylan? Maybe she knew it would hurt me to put it on her own wall, so she'd settled for my side of the room, knowing it was better than nothing. After sweeping the books aside, I began to roll the poster up again, until my fingers caught on something. I turned the poster over to find a piece of white paper taped to the back. It blended in with the back side of the poster, so I'd missed it earlier. Although, why would someone tape a piece of blank paper to the back of a poster? Support, perhaps? I peeled the decade-old tape off one corner, then a second, enough to peer underneath. My sister's handwriting greeted me. My heart began to race as I freed the rest of the paper from the poster and turned it over to read. Don't want to go, refuse to fly, resist the wide expanse of sky. And when it whispers, it's your turn, I want to see the whole sky burn. Outside, I go to see the sun, to watch it rise, to terrorize. It lights entire skies aflame in pink and orange with no shame. Trying, crying, forever fighting, crawling back to you. Although you can't see me, hear me, feel me, I'll still be with you. So when you look into the sky and see its fire, know that I'm near you. And feel the sunlight, firelight, starlight. Believe that I've touched you. Yet I can't rise 'cause I must fall, and soon I can't come when you call. Our days together will soon end, my time with family and friends. My sky grows dark, my sun soon sets, my date is scheduled, paid my debts. The moving truck is parked outside, and now it's time to fly. Trying, crying, forever fighting, crawling back to you. Although you can't see me, hear me, feel me, I'll still be with you. No, so when you look into the sky and see its fire, know that I'm near you. And feel the sunlight, firelight, starlight. Believe that I've touched you. A sob escaped my throat. I read it once, twice, 3 times, my throat tightening more with each read and my eyes filling with tears. This was no experiment like her other writings, the ones I'd found around her belongings. My twin sister had written songs about all her favorite things: rainbows that stubbornly defied the sunlight, rain that fell so lightly it couldn't be heard, her first love at 15. All pieces of her, scattered about in colorful sticky notes, a scavenger hunt of tears. She'd meant for me to find them all and experience those pieces of her in time. But this one, she'd known I wouldn't be ready for this yet, because she'd written it for me. I could imagine her saying these words aloud. No, not saying, singing. She sang everything. She'd sung driving directions and menus and who knew what else. It was my sister who should be singing with Dylan Colt, not me. My entire face felt wet now, of all the times to be looking through sentimental things. I had a plane to catch in. I glanced at my smartwatch. Oh, 30 minutes. I'd have to process this poem later, when I composed myself a little better. A quick scrub in the bathroom and I looked in decent shape despite the red, puffy eyes. A few strands of hair in the face did the trick, and then I grabbed my suitcase. Hannah's poster still sat on the bed along with her poem. I pondered for only a second before shoving both into my bag, then hurried out the door. 40 minutes later, a dude in a white shirt and tie met me at the airport curb. I'd almost expected him to wear sunglasses and carry a radio, but he looked pretty normal. Although our route was anything but normal as we weaved through the back hallways towards security, bypassing the always long lines of JFK. A security guard whose gut spilled over his pants nodded as we approached and opened a new lane for us. In fact, everyone seemed to know this guy and wanted to be out of his way as quickly as possible. "I get to skip security?" I asked my escort. He shook his head. "You'll go through a special process closer to the plane." Before I knew it, we were headed outside toward a smaller aircraft that looked anything but inferior. Surely it could fit at least 10 people inside. We'd be taking that alone, just the two of us and the pilot? My stomach lurched a little. Fear of flying or something else? "Don't tell me Dylan owns a private jet," I muttered. Fancy dude took this moment to slide on his sunglasses. "Of course not. It's a service." "Oh, a service? Well, in that case. And how much do those cost exactly?" "Probably more than I made in a month." "About 12 grand an hour. This way, please." He motioned to the side, where another security agent waited with a scanning wand thingy. "Yep, definitely more than I made in a month, per hour." The agent held out her hand as I approached. "Ticket and ID, please." My escort handed her my ticket, and I gave her my ID. As she started to examine both, my heart nearly stopped. In wide letters at the top of the ticket read, "Harper Mints." The guard looked at one, then the other, and back at the first again. Finally, she looked at me in suspicion. "The last name doesn't match." I began, glancing at my escort. At least the security guard hadn't said the name Daniels aloud. If Dylan caught word of my real last name, he'd connect me to our online spat immediately, and this whole thing would end here and now. But the escort just stared at the plane, looking bored. "Mintz is my professional chef name," I told her quietly. "Your what?" "You know, to protect real identities and all that." I tried to look nonchalant. "Like movie star names." Her eyes flicked to the airplane and back again. "You don't trust your host with your real name, but you're getting on an AIR plane with him?" When she said it like that, it sounded positively foolish. My stomach sank, but I fought to keep a straight face. "Exactly." She just shook her head and sighed as she scanned my ticket into the system, then handed it back to the escort. When she shoved my ID back into my hands, she leaned forward to whisper, "Do you need help?" I realized that between my odd situation and my puffy red eyes from crying earlier, she thought I was a potential human trafficking victim and felt a sudden sense of horror. "No, I promise. Everything's in order, just a business trip. I appreciate your asking, though. That's so important. My last words trailed off as I ran out of things to say. The escort was already headed for the plane, so I sent the security agent a wave and followed. So professional, Harper, I chided myself. A great start to this trip. As I marched up the gangplank toward the open door of the private aircraft, I suddenly wished I'd worn jeans and a comfortable sweater rather than a tight skirt and blouse. I was only cooking for the guy, after all. With any luck, I could hide at the back of the plane while he hid near the front, and we could both pretend the other didn't exist. "Hello, Chef Mintz." Dylan Colt sat near the back of the plane in a white leather chair, one leg resting over his knee. He wore a pair of designer jeans and a mint green collared shirt with the first 3 buttons undone, revealing a peek at that hardened chest that had attached itself firmly to my dreams since our first encounter. He stood and made his way to me, lowering his sunglasses as he did. "You didn't need to dress up." "Oh, this?" I shrugged. "This is normal for me. I don't always wear yoga pants." Liar, liar, pants on fire. "It seems we have a lot to learn about each other." A strange glint appeared in his eyes, almost approving, but that didn't make any sense because I was just his personal chef. His eyes did look a little different in person, something I noticed each time I saw him. Brighter than on TV, and the internet, and t-shirts, and that poster in my bag, and oh my gosh, I'm traveling on a private jet with Dylan Colt. The smile on my face froze. The poster in my bag. What if he found it and assumed... What was I thinking, bringing that along? Heat rushed to my cheeks at the very thought, but luckily, he chose that moment to turn away and head for his seat. He plopped into it and motioned to the other across from him. "Sit. I got you a few things for the trip." I closed my mouth, which had been about to say I would sit near the front of the plane. So much for that idea. I followed and peered around the chair, which faced the rear. On the white seat, he'd propped a basket full of goodies. I spotted a couple of protein bars, a metal water canister with a Lover Boys sticker, and something fluffy and gray. A stuffed animal? "I know how much you love goats," he said, his eyes twinkling as he slid his sunglasses back on. His mischievous grin stole any anxiety I had about this trip and flung it aside. "Oh, it's on. You found that in the airport gift shop, didn't you?" "A wise man never reveals his methods." I pulled it from the basket, letting the animal reshape itself. The goat's eyes were far larger than they should have been and gave off a disconcerting blank stare. I moved the basket aside, set the goat on top so it could fix its glare on Dylan, and took my seat. "I can't believe you'd allow that piece of art to leave your ownership." "I'm a gentle soul," he said, still wearing that grin as he leaned back in his chair. "Until they pee on your shoes, then you threaten to box them." He made a face. "That was an accident. I don't normally threaten violence to innocent animals. Only the guilty ones." I winked, and realized I'd just winked. "Harper, get a grip. You can't convince me that goat didn't know what he was doing." He chuckled. I didn't often hear that kind of mirth from him, so this only made my smile widen. "There's one thing I don't understand, Mr. Colt, that you invited me to come along because you like my cooking that much. I understand how obsessed men are with food, but I could have sent you with packaged meals without a problem." "It's Dylan, and my manager wouldn't hear of it. Apparently, all the top celebrities travel with their personal chefs now. Shows how dedicated they are to fitness or whatever." He opened his mouth to say something more, but seemed to think better of it. I frowned. "So I'm nothing but a symbol." He spread his hands apart. "You get used to it after a while, showing people what they want to see so they'll pay you money. Then everyone's happy." By the bitter tone in his voice, he was anything but. The aircraft began to move, something I could barely detect through the only open window. Dylan slid that closed too and folded his arms. He almost looked to be falling asleep. I couldn't tell whether his eyes were open or closed behind those heavy sunglasses. His seatbelt hung from the chair, unused, yet the flight attendant tending to the cabin behind me, a trim man in his 20s, didn't even look over. Maybe celebrities got to do whatever they wanted when they paid $12,000 an hour. Was this your dream? I asked Dylan quietly. I'm not sure what made me say it. Maybe I didn't want him to fall asleep and leave me alone after all. Not when I had so many memories of flying with my sister, even the last time when she'd been too weak to sit up in her chair. I remembered how her head felt against my shoulder, her body trembling in the effort to stay alive. That was only a few weeks before she'd passed. No, Dylan replied, his voice just as quiet. It wasn't my dream. I stared at him in surprise. Not even at 14, when you started. He lifted his sunglasses to examine me with suspicion, and I realized I'd just revealed how much I knew about him. Even worse, I'd learned that particular fact from a documentary years back. What kind of celebrity chef watched celebrity documentaries? Not even at 12 when I first signed with my manager, he finally said, taking his sunglasses off and setting them inside an indentation in the table beside his chair. I wanted to be a singer and songwriter, just me and my guitar. And instead, you got a group, no guitar, and a lifetime sentence, I said, nodding. I couldn't help but feel for the poor kid who didn't realize he'd sealed his fate back in 7th grade. He examined me again, but this time it was with surprise more than suspicion. Exactly. Although I haven't given up yet. He nodded to the guitar case across the aisle, buckled into a seat as if it were a person. I know it looks a little psychotic, but I don't like letting it slide around in the hold. Makes sense to me. I'd buckle George in if he'd fit, I said. Dylan blinked. What? The goat, I said, picking up the stuffed animal and tucking him into the seatbelt next to me. I named him George. Why George? Why not? It seems like a good name for a goat. George the goat. He seemed to taste the words. They both start with G, but they start with different sounds. Why not Gordy or Gregor? I patted little George on the head. Nope, George is good. Dylan sat back again, a tiny smile on his face. Actually, I agree. George is my manager's name, so it's perfect. I detected anger beneath his gaze, but I couldn't say why. I would never understand this man, but I could at least make conversation. The plane began to pick up speed around us. A few seconds later, I felt a familiar lurch beneath the plane as we took off. I gave the closed shades a longing glance, but Dylan clearly wanted them to remain that way. I'd have to deal with the motion sickness. And this trip? It has something to do with your tour? It has everything to do with the tour. A tour you don't want. He didn't answer. It all made sense now. He was a little grumpy, sure, but having my dream rejected and ignored would make me grumpy too. Something I knew well, because he'd done exactly that to mine and didn't even know it. How long could I keep up this charade? That security agent had been lenient about the name problem. What were the chances the next one in Vegas would let that slide? And that was assuming nobody recognized me before our trip home. With my face plastered all over the internet, that didn't seem likely either. I imagined telling him my real name right now and having him toss me out the plane door to plummet to my death. Okay, that definitely would be the worst-case scenario. So what would be the next worst? Anger and the silent treatment. A promise to send me home as soon as we arrived. Legal action? Suri wanted me to keep him on as a client until at least May 3rd. But if I followed through with that plan, he wouldn't know who I really was until after my birthday. I hadn't thought this through. The guilt of lying ate away at the lining of my stomach, making the snacks in my bag irrelevant while my mind considered the possibilities. If I told him now, it wouldn't go well. That much I knew. Best to wait until the right moment and hope I'd know when it arrived. You're the only one who sees it, you know, Dylan said softly. I'd completely forgotten about our conversation. Sees what? He turned his intense gaze on me. If I hadn't already been watching him, I still would have felt the heat of it. What I want. You spotted it immediately. I practically had to break a guitar over my manager's head before he'd listen to the possibility of something different. Frankly, I'm not sure he's listening even now. So thank you. It's nice to know one person who gets it. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. I didn't get it. Not really. So far, all I'd done was manipulate him, giving him exactly what he wanted in order to earn my promotion. After that, I barely had a thought for him and his needs. That bothered me more than I cared to admit. His words from earlier echoed in my head. You get used to it after a while, showing people what they want to see so they'll pay you money. Then everyone's happy. What about you? He asked, folding his hands and leaning forward in his seat. Tell me what you want. Your most impossible dream. That one came easily. To be a full chef. He cocked an eyebrow. You aren't one already? No, but I'm almost there. I mean, I've had my culinary certificate for 6 years. It just takes a while to climb the ranks of a company like Verta Elite. Dylan seemed disappointed by my answer, but to his credit, he continued. Why cooking? My parents divorced when I was 15. My mom stopped cooking and withdrew a little after my dad left, so I took it upon myself to become the family cook. I smiled, remembering. We ate a lot of burned meals at first, mostly pasta and sandwiches. Gave my mom and sister food poisoning once. That was pretty horrible. He grimaced and I laughed. But after a while, it became more than an assignment. I became addicted to that feeling of taking raw ingredients and creating something that didn't exist before, and then watching someone take that first bite. I can always tell right off if they like it. You don't watch their mouth, it's in their eyes. Speaking of eyes, I had Dylan's undivided attention now. He examined me thoughtfully, his eyes mirroring 1,000 layers of depth. You like making people happy, he said. That made it sound so honorable. I couldn't entirely agree. But then I recalled my sister's joy every time I handed her a plate with her a cattle burger, or my mom's gratitude when she came home to a set table and steaming hot food, and I couldn't argue with him either. My life came into focus as if under a microscope. I wanted to cook for people, not spend the rest of my life as an assistant. I didn't even care whether my clients were celebrities. I'd happily serve at a homeless shelter if it meant leaving my cubicle and creating smiles. That felt important to know, somehow, so I filed it away for later. Whatever happens on this trip, I told him. I hope you find a way to get what you want. You deserve a say in your own future. He didn't respond, so I reached over to straighten George. When I looked back at him, he tore his gaze away. Grateful for a lull in such a heavy and personal conversation, I pulled a book out of my bag and started to read. Surely that would stop any future questions about my family. I'd managed to avoid revealing I had a twin, at least. If he pressed me for more information about her, it would be very difficult to lie. Thankfully, he said nothing more, although I felt his eyes on me for a long time.
Chapter 10. Dylan. The pilot's voice through the speaker overhead jerked me awake. 5 minutes till touchdown, Mr. Colt. I sat up, wiping a bit of drool off my chin with one sleeve. As I did, Harper's gaze shot casually to the window shade and stayed there for a while, as if she suddenly found it fascinating. This woman was definitely amusing. She obviously enjoyed putting me in uncomfortable situations, but when the easiest opportunities arose, then she'd step back and allow me a little pride rather than pouncing. She's different, I reminded myself. While other chefs served me generic salads, she made pizza and burgers. Where most people grabbed for every penny they could in today's climate, she took simple joy in making others happy. And where other women tried to be seen with me, taking selfies and using manipulation tactics to wriggle their way into my life, Harper kept a respectable distance away. Maybe too respectable. Yes, different was a good thing. When the plane finally touched down, I gathered my belongings and opened the window shade, blinking at the brightness of the light. That's right, 2 hours earlier here. I could almost feel the unbearable desert heat through the double-paned glass. Harper jumped up before I did, holding her own bag close as if afraid someone would steal it. The flight attendant gave her a polite nod and a little half-grin. I didn't have time to wonder what that expression meant, because he chose this moment to make a beeline for me. "It's been a pleasure to serve you, Mr. Colt. I hope you had a nice flight." "I appreciate the space," I said. "Too many of you people like to hover. I already have a mother." He took far too long to get it. When it sunk in, he released a high-pitched giggle. "I'm sure. I'll pass along your feedback to the captain." "You do that." I followed Harper to the door, which they had already begun to open. Then I saw why she stood with such a stiff stance. We weren't alone. A crowd had gathered at the bottom of the steps. "Reporters," Harper breathed. "Hard to escape them at airports," I admitted, squeezing my way between her and the opening. "I'll distract them so you can make a getaway. Follow the luggage cart indoors and watch for a sign with my name. That'll be Antonio, Grant's driver." She nodded vigorously, her face strangely ashen. Airsick, maybe. I mentally kicked myself. If I hadn't fallen asleep, I would have seen it. "You okay?" "Yeah," she breathed. "It's just that it didn't occur to me that people would see us together." She looked truly terrified of the idea. "Why is that a problem?" I asked casually, wincing at how fake it sounded. Harper shrugged. "Just that people will assume things, and I don't want my boss to make the same assumptions." Disappointment sank in along with her words, but I didn't show it. "Of course, we'll just disguise you then." I looked around the cabin, but nothing presented itself. So I reached inside my bag and grabbed a light jacket, helping her put it on and lifting the hood to hide her hair. "Do you have any sunglasses?" She fumbled around in her bag and slid on a pair with purple lenses. They made her look like Barney the dinosaur's cousin, but they'd work fine. "Thanks for understanding," she whispered. The woman seemed truly shaken by all this. Janie would have insisted on being the first one out the door. She'd purchased entire outfits for occasions like this. I lowered my own sunglasses and stepped out into the sunshine. As one, the group lifted their cameras and began shooting. Shouts arose from the crowd with intrusive questions that nobody in any other profession would be asked. Those weeks after my divorce, which had finalized 8 months ago, had been the worst. My dentist certainly didn't get bombarded by people asking who had cheated, me or my wife, and whether she'd take half my fortune. As I reached the concrete and pushed through the group, the questions grew more aggressive. "Is this your girlfriend? The one you divorced your wife for? Are you here to practice for the tour? We hear there's a disagreement in your group. Trouble on the boy band front? Anything you can share with us?" When I didn't answer, the faces around me turned toward the plane. She must have come out earlier than I'd told her to, because the group pushed past me, hurrying to meet a bewildered Harper at the bottom of the steps. "What's your name? Are you two dating? How did you meet? Do you live in New York? What's one thing about Dylan he would never tell us himself?" At that, I stumbled. A series of chuckles sounded around me, and a few folks cursed as they lifted their cameras again. At least Harper had distracted them long enough for them to miss that. But the last thing I needed was my personal chef giving them exactly what they wanted. And given the incident with the goats, I wouldn't be surprised if she did exactly that. "Something he wouldn't tell you himself?" she repeated, meeting my gaze as I looked back at her with wide eyes. "Yes, anything," the man said eagerly, lifting a microphone toward Harper's lips. She looked thoughtful. I actually considered pulling a football move, running back to tuck her under my arm and bolting out of there. But that would cause even more of a scene, so all I could do was give her a stern warning look that probably didn't even make it through my thick sunglasses. "Dylan is more musically talented than he gets credit for," Harper finally said. "He's more than a singer and dancer. Someday people will figure that out." She grinned at me. "And they'll love him even more for it." Smiles dotted the crowd. Suddenly, not a single pair of eyes were on me. In 4 sentences, Harper had captured their hearts and their cameras all at once. She made her way gracefully through the opening they offered her, as if she were royalty. They never did that for me. As soon as they discovered they'd interviewed my personal chef, all this interest would die down. I tried really hard to believe it. Should I tell them now? But no. It would sound like a lie, and a poor one. Because what personal chef looked like Harper did? In her skirt and huge purple sunglasses, she looked more movie star than I did. Finally, we reached the indoors and the safety of security guards, who ushered us to the area where we'd meet Antonio. When I spotted him, he held a sign that read, "Dylan Emp Friend." At least he'd had the discretion to not put my full name on the stupid sign. I pulled the guy in for a side hug and smacked him on his bald head. "Where'd your hair go?" He grimaced. "Found a bald spot and shaved it that day." "Bummer," I told him. "You loved your hair more than you loved your wife." "Yeah, we're divorced, thank you very much, and I've waited my whole life for this. No more shampoo, no more combing and gel. You should try it sometime." I chuckled right along with him, knowing the day I shaved my head would be the day my career ended. No way would I be wearing a toupee on the road, ever. "What's that? I'm having trouble focusing with the glare of your shiny head." He shoved me backward and caught a glimpse of Harper. His eyebrows immediately rose. "This must be your friend." "Personal chef," I corrected. "George made me bring her." Harper's smile froze. She turned a pair of beautiful eyes on me, glaring daggers. I just repaid her kind words with an insult, and we both knew it. But she ignored me completely and reached out a hand to Antonio. "Harper, at least you're nice, right?" "Don't worry about him," Antonio said with another laugh. "He's only grumpy on the outside. On the inside, he's a panda bear." She gave him a quizzical look. "You mean a teddy bear?" "No, I mean a panda. Slow and squishy and just wants to be loved. Right, friend?" He cocked an eyebrow and flashed his bright teeth in an amused smile. "Pandas aren't bears," I grumbled. "I rest my case. Let's get you guys to your suite." Antonio was all business as he led us to the parking lot. "I'm sure you have a lot of preparing to do for tomorrow night. It'll be a brawl, so I hope you've got a good argument. Probably should have brought your lawyers. I think the guys all have theirs coming." I cursed. That couldn't be good. Would they threaten to sue or something? But no lawyer could force someone to sign a contract against their will, could they? I scrambled to think about anything they could possibly try to use against me and came up blank. The only times my life had imploded in public view were after the band dissolved and our contracts ran out, my divorce, and last week's fiasco with Harper Daniels online. Compared to most celebrities, I was squeaky clean. The other guys all had DUIs and police records to deal with, and Hyde had at least 3 ex-wives clamoring for his money. "So the band isn't on friendly terms?" Harper asked, looking at me and then him. Antonio and I burst out laughing. "Friendly like a den of scorpions, maybe," Antonio said. Harper frowned. We reached the car then, and Antonio opened the door for Harper first. It wasn't always that way. You all got along just fine in the beginning, before money got involved and ruined everyone. He paused. "Well, everyone else." I climbed into the limo, not surprised that Harper had chosen the seat nearest the driver despite having the interior vehicle to choose from. "You've been around since the beginning?" she asked him eagerly. "Almost. Hyde and I were buddies and I needed a job, so he hired me as his valet and personal assistant. Now I'm also his bodyguard of sorts. Shield him from the crazies, you know?" Harper bit her glossy pink lip. "Has Dylan ever had a bodyguard?" "Dylan is right here," I reminded her. "At the height of his popularity, he had to," Antonio said. "All the guys did. Had to. Women were throwing themselves at them right and left. Could have started a lingerie shop with all the bras and panties that flew their way. Some of the guys loved it, but not Dylan." "I was a teenager," I said. "Still doing homework on bus rides and red-eye flights between rehearsals and events." Harper nodded. "That must have been hard. I bet you liked some parts and hated others. I think I would have wanted a more normal life." More like hated most parts and endured the rest. I did. Life on the road is hard enough as an adult, but as a kid, sometimes I just wanted to sleep in my own bed and play video games like my friends. I frowned. Actually, at one point, I think I was in a video game. Band Battle Pro 8, Antonio said, nodding as he pulled the limo out of the garage and into the glaring afternoon sunlight. Soon we reached the freeway and headed north toward Grant's place. Harper caught my gaze, a curious mixture of sorrow and interest filling her eyes. I won't pretend I understand what that was like, but I'm sorry. Childhood isn't something you can get back. I detected pain behind her words, and strangely, I longed to know what it meant. We all had our difficulties, I found myself saying. Mine weren't too bad. Most guys only get to ride in a limo on senior prom night in a rental tux. Harper grinned and shrugged. It's a first for me, I have to admit. Well then. I leaned forward and showed her where the switches were. Here's how you control the windows. This here is the TV, any channel you want. The remote is how you access streaming, and over there is the mini fridge. She looked impressed. Pretty sure they could have fit a full-sized fridge in this thing if they'd tried. I did try, Antonio said. Didn't fit. Sorry. We all laughed together and settled in for the ride. Harper folded her hands across her lap and watched the scenery race by, leaving the remote and fancy accessories untouched. Only once did I catch her glance at me when she thought I wasn't looking, but she must have caught me watching her at least a dozen times. We reached the hotel 10 minutes later and the penthouse in another 2. I'd used this penthouse suite before, at least 3 or 4 times while visiting Grant. As big as his house was, he didn't have enough bedrooms to host all the guys. I much preferred this. The room for entertaining spread out before us when we entered, complete with a full-sized chef's kitchen that rivaled even mine, and a counter-height dining table that could seat at least 10 people. I pushed through the main living area to the room I'd used on previous occasions, the bedroom with double balconies, before remembering that Harper still stood at the entrance, the door propped open behind her. Wow, she breathed. First time for this too? I asked. Yeah. She made her way to the stove and brushed her finger along the top. I've only ever seen this brand, never used it before. Tonight, you'll get the chance. I realized how that sounded and tried to backtrack. I mean, only if you want to. You're probably tired from the trip and that's fine. We can order out. She scowled. Not a chance. You brought me here to do my job and that's what I'm going to do, right after I drop off my bag. Where's my bedroom? I peered into the second bedroom and noted how small and dark it looked compared to the other. You know what? Let's put you in the big room. She looked surprised. Why? Everyone deserves to experience that view at least once. I took her suitcase from her hand, our fingers brushing for the slightest instant, and wheeled it to her room. Then I swung the bag onto the massive bed before she could protest. She entered almost reverently, her jaw hanging. This is bigger than my entire apartment. They don't call it the penthouse for nothing. You'd think the bed would be softer, though. Anything you need? Is there enough space? She opened the door to the walk-in closet and shook her head slowly. Pretty sure you could fit an entire family in here. Thank you. This is incredible. I wanted to tell her that experiencing this through her eyes was worth anything, but I swallowed those words back down where they belonged. Of course. I'll be in the next room. I have some planning to do. Right. I saw a little grocery store down the street. I'll be back in a few minutes to get started. I imagined her stumbling down the street, her arms full of bags, and hesitated in the doorway. Let me call Antonio back for you, I told her. Don't be silly. It would take him longer to return than it would for me to walk there. Besides, I'm excited to feel the sun on my face. New York may be blooming right now, but it's frigid there compared to this. A nice way of saying it felt like an oven outside already. If you have more than 2 bags, call an Uber. I'll pay you back. Harper dodged the request. Go prepare for your meeting. Sounds like you'll need every minute you can get. She put a hand on my shoulder in what she probably thought was a reassuring way. Instead of being calmed, I felt every millimeter of her skin, every degree of warmth in her touch, every cell of my body responding to her in a way I hadn't experienced in a really long time, like a match to dry kindling. I lifted my other hand, closed my fingers around hers, and she jerked her hand away like she'd touched something hot, her face turning pink. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then shook her head and strode toward the door. Seconds later, she was gone.
Precise, sir. Chapter 11. Harper. Stupid, stupid, I grumbled to myself, stumbling down the sidewalk with my arms full of bags. Why hadn't I taken Dylan up on the limo offer, or called an Uber like he suggested, for goodness sake? And of course, I'd shopped at a family-owned organic shop that used paper bags rather than plastic, a move I normally applauded except when trying to carry all these bags 5 blocks away to a massive hotel. I looked up to find the penthouse balcony far overhead. Somewhere on the other side of that wall, Dylan Colt brooded with his guitar. Don't look out the window. Nothing to see here. Easing the bag nestled in the crook of my elbow down against my knee, I let my arms rest for a moment. Almost there, then I could sneak up the elevator and into the kitchen before he even knew I was back. He'd be buried in his music again, I knew. Between the two of us, I had the far easier job of simply cooking him dinner. In my free time over the next 2 days, I could explore Las Vegas in this glorious warm weather, although I missed New York already. He, on the other hand, would be arguing with bandmates about the future of their group at a meeting he insisted on attending by himself. Men, so ridiculous sometimes, refusing to allow others to help. I finally took a step forward, and the bag tore. The tomatoes smashed into the concrete, splattering red juice onto my legs. But that was nothing compared to the oranges, which apparently decided they wanted to cross the street and play the slots. 2 of them got squished by oncoming cars within seconds, and one settled in the gutter closest to me, but the last stopped on the far side of the road. I couldn't make my citrus mint fruit salad without oranges. Nope. This simply would not do. I leaned into traffic to grab the closest one and leaped back onto the sidewalk just in time, provoking a honk from a passing taxi. The light turned yellow and the rush of cars slowed and drew to a halt. I stepped into the road and sprinted toward the other orange. Scooping it up victoriously, I waved it at the drivers, who surely watched in amusement. A couple of people clapped. Somebody rolled down their window and shouted for me to stop drinking and go home. I laughed at that and made my way back to the pile of now half-ruined grocery bags, feeling my smile fade. Now to take inventory of the losses. You really wanted that orange, Dylan said, walking toward me from the hotel. Of course he would be walking out right now. You weren't supposed to be looking out the window. And you, he said, were supposed to get an Uber. Touché. I stood over the food, trying to figure out how to bring it all inside in one load. The tomatoes were a loss, their watery juices already flowing slowly toward the gutter drain. It almost looked like a crime scene. No matter. Everything else seemed to be in usable condition. A luggage cart would do the trick, assuming the hotel would let me borrow one. I've got this, he said, filling his arms with groceries. I hurried to grab what remained, which was an embarrassingly few items. Of course he could carry more than I could. I remembered seeing those muscled biceps attached to his hardened shoulders and chest on my first day, and wondered what those arms would feel like wrapped around me. Lucky groceries. Let's get these back to the room before we attract another paparazzi incident, shall we? I said. Now, we're armed now. Even have some tomatoes handy. He tilted his head toward the tomato casualties. Where are the goats when you need them? You think this is funny, don't you? No. He gazed down at me with a twinkle in his eye. I know this is funny. The beautiful penthouse kitchen was well stocked, and the meal came together easily. Soon, I was setting the massive bar, not the table, of course, for one, intending to eat after Dylan finished. I sent him a quick text and poured a little wine I'd found in the fridge into a glass for him. Surely he could use a little relaxation after a stressful day. Dylan emerged from his room a different person. He must have showered because his hair lay slightly damp and flew upward near the front, spiked in that hot and messy way famous guys usually sported. He wore a blue V-neck tee that emphasized his build more than anything I'd seen yet. But something felt off. His eyebrows pulled downward and his jaw flexed. I pulled out his stool, hoping for some kind of reaction to the spread, but Dylan seemed distracted as he sat with a scowl. He grabbed his fork and knife so fiercely, I worried they would bend in half. "Everything okay?" I prompted. My words pulled him from wherever he'd been, and he sighed deeply. "This looks great. I won't be very good company tonight, I'm afraid. I just got some bad news." "Oh dear. Is there anything I can do to help?" "It's that entitled lady online, the other Harper. She's determined to ruin my life." I went rigid. Thankfully, he was too absorbed in thought to notice. "What did she do?" I asked, running through the possibilities with a growing sense of panic. I hadn't tagged him since that first and only post, and I hadn't sent his manager any emails since that one last week. She's made herself into some kind of victim. Now her fans have created an online petition trying to force me to sing a stupid song with her. Over 40,000 signatures now, all demanding a 4-minute duet to finish off some dead twins' bucket list. They just delivered it to my inbox and threatened to go to the press if they didn't hear from me by tomorrow. He glared at the knife. Just what I need right now. A part of me wanted to pack my bag and escape far away from Dylan Colt so he could never find out I was entitled lady. Another part of me wanted to snap out at him to defend myself and my followers. A little thrill rose up inside at their determination. I hadn't asked them to create that online petition, but it would have made Hannah proud. You couldn't buy that kind of support. "Seems like they feel strongly about it," I said carefully. "Well, I feel more strongly, so they aren't winning this one." Dylan lifted the lid and sniffed as steam rose from the pork roast. "I see the pig survived your sidewalk incident." Clearly, our definitions of survive are different. I forced a chuckle even as my stomach sank. No number of signatures would convince Dylan to do this song. The depth of his feelings on the subject alarmed me. Maybe that image of him throwing me out the plane door wasn't so far off. He grabbed a forkful of fruit salad, scowling at the cold vegetable dish next to it that contained every color except green. "Give it a chance, carnivore," I said. My voice broke on the last syllable, so I cleared my throat. He didn't seem to notice. To my surprise, he stabbed the veggies with a fork and immediately took a bite. A few seconds of chewing, then he nodded thoughtfully. "Interesting. I've never experienced these flavors together before. Blue cheese and Italian oil marinade. It's one of my sister's favorites, so I figured you'd like it too." The sister he'd essentially slandered with his stubborn pride. I wanted to slap him, maybe even twice. "Just brush your teeth really well before you go anywhere." Noted. Worth it, though. He took a second bite to drive the point home before trying the pork and groaning in approval. Then he examined the bar with a frown. "Where's your plate?" Normally, I would have been pleased at the invitation, but I sensed a wall between us that hadn't been there before. How this same man could be both thoughtful and attentive, and also cruel to someone asking for a simple favor was beyond me. "Thank you, but I'm fine. I'll eat later." He turned his gaze on me. "This is your kitchen too. Please." I didn't appreciate his efforts to be kind and polite when I wanted to be angry with him right now. But I could also see he wasn't going to take no for an answer, and I didn't want to cause a scene that would bring suspicion upon myself. "If you insist." Grabbing a plate from the kitchen, I laid out another place setting next to him. He leaned over to pull my stool out for me, sliding it forward as I sat. He brushed my back with one hand, and I felt a pleasant, tingly sensation. Clearly, my body hadn't gotten the message about our anger yet. Why don't you want to do the duet thing? I asked Dylan before I could lose my nerve. I'm just curious. He swallowed and set his fork down. That's a heavy question. I suppose it doesn't make sense from the outside, but if you've lived the life I have, you develop a sensitivity to being used and manipulated. I don't mind doing favors for people, but when they get all aggressive and entitled about it, I refuse to reward that kind of behavior. I don't owe them anything. I felt my face growing hot and hid it by taking a bite of food despite a growing nausea. That makes sense. I doubt those people see it that way, though. I doubt the press will see it my way either. They're all rallying around this woman like she's a hero. She isn't the only person who's lost someone they love. I dropped my fork. He dared compare the grief of losing a twin to his ex-wife right now? You okay? Dylan asked, truly looking at me for the first time. No, I wasn't okay. Not after he'd insulted me to my face without even realizing it. This lie would hurt me far more than it hurt him, and I nearly told him the truth then and there. But I knew that would mean throwing away any slim chance that remained of the duet happening, so I swallowed the hurt and tried to keep my voice even. Yeah, just tired. Jet lag. Your body thinks it's 2 hours later, which is why we flew in a day early. He used his knife to section off a big chunk of pork, but didn't lift it to his mouth yet. Look, I appreciate what you said earlier about my being more talented than people think. It was nice, but I wish you hadn't said it. Not only for my sake, but yours. They won't be happy till they solve the mystery of who you are. He paused and set his fork down. Besides, I don't like people talking about me, whether I'm there or not. Try being insulted to your face by someone you thought understood you. I pasted on a tight smile. Of course, as your guest, I should have followed your instructions. Not sure what came over me, and I apologize. He missed my tone altogether. I'm sure you meant well. You're a good person, Harper Mintz. It's nice to know someone so transparent who doesn't have some secret agenda. Heaven knows I've had enough of those in my life. My throat constricted so tight I could barely get my next words out, and he said I was the one who acted like a victim. But then I considered the few facts he'd trusted me with so far, and my perspective shifted. Like Janie? Anger flashed in his eyes. Even Janie, especially her. I tore my gaze away to stare at my hands, although I could still feel his stare. You should never feel used by someone you love. Agreed. It took too long to learn that. He turned back to his food, although he simply picked at the meat with his fork. Hopefully you haven't had to learn the hard way, too. It sounded like a probe, and I felt my shoulders stiffen before forcing them to relax. The guy was only making conversation. 3 times over. Guys who wouldn't commit. At least you learned it after only 1 time. He stabbed another vegetable and dragged it along his plate, drowning it in sauce despite its already limp state. And none of them are still around? I looked at Dylan with suspicion. The first comment could be explained away, but there could be no mistaking his meaning this time. Of all days for him to ask about my love life. I'm as single as you are, but Suri wouldn't like me telling you so. Ah, that's right, the boss thing. The moving fork paused, and he looked at me in alarm. She won't have any problem with this trip, will she? It won't affect your job? Heaven forbid anything interfere with his food chain. I dismissed the bitter thought and reminded myself that he truly cared. At least he was trying to. No, as long as I'm doing my job and staying professional, everything will be fine. As usual, Dylan didn't miss the irritated note in my reply. He examined me thoughtfully. Well, your part is done. What are you doing with your spare time tonight? Probably walking around and giving myself a tour. I wasn't big on gambling and didn't have much money anyway, but I loved all the lights and fancy buildings we'd glimpsed on the drive here. I wanted to experience it all again, but at my own pace this time. He set his fork down and turned to face me with his entire body. If you can wait till tomorrow for a tour of the city, I'd be happy to take you. That would free you up to attend a party with me tonight, but only if you want to." Something deep inside me whispered that his question involved far more than a party. I sensed the real question layered beneath it in an instant. He wanted to push Suri's boundary a bit, see where I'd place the line, test my resolve. "You want your personal chef to tag along?" I teased. He didn't even break a smile. His eyes bored into mine, as serious as anything. "This isn't Mr. Colt asking Chef Mintz. It's Dylan asking Harper, and I don't think your boss should have an opinion about who takes you to a party in your free time, especially thousands of miles away from your office." My thoughts remained fixated on the term Dylan asking Harper. Definitely harder to explain away what sounded like a date. I didn't want to go. I wanted to nurse my emotional wounds in private and come up with a plan to convince Dylan to change his mind about the video. But his feelings obviously ran deep. The only way to change Dylan's mind would be to find something that ran even deeper. But I could only think of one thing, romance, and that scared me more than anything. I couldn't take advantage of him like that, I decided. Not even 4 days before my birthday. But I saw no reason why we couldn't be friends. If he could stop insulting me and my sister, of course. Maybe he'd reconsider once he realized how badly he'd misjudged Harper Daniels. "Sure," I said, faking an enthusiasm I didn't have. "Sounds like fun." "Good. I think I'm growing used to your company." He flashed that perfect smile that lit up his perfect face in our perfect penthouse suite. I intended to keep him at arm's length, but he obviously had other ideas. A mixture of emotion fought for dominance in my gut. Guilt, attraction, delight, desire. They stirred together inside like gloppy, overcooked soup. I was in serious trouble. It's Chapter 12. Harper. I paused outside the glass doors, my feet resisting going in as much as the rest of me. A longing for Hannah completely overwhelmed my system, and I imagined her bounding inside in red heels and a fun, twirly red dress covered in sparkly tulle. I teased her often that her fashion taste had gotten stuck in high school and remained there, but she just laughed and said getting older didn't have to mean getting boring. These parties had brought out the life in her, rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes. I couldn't think of a single party I'd gone to for any reason other than to support her. Luckily, I'd thought to bring one of her dresses with me, a strapless midnight blue gown with a nearly sheer layer on top that reminded me of the stars. I also couldn't think of a single party I'd attended without her. This would be the first. Dylan's fingers trailed down my bare arm and found my hand, giving it a squeeze. Then he leaned over to whisper in my ear, "You look stunning." His words, complete with his breath on my ear and his hand holding mine, sent 1,000,000 volts of electricity through my system. Every cell in my body was on high alert. As oddly natural as this felt, his touch sent the nerves under my skin into a new level of hyper-awareness. I clung to his cruel words earlier, like a life raft keeping me afloat in reality. "Thanks, you look nice too." We hadn't intended to match, but he wore a deep blue shirt with a white collar and a black tie beneath a black sports coat, looking very much the celebrity he was. The shirt fit him well in all the right places, accenting his shoulders nicely and drawing female eyes. Some of those eyes lingered far too long, and I found myself stepping closer to him as we entered the mansion. And a mansion it was. The front room alone must have been 4 stories tall. It felt almost like a hotel lobby with an entire wall covered in white quartz with a flowing gray design. A band played in front of another wall, the entirety of which looked like dark windows revealing the city spread below us. Tight leather sofas that looked harder than the stone floor held a smattering of smartly dressed couples, most chattering quietly. A couple looked unabashedly caught up in one another, kissing like nobody else existed. Since they both wore black from head to toe, I could barely tell whose hand and leg was whose. I imagined our faces on that couple and practically had to fan myself. The longer I watched people, the more I realized something very important. Every other woman in this room was wearing a black dress. I stood out like a bright firework in the night sky, and not in a good way. "There he is," Dylan said, brightening as a man in his 40s with long, dark hair and a trimmed beard approached. I recognized him immediately as another member of the band. "Grant, good to see you." The rascal himself causing trouble as always. He slapped Dylan on the shoulder before noticing me. "Who's this?" His gaze caught on our hands, still intertwined. "Harper Mintz," Dylan said. "Meet Grant Dastrup, the only sane one of the group and our unofficial team captain." Grant leaned down to whisper by my ear. "If my pal Dylan ever misbehaves, you give me a call." He winked, and then turned toward his date, who had just arrived with 2 glasses of champagne with actual olives in them. I didn't think that was a real thing. Her dress plunged lower than any other in the room. "Dylan," she said, her face brightening. "I hoped you would show up. Who's this one?" "Harper," Grant said quickly, as Dylan scowled at her question. "His friend?" He looked at Dylan questioningly, who nodded. "Friend I could handle, much better than being introduced as a cook." "I'm Clarice," the woman said, giving me a grin that crinkled her nose. It reminded me of my grandmother when she patronized me as a child. I instantly disliked her. "Nice to meet you," I said politely. "You both know the host of the party?" "Connor Paisley? Not at all," Clarice said with a laugh. "But that doesn't matter when you're a celebrity. You get invited to everything because of who you are. Right, Grant?" "Sure. Of course Dylan gets invited to everything because he's the face of the group." Grant's smile slipped. "And as we all know, the body can't operate without a face." The 2 men stared at each other, their expressions unreadable as they exchanged silent communication. Clarice giggled. "I get it. You made a joke, right? Faces and bodies." "Sure," Grant finally said. "It's a joke. Listen, darling, Dylan and I need to have a chat. Give us a few minutes, maybe show Harper the grounds." The grounds? I half expected Mr. Darcy to come waltzing out in a wet shirt and breeches, but Dylan's face buried my amusement. He didn't seem happy about this development at all. "I promised Dylan I'd stay by his side," I told them both. "He feels responsible for me, which is totally sweet of him. Maybe the 3 of us can chat." "It's fine," Dylan said, still staring down his friend. All his earlier joy at seeing his friend was gone now. "Go with her. I'll meet you outside." He and Grant turned and walked away together, headed for double doors that looked like the entrance to a basketball gym. I scowled as they disappeared. Dylan's request sounded like a command. Something a celebrity would tell his obedient little chef at a party when he wanted her out of earshot for something important. Clarice sneered, dropping the airhead act. I bet the woman actually thought she was smiling. "You'll love the pool. Come on, I'll show you." It took nearly 5 minutes to wind our way through the dance floor and onto the balcony that led to the stairs that led to the backyard path that would lead us to the pool, and probably another 3 just to reach the pool house. But when I turned off the path toward it, Clarice shook her head and gestured further down. "Not this pool, over there." Oh. These people had an actual pond in their backyard, practically a lake. Framing it from the back stood a massive pile of boulders with a single waterfall descending from far above. People in formal clothing kayaked around the lake, laughing and threatening to push each other in. I even spotted a paddle boat with 3 people crammed into its seats. How the host had managed to keep so much water in a desert climate, I couldn't guess. Blue light set the mood all around, the same color as my dress and Dylan's shirt. Dylan, I hoped he was okay. "Since you're obviously new to the scene, I thought I should warn you," Clarice began. "Dylan isn't over his ex-wife, Janie. She really did a number on him. Not that I ever met her, but I saw them together at parties. They were constantly in the spotlight. Everyone loved her. Then one day he started attending alone again, looking all broody and depressed. That's when the news broke." "What happened?" I couldn't help asking. Not that I thought this woman was entirely reliable, but the internet hadn't provided details. It's really tragic. Dylan's dad got sick, so he dropped everything and traveled home to Los Angeles to be with him. Only it took a really long time for the guy to die, and Janie felt neglected in the meantime. Said she came second in Dylan's life and didn't appreciate it. That's when she announced the baby. My eyes widened. The baby? My voice sounded a little strangled. Didn't even tell him about it first. Just gave a press release to every magazine and newspaper who wanted to know. She said she was feeling ill a lot of the time and gave this big sob story about him not being there for her. He heard the news from friends who started congratulating him with texts and chewing him out for being gone. That's when he flew home to be with her. Or confront her, I'm not sure which. Anyway, I think they had a fight because she packed her suitcase and left to stay in a hotel. He got worried and started hunting for her to try and reconcile. That's why he was in New York when his dad died. I hadn't realized any of this. His dad passed away and he wasn't there? How awful. I tried to imagine Hannah passing while I dealt with personal matters across the country. The very thought felt like a spear through my stomach. His comment earlier about Harper Daniels not being the only person who experienced grief made much more sense now. We never heard anything else about the baby. Rumors say he made her take care of it. Could be why they divorced, because she seemed really excited about it at the press conference. Something stirred inside at that. What she described didn't seem like the way Dylan would view fatherhood, but then, how well did I really know him? None of this was my business, yet somehow, I felt right in the thick of it. Dylan finding out he would soon become a father, while his own father lay on the brink of death. His wife being thoughtless at best, and manipulative at worst. No wonder he seemed so suspicious of people in general. I've never heard or read anything about it, I admitted. Of course you haven't. His legal team went right to work, erasing every mention of his personal life they could find. Rumors are hard to erase, though. I've heard Dylan tried to convince her to stay married and even offered to do couples therapy, but she refused. Even now, almost a year later, he seems miserable without her. I frowned. Dylan didn't fit the profile she described, at least not with me. How much did I really know about this woman and her purpose in telling me all this? Maybe he needs a new relationship to make him happy, I said matter-of-factly. She snorted. You really think you're the first? No offense. But this little fling will end once you get on that plane. It never lasts more than a few days. The guy is incapable of committing. He even made a play for Emmy at one point, but luckily I knew better than to believe his pretty words and switched to Grant instead. Despite my wariness at this stranger's motives, she'd still managed to slip a dagger into my gut. I felt my breaths coming hard and fast. Everything she described seemed impossible for the Dylan I knew. The longing to be alone, yes. But a playboy? I lifted my chin and tried to look unaffected. We aren't dating anyway. He asked me to come along for emotional support. She snapped her gum in disbelief, then grinned again. Right. I'm sure he did. Well, I'm going to get another drink. Don't say I didn't try to warn you. That boy was born to break hearts. She patted her chest to mimic a heartbeat and sighed before tossing me a wave. See you later.
Chapter 13. Dylan. Fire filled my veins as I walked along the path, spotting happy couples playing on the lake and laughing like children. That lake wasn't natural, along with everything else in this estate and, frankly, everything else in my life right now. I'd called Grant my best friend once. We'd stood against the others at least half a dozen times, even went on double dates together before Janie. No, he was more than a best friend. At 16 years older than I, he'd almost been a second father. The only person who had defended me time and time again, even when my manager and agent bowed to the wishes of the industry over my own. The only person in the group who'd tried to understand me. Not anymore. How dare he try to warn me off, imply that I'd have to choose between my solo career and my friends. It wasn't like we were all friends anyway. Maybe once, or at least respectful partners in this gigantic business endeavor. But clearly, we couldn't even have a decent conversation these days without lawyers getting involved. Grant was no different than the others now. I would get no help from him tomorrow. I spotted Harper and Clarice deep in conversation as they stared out at the lake and felt an immediate stab of guilt. Leaving Harper alone with that woman hadn't been my finest moment. I owed her. Maybe we could leave early and go somewhere alone. Just the two of us. Harper didn't seem like the partying type, yet she'd come anyway. Why, I couldn't say. I liked that about her, I realized. Everyone else here seemed so stiff and formal. Harper belonged without even trying. She lived life effortlessly, yet intentionally. Clarice saw me first as I approached them and walked past me, bouncing in her high heels. It made her too short dress bounce as well, and I caught a glimpse of skimpy black underwear beneath. She trailed her fingers along my arm as she left and whispered something I couldn't make out and didn't really care to hear anyway. The only woman I had eyes for right now wore a dark blue dress and her hair swept behind her head in some kind of European bun that flattered her slender neck. She waited with her arms folded in the moonlight, wearing the night sky itself on her gown. "Hello," I said when I reached her, feeling a little breathless. Surely a result of the walk here and not how the light bathed half her face in blue and the other half in shadow. "Have a fun chat?" she asked nonchalantly, though I detected a note of irritation in her voice. "Not at all. Sorry to make you babysit the girlfriend. I owe you one." She nodded as if I'd guessed her implication. "Yes, you do. How can I make it up to you?" I lifted my hand to her cheek and traced the moonlight on her skin. She visibly shivered. "Let's go back to the party, shall we?" With a decided whirl, she stomped off toward the house. Clearly, I'd read that moment wrong. Mentally kicking myself, I followed her back to the large room, wondering what in the world that was about and tamping down a little voice inside. The voice that said Harper, like every other woman I knew, only wanted to be seen with me, not be with me. The voice that said she and Janie and every other woman had to be the same manipulating entity that existed to make my life miserable. But yet again, Harper didn't bring any attention to herself. In fact, she ignored me completely and headed for the chocolate fountain at the food table. Or I assumed it was chocolate anyway, since it looked pure white and a little frothy. How very wedding reception-esque of the host. She swooped in to spear a strawberry, drenched it in chocolate, and waved it in my face. White is the good stuff. When I looked between her and the fountain, she shook her head. "Oh no, but not for you. Sorry. You get..." She grabbed a plate and loaded it with baby carrots, drenching them in salad dressing. This white stuff. Not that much healthier when you take trans fats into account, but still. She shoved the strawberry into her mouth, dripping white chocolate onto her dress. Not the highest quality, but decent. "Harper!" a voice called. We turned to find a man pushing through the crowd toward her. As he reached us, Harper's face drained of color. "Bruce!" The man lifted a glass of champagne. The very same. "What are you doing in Vegas?" He froze when he saw me, looking me up and down with distaste. "I could say the same about you," Harper said carefully. "You left the company over a year ago, right?" 2 years, and it was the best move I ever made. Vegas has just as many celebrities and far better weather. Did you move too? "No," she said, her eyes darting to mine and then down. She looked extremely uncomfortable with this man. "I'm here on vacation. Just happened to bump into Dylan Colt, and we're having a conversation." "Dylan, this is Bruce Lane, another celebrity chef." "Bruce Lane?" I barely hid a chuckle. This guy's parents obviously didn't like him. "Another chef?" Bruce asked, his eyebrows raising. "Did Surrey finally lift you from the depths of peon assistance?" "Yes. Well, sort of. It's a long story. If not, let me know. Business is booming here. I could always use the help. What happened with your sister anyway? Is she still with us?" Harper glanced at me again, and this time I detected panic. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. You know what, Bruce? Dylan and I were just having an intense conversation, and I can tell he wants to get back to it. It's so nice to see you again. That's right, I said, playing along, trying to hide my confusion. What sister? You were educating me on the virtues of white chocolate, as I recall, and I must admit that I'm absolutely riveted. Will you excuse us, Bruce? Of course. I'll text you my new number, Harper. He winked. Mr. 15 years older than Harper had her number too. The realization made me want to throw something. As he left, Harper turned back to me and smirked. You can stop frowning now. I'm not frowning. R2, she said. You're acting jealous. I'm not. Tell me about your sister. She waved it off. That's a long story for another time. Did you know that you have patches of red on your face when you're angry? Right there. She touched my cheek with a soft hand that stilled my movement completely. Really? I said softly, not daring to move in case it would jostle her fingers away. What else have you noticed? The tone of my voice seemed to make her rethink our closeness, because she took a step backward and folded her arms, suddenly looking defensive. A lot of things. You smile a lot more these days, but you still have moments of sadness when your eyes turn inward and you don't respond for a while. Certain music makes you zone out. You wear a smile when you're indoors and a frown when you're outdoors. You tap your fingers on your thigh and frown when you're annoyed, which is most of the time. A tiny grin appeared, but when you do smile, it's the most incredible thing in the world. Harper had observed me more closely than Janie ever did, and I'd only met her a few days ago. A deep wanting began to emerge. It wasn't enough just to know her anymore. I craved her, needed her. Even her breath on my jaw made me want to claim her mouth with my own, here and now. Instead, I took a deep breath to slow my racing heart and offered her a hand. Dance with me. She looked around. Won't that bring attention to us? I hope so. Harper looked uncomfortable, but she allowed me to pull her onto the dance floor. Her hands immediately lifted to my shoulders, and her hair hovered just inches from my face, overtaking every sense I had with the scent of lavender blossoms. I placed my hands gently on her swaying waist as the quartet music swelled. Feeling her body move beneath my fingers set my heart galloping once again, and I felt those old sensations awakening. Maybe they weren't dead after all. You seem bothered by something tonight, I told her. She flinched, although I could have imagined it. Do you still have feelings for Janie? I gritted my teeth. Let me guess, Clarice? Bingo. She still avoided my gaze. Mystery solved. Best to address that once and for all. I stopped swaying, placed a finger beneath her chin, and tilted it upward so I could look deeply into her eyes. Harper, I don't miss Janie at all. I don't regret the divorce either. If I have regrets, it's only because I failed. I always resented my parents for not trying harder, and now here I am, in exactly the same place. My thumb stroked her jaw, making her eyes close for the briefest of seconds before opening to find mine again. The room around us faded into an abstract blob of color and noise. Don't you give Clarice a second thought, I continued. She's been coming on to me since before the divorce, and she isn't even shy about it. Yet another reason Grant hated me these days, I was sure. A sharpness entered Harper's eyes once again. She hit on you or you hit on her? I wanted to curse. Whatever Clarice told you, I'm betting at least 90% of it is lies. She feeds on drama like a blood leech. I've never flirted with her. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I was interested in another woman since Janie, until you. One word. So simple, and yet so incredibly complex that it could have set my life on an entirely new trajectory. I'd bitten it back just in time. Harper seemed to feel me tense because she examined me carefully. Until what? Your chef, I reminded myself. But it had no hold on me, not while I swayed with this woman in my arms. Harper was so much more than a chef. She was a mystery, an adventure, a delight. An evening with Harper felt like flipping on a light in a dark room and remembering that I could still see. "Until this chef came along with her opinions and her goats," I said carefully. Harper's hands tightened on my shoulders and her eyes darted to the floor, but she didn't pull away like I expected. "Oh," was all she said. Talk about leaving a guy hanging. The song changed to something even slower. The smell of her hair combined with the feel of her body against mine felt more intoxicating than anything they had at the alcohol table. What space remained between us was electric, sending pleasant little zaps down my limbs where we connected. Did she feel it too? Or was she simply enduring this moment, trying to think of a way to put me down easily? Then she rested her head on my chest. A whole new sensation flooded my body. I closed my arms around her more tightly, barely aware and not even caring that we had stopped dancing and now stood, embracing, on the dance floor. Slowly, carefully, I placed my lips on her head. She didn't pull away. Encouraged, I moved to her temple, then her warm cheek. She lifted her face toward mine then, her eyes closed contentedly, so I left a trail of kisses along her jaw, angling toward her mouth. Her skin felt soft and tasted lightly of salt. Every sense felt heightened to the point of pain, and I half expected her to pull away and run at last. But she didn't. My lips hovered over hers now, waiting, asking. She stood there with her eyes lidded, her lashes dark against her pale cheeks, breath still. Her lips parted. I leaned in, closing the distance. "You two are so cute together," a woman in her 20s exclaimed as she approached, snapping a photo with her giant camera. "What's this young lady's name?" Harper leapt backward, breaking the contact between us with wide, panicked eyes, and I wanted to shove the camera down this woman's throat. "My turn!" a short, red-haired man called out from behind our intruder. A heavy video camera rested on his shoulder with the red light on. "Who's your friend, Dylan?" "Will you embrace each other for another photo?" the woman asked, flipping her camera sideways. "Show the world how adorable you are." "I'll show you something," Harper muttered, and I slipped between her and the cameras. "How did you get in here?" I growled. "This is a private event." I looked around and spotted a man in a suit near the door. "Security!"
And
The guy shouldn't have been able to hear me over the music, but somehow he did. Within seconds, he and a few others swarmed the photographers and began to escort them out. I stood there, seething, the moment we'd almost shared lying in tatters around us. Harper stared at the floor. If they sell those to the press, my boss is sure to see them. "I'll contact George as soon as we get back to the hotel. If they use the normal channels, we can track them down and buy them off. I don't like playing their games, but sometimes it's necessary." The blatant entitlement of those people, as if we were performing monkeys in a zoo, posing for pictures for them to show their friends. That kind of thing happened to me all the time. But it had never happened to Harper, and she looked too shaken to stay. "I'm taking you back to the hotel," I told her, and she nodded. I placed an arm around her bare shoulders and led her toward the door, and then outside to where a line of cabs awaited. But before we reached them, Harper stepped sideways, letting my arm drop. And when we slid inside, she pressed against the far door to put as much space between us as possible. As the car pulled into traffic, I felt the space between us more acutely than ever. I knew one thing for certain. I could have held her forever, long after the galaxy ended and the world became a memory. I didn't regret the moment we'd shared tonight, not the tiniest bit. Only time would tell if she did.
Chapter 14. Harper. I spent most of the night awake, my thoughts still jumbled and garbled. At times, I was able to convince myself it was all a dream, some demented, twisted version of reality. Because in what life would I ever find myself almost kissing Dylan Colt at a mansion party in Vegas? Then I would recall how his gaze pinned me in place and wouldn't let me go, how soft and warm his lips were, how his strong hand felt, pressed against my back, pulling me closer, ever closer. I could never make that feeling up. Not in a zillion years. So I lay in the dark in a strange bed, staring up at a ceiling full of shifting light despite the late hour. The bright city sprawled beneath my window in all its glorious colors, and no blackout curtains could completely shut it out. Not that I wanted it to. I didn't want to feel alone in this strange place, isolated with only a wall between me and a sleeping celebrity who I had almost made out with in public. I mean, he was likely a good kisser. Probably because he'd kissed a lot of women, and if I kissed him, it was impossible to know what would happen after this trip. Would he commit and be the boyfriend none of my others had been? Or would he pretend nothing had ever happened and expect everything to go back to normal? Because it wasn't likely we could have a long-term relationship if he moved to LA and I stayed in New York. The easiest way to avoid commitment would be to shrug off last night as a music-enhanced lapse in judgment and nothing more. I would die of humiliation. Then there were his stinging rebukes yesterday when discussing Harper Daniels. If this paparazzi issue continued, he would discover my identity before we ever became more than two people intensely attracted to one another. The issue of where to live would never come up because I'd lose my job and his interest in one fell swoop. Was this what you had in mind? I scolded my sister. Some kind of fling between me and the celebrity you crushed on? Since you couldn't be here, you wanted to experience it through me? I could just see her laughing at that. So, what are you going to do now? She would ask. There was only one thing to do now. I'd follow through with my duties and act like the professional I was. But what did professional mean anyway? Stiff? Aloof? Showing the world only one side of myself? Distant and hanging back? I didn't like any of those things, and from the way Dylan had stared at me last night, like a man in the desert staring at water, he didn't think of me that way either. But we'd also almost crossed a very important line, like stepped over it, poured gasoline over it, and set it on fire. Worse, I was having a hard time caring. I arose carefully and swept the curtains aside, letting the lights of the city fill the room. Below, I could see the sidewalk where Dylan had raced to help with those fallen groceries. In a few hours, I would explore the rest of it with him. New city, new experiences, new relationship, new and strange all around. A fresh start. Except in 24 hours, I'd return home and leave all the newness behind. What then? Would Dylan turn all grumpy again? They said what happened in Vegas stayed in Vegas. If that's true, my mind twin's voice whispered, you have nothing to lose. Live it up while you're here. Nothing to lose and nothing to be embarrassed about. Nearly every female born in the past 3 decades found Dylan Colt attractive, and practically every one of them would die to be in my shoes right now. Why not see where this could lead while it lasted? Besides, before saying goodnight, he'd asked me to work out with him at 8 a.m. It wasn't like he'd invited me to a candlelight dinner and then hot tubbing afterward. It didn't get much safer than that. Satisfied, I left the curtains open and settled back into the huge bed that, as Dylan had predicted, still felt too hard and unforgiving. Which celebrities had also spent the night here? I could be lying where dozens of the world's rich and famous had slumbered. Dylan certainly had, and maybe done other things here too. Don't think about that. My friends at work whispered gossip about celebrity clients and their love lives, so I knew more than I wanted to know. But the thought of Dylan having one-night stands with other women, nights that had likely started much like last night had, made me ill. I lifted my chin and fluffed the pillow behind my head. No. I wouldn't lose a single minute's sleep over such thoughts. If Dylan wanted a woman like that, he could have found one on the street. He'd soon find I was quite the opposite. If only he weren't so blasted attractive. Finally, about 5 decades later, morning arrived. The bright sunlight filled my room with a golden light that pierced my eyelids like 100 needles. Groaning, I checked my phone. 7:58 a.m. I sat bolt upright. Why hadn't I set my alarm? Oh, yeah, because my body thought it was 2 hours earlier, and I'd assumed I'd actually sleep last night. Funny? Because what woman in her right mind could sleep after a near makeout session with Dylan Colt? I dressed quickly and looked in the mirror. Zombie Harper looked back at me. Cursing under my breath, I pulled my hair into another ponytail, wishing last night's curls hadn't turned into a bird's nest on my head. This would have to do. Then I brushed a little mascara over my eyelashes and squeezed my cheeks to add a little more color. At the last second, I applied a little lip moisturizer. If I put more on than that, he'd notice. My phone buzzed with a text. Dylan, you awake? Ha. The question was whether I'd ever be able to sleep again after this trip. Fat chance. Very much so, I replied. Ready to work out downstairs? No goats this time. I checked. Chuckling to myself, I looked at myself in the mirror one last time, grabbed my running shoes, and shoved the door open to find Dylan standing there, waiting. Somehow, I managed to look him in the eye without ogling him. He wore a tight t-shirt that left little to the imagination and clung to his hardened frame. And his abs, that was definitely a 6-pack, maybe even an 8-pack. How could anyone tell this guy he needed to go on a diet? He paused for a long moment, too, taking in my appearance. You look great. Then he seemed to shake himself. He tossed me a water bottle from the fridge, which I caught. Ready? Very. I actually have a workout plan I've been meaning to try. He groaned as we headed out the door. Let me guess. It involves at least a dozen scorpions and some tweezers. At least things weren't awkward between us after last night. I snorted. No, I was saving that one for tomorrow. A couple walked past and we fell silent. The woman, wearing sunglasses despite the dim lights, nodded to Dylan and he nodded back. At the last second, I whirled to watch them walk down the hall. Wasn't that Katie Dunham? I hissed when they were out of earshot. The actress herself, along with her husband, the director. He sounded amused. I flinched. I'd ask how that happened, but I don't really want to know. Magic sometimes hits when you least expect it. He paused. Of course, a lot of Hollywood romances like that aren't healthy ones since you have one person in power while the other isn't. Not that it's always a bad thing, he hurried to say, looking flustered. He ran his hands through his hair. You know what? Maybe it's time to change the subject. Yeah, probably a good idea. When should we start our tour? I offered. Whenever you're ready. I thought I'd swim a few laps after this, and then I'll be ready to go after a quick shower. The pool sounds nice. I remembered the swimsuit I'd naively brought, recalled how little skin it covered, and flushed. The gym only had one other person in it, a man lifting weights, and we warmed up quickly. Dylan wanted to do some cardio first, so I grabbed an elliptical as he ran on the treadmill. I swear I didn't watch him in the mirror as his shirt grew wet with perspiration and his hair began to droop, nor did I admire his form as it didn't falter, mile after mile. No man had a right to look that good during a workout. I caught him watching me a handful of times and pretended not to notice as my pace increased. Finally, I finished the medium program I'd chosen and stepped off the machine to do the stretches on my list while I waited for him to finish. This felt so utterly natural, like I could work out with him every day. If stolen looks were currency, I'd be as rich as Dylan Colt right now. Y'all are good together, said the man we'd seen when we'd first entered the gym as he gathered his belongings. Didn't have to hide nothing for my sake, just thought you should know. He gave us a meaningful nod and left. I'd completely forgotten the guy was still there. We looked at one another and burst out laughing. What was that about? I asked. No idea. Finished. Dylan tossed a towel over his shoulder and offered an elbow. Ready for my tour whenever you are. That is the correct answer. Before I knew it, he'd swept me right off my feet and into his arms. He shoved the gym door open with his shoulder and eased me through. That was the gym. This is the hallway. I couldn't help it. I giggled. What are you doing? Another door, and we entered the swampy pool room, an entire side of the room open to the outside and half covered in palm trees. The concrete side was still dry, so it must have just opened. "This is the pool," Dylan said dryly. "Fascinating how that works. How about a tour of the elevator now?" "Soon enough. All things must be done in order. Oh, look, a hot tub." He pretended to drop me in. I wrapped my arms around his neck, which I'm sure he wanted all along. "If you want to die, do that again," I growled. "The hot tub may be a little warm for Vegas." He began walking straight for the pool. "You are so dead," I snapped, thrashing with all my might. I kicked and flailed and flung my head right and left, making it hard for him to get a good grip. But his arms simply tightened around me. How could he be so strong? As we reached the pool's edge, I felt his arms slip out from under me. I took that opportunity to grab his head and practically climb onto his shoulders like a monkey. He grabbed for me, but we were already off balance. The room tilted, and I felt myself falling. Splash! When I came back up, I found him in the water right in front of me, sputtering, his dark, wet hair in his eyes. He shoved it aside. "Oh, you're gonna get it now." "Why?" I asked innocently. "You didn't think I would go down without you?" He growled and started forward with arms wide, and I tried to scramble away. But his 6'3" height meant he could walk on the pool floor while I had to swim, so he caught my leg and dragged me back with an iron grip. Soon I found myself clutched against him, two strong arms holding me in place. I could have squirmed and tried to get away, but his jade eyes held me captive. I felt completely powerless under that gaze of his. "You did want to go swimming," I whispered, my mind slowing and heart racing until the world around us felt completely lopsided. Somehow the space between us had closed, and his lips were only inches from mine. "And you wanted to be alone when I kissed you." I could feel the heat of his minty breath on my mouth as he spoke. The mouth directly in front of my eyes now, the one housing 2 rows of perfect teeth, surrounded by a little bit of stubble that drove my insides positively mad. "I didn't say that." "Yes, you did. Just not with words." He leaned his wet forehead against mine. "Listen, in all seriousness, you worry too much about what other people think. Listen to what you want. Not Suri, not Clarice, not reporters or photographers or party guests. You." I glanced around, but there wasn't another soul to be seen. He was right, and his growing smile said he knew it. His hands rested on my waist now, just like last night, except this time they found bare skin as my t-shirt floated near the surface. His touch ignited a torch in my chest that I'd shoved away and refused to acknowledge last night, but it wasn't as easy as Dylan made it sound. Dating this man was still a bad idea. If Suri found out, I'd be kicked to the curb without a second thought. I'd have to climb the ranks all over again in another company, all for a Vegas fling that likely wouldn't continue past tomorrow. He'd called Harper Daniels manipulative, willing to use him to get what she wanted. Didn't kissing Dylan mean the same thing for Harper Mintz? But his hands on my hips and his breath on my face and him all over? Thoughts of the bucket list couldn't be farther away. I wanted this for myself, not to get something from him. I felt the truth of it burn through my veins. "Say it aloud," Dylan whispered, his lips just inches from mine. "What do you want?" "You." The answer came silently, from somewhere near my core. He wanted an audible answer, but once I'd decided, there wasn't a second to waste. I pulled his mouth down to mine. He stiffened at first, then his lips widened into a grin. His hands closed around to my back and pulled me closer. Our bodies touched from toe to chest, and electricity danced along my wet skin. I rose up onto my toes for a firmer kiss, one that communicated more strongly how I felt. It seemed to rouse him from his politeness because his arms closed even more tightly around me, practically lifting me off the pool floor itself as he deepened the kiss. The city noise outside disappeared until it was just the two of us, our limbs tangled in the water, our lips moving against each other hungrily. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. "Not sure it's open yet," a man's voice said as two figures walked in. The guy, who couldn't be older than 22, stopped and stared. His female companion's eyes flew wide. "Is that James? It's Dylan Colt!" How she had recognized him drenched like this was beyond me. She whipped out her phone and began taking pictures of us entangled in the pool, still fully dressed. Dylan forced a smile and pulled me behind him to shield me from the shot. Even the man's back was layered in muscle that his wet shirt couldn't hide. No wonder he'd lifted me like I weighed nothing. "Is that your girlfriend?" the girl asked. I could hear the strain in Dylan's voice. "Yes, and she's camera shy. I hope you enjoy your vacation." A polite dismissal. The girl shrugged and walked toward her partner waiting in the hot tub. "Thanks," she called over her shoulder, already distracted by her phone, probably posting it online. "No problem," Dylan said, although I noted how his sharp jaw flexed. Then he turned around to face me, and the anger lifted. "Shall we get ready for the real tour?" "Yeah." My voice still sounded a little shaky, so I cleared my throat. "Let's go." As we climbed out and wrapped blue and white striped pool towels around ourselves, I felt like I'd spent the past 2 days avoiding a few puddles only to fall into the ocean. Even Hannah would advise me to be careful now. With one official day left in our vacation and a man who could kiss like that, I was in serious danger of losing my heart. Chapter 15. Harper. "We'll start with the usual tourist spots unless there's something in particular you want to see," Dylan said, in full-on tour guide mode as we walked along the strip. It was beautiful, but the day hung hot already, and I wished for the cool of night and the bright lights we'd seen from the window yesterday. Too bad he'd be at his meeting tonight. Experiencing the nightlife of Vegas with Dylan by my side seemed more magical than a night by myself, which meant I should definitely find some time alone. We'd already produced enough magic over the past 12 hours. Thank you very much. I didn't want Dylan to release my hand, though, and he seemed to return the sentiment. He gripped my hand firmly, yet casually, letting it swing between us as he pointed out weird trivia or interesting facts about the places we passed. "Hey, Dylan, can I get a picture of you guys?" A little girl holding a cheap pink camera looked up at us from the sidewalk with such hope I would have happily given her every dollar in my purse. "Of course," Dylan squatted to look her in the eye. "Just of me, though. Okay? My girlfriend doesn't like cameras." My girlfriend. The words sent a thrill through my chest. "Unless they're pink," I said quickly, smiling at him reassuringly. "Which yours is. That's one of my favorite colors." "They only had pink and blue, so I chose pink," the girl said flatly. "Can I be in the picture too?" Dylan eyed me, trying not to laugh. "Absolutely." He accepted the camera and looked at me questioningly. "Are you sure?" "Yes." He angled it toward us, bringing his face closer to mine so we'd all fit. The girl stood in front of us. It would make for a very awkward photo, but I doubted the girl would care. She bounded away without thanking us, not that it mattered. The image of Dylan squatting on the sidewalk to speak with a little girl would forever be branded into my memory. Clarice's theory about Dylan not wanting children returned to mind, but I dismissed it immediately. I knew a tender look when I saw one. He liked kids. "Didn't feel like a pink camera would be a threat to your job?" Dylan asked, sliding his hand around mine once more. I shrugged. Maybe I'm feeling a little braver today. Why, I couldn't say, because Surrey wasn't likely to see tourist vacation photos. At the very least, I was starting to agree with him about what my boss should be allowed to dictate in my life. If Dylan moved to LA in a few days, this would be all we had. I refused to waste it out of fear. What Suri didn't know wouldn't hurt her. Each time a passerby recognized Dylan and asked for pictures, he kept finding ways to touch me. A hand on my waist, his fingers stroking my hair, or his arm around my shoulders. In the last photo, I found myself distracted from smiling because of his forefinger stroking my wrist. A silent, secret language just for me. I saw a little shop and gasped. Belgian chocolate. We're going in there right now. What's with women and chocolate? He murmured as I dragged him through the door. It's happiness liquefied and mixed with pieces of joy. Believe it or not, I'm very picky. It has to be the real thing. None of this waxy crap they call chocolate here in America. Anytime I see Belgian, German, or Swiss chocolate, I have to stop. It's in the rules. I plastered myself against the glass and peered inside at the shelves of wondrous chocolate concoctions. Dylan stood back, ignoring the goods entirely and watching me instead. He wore a soft expression, like a father smiling as his child opened a gift. What else is in the rules? Sounds like I need to buy this rulebook of yours. You already know a lot of it. Rule number 91, if it's worth eating, it's worth enjoying. Number 154, yoga should always involve live animals. 217, appreciate good chocolate wherever you find it. I gave the clerk my selections. Dylan handed him his own card before I could pull my wallet from my purse. Rule number 1060, let the guy pay sometimes because you deserve to be spoiled and he loves to see you smile. That needs to be split into 2 rules at least. I punched his arm playfully as he growled, then slipped his arm around my waist and pulled me close. I found my face just inches from his. Rule number 2192, I whispered, raising an eyebrow. Never trust Clarice to give you romantic advice. Dylan looked pained. Better frame that one and hang it on the wall. I laughed, which he cut off with a long, slow kiss that ended with my being dipped inches from the floor. When I found my feet again, a wide-eyed chocolate shop clerk watched us uncertainly from the other side of the counter. He held a white box tied with a brown and navy ribbon in one hand and Dylan's debit card with the other. Thanks, I said cheerfully, taking the box as Dylan grabbed his card. Then I headed out the door as if I got kissed stupid by Dylan Colt every day of the week. I could certainly get used to that. You asked what I wanted to see on our tour, I told Dylan, happily slipping my hand into his once more as we strolled along the sidewalk. I have a list! He chuckled to himself. Of course you do, let me guess. The Stratosphere Tower, the High Roller, and a few casinos on the Strip. Actually, the Mob Museum, the Titanic exhibit, and Fremont Street, but I'll experience that one alone tonight while you're at your meeting. Oh, and the fountain show. The Bellagio. That one's better at night, too. I wish I could go with you. I'd love to see it through your eyes. He gave me a quizzical look. Did you really say the Mob Museum? I shrugged. I have a thing for true crime podcasts. I love horror movies, and I can quote the entire first season of NYPD Mysteries by heart. He shook his head slowly. You are a wonder, Harper Mintz. The reminder of my lie felt like lassoing a perfectly good rainbow, yanking it from its perch in the sky and stomping it down into swampland. All the good feelings from this morning felt suddenly tainted. As well as we fit and as tightly as he held my hand in his, I couldn't forget that he'd fallen in love with someone else. Harper the chef, a more competent and confident version of myself who knew yoga and didn't pretend to be someone she wasn't. The farther I went down this road, the farther from myself I would get. A faint buzzing sound meant Dylan had gotten a text. He whipped out his phone and groaned. George couldn't find any local attorneys available to attend the meeting tonight. Guess I'm going to the chopping block alone. He hadn't elaborated on the meeting's purpose, but I knew enough to put it together. Dylan wanted to play his own music, and his group wanted to keep the status quo. He'd be walking into an incredibly tense situation with no support at all. Brave of him, but also foolish. It meant setting himself up for failure. "You don't need an actual attorney, though, right?" I asked. "I mean, Antonio said the others were bringing theirs, but I bet it's more for intimidation than anything. All you need is someone to intimidate the suits right back, someone who can convincingly pretend to see through their games." "Like an agent?" he asked, looking confused. Then my meaning seemed to hit him. "Wait, you're offering? Do you have acting experience or something?" Huh. Something like that. Even as I said it, I knew this was a really bad idea. But I couldn't let him go in there alone, not when his dream mattered so much to him. I hadn't missed the longing in his expression during our conversation on the plane. I understood what it meant to have a desperate dream feel so close and yet so impossible. If I took this leap, maybe he would be more understanding when I finally told him the truth. "You want to pretend to be my lawyer," he clarified, looking thoughtful and a little reluctant. "Is that what you're saying?" I don't have to say a word. I'm really good at glaring and shaking my head when the need arises. Body language can go a long way, but no pressure. If you don't feel comfortable with my being there— "No," he said, stopping us on the sidewalk and turning to face me. "I trust you, Harper. I'm honored that you would do this for me." Forcing a smile to hide the guilt rising in my throat, I rose to my toes and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "I only ask that we visit the fountain show together afterward. Deal. To our victory, the first of many together." He lifted the box of chocolates like a toast. My chest felt hollow. This could go wrong in so many ways. "To our victory," I repeated numbly. Now it's time for some serious chocolate. We made it back to the penthouse for a late lunch. "Harper, let's not do this every time," Dylan said as he stared at his food a few minutes later. "Please eat with me. There's plenty." "You won't think so when you try it. I'm betting you'll eat the whole batch and ask for more." He didn't argue. "I'm beginning to think you've injected something into this food of yours, something I'm having a hard time resisting." "Are you accusing me of drugging you?" "Yes. I know what it feels like to be drugged, and this is it." He winked, slid his hand around my waist, and pulled me close. I gave him a flat look. "Does that line work on other women? Because it sure isn't going to work on this one." His grin only widened. "Okay, change of tactic. Please join me. I need you to suffer with me over my meal of sad vegetables." "Better. Although my vegetables are never sad, particularly these ones." I pulled away, feeling a flutter inside as his hand trailed my waist, and grabbed a plate from the cupboard to join him. As I scooped up a little of each dish, I caught him watching me. Not in a critical way, but admiring. I felt my cheeks flush and moved the neighboring stool a few inches away from his with a subtle motion. Dylan was completely absorbed in the meal, as I knew he would be. The man loved anything with heavy garlic, so I'd made chicken confit with pickled tomatoes, found at one of the shops off the strip. "I have a little shopping to do for tonight," I ventured to say before digging into my own meal. I made it sound casual, but I'd honestly only brought Hannah's gown and a bunch of kitchen clothes, none of which an attorney would wear to a meeting. "I hope you don't mind my disappearing for a bit after cleanup." "Of course not. Antonio won't be here to pick us up until 8:45 tonight, and I have some prep work to do. Go have fun." He still seemed distracted, and I knew his mind was already at the meeting that would determine the rest of his life. When the kitchen was clean and I couldn't think of anything else to do, I slipped outside and chose the stairs instead of the elevator, needing the extra time to think. It wasn't until I reached the lobby that I remembered I'd left my purse in my room. Smart, Harper. Real smart. As much as I valued my workouts, I took the elevator this time and reached the door to our room in a few minutes. Luckily, I had the key card in my pocket, so I let myself in quietly. If Dylan was already working in his room, he wouldn't be the wiser. The sound of guitar strings being plucked greeted me as I slipped inside, followed by a quiet humming. It came from Dylan's room. The door opened several inches. I grabbed my purse without being spotted and headed back to the door. But something stopped me from turning the knob. His humming had turned into words, and I couldn't help but be captured by the longing, mournful tone. Please don't leave. I never thought I'd have to live without you. Please don't lose. The moments we've shared, please don't walk through that door, leading onward and forward and gone forevermore. Because I don't know how to lose you, and I don't want to. I need you. I want you. Please don't leave. His voice broke on the last note, and he cleared his throat. It jerked me from my trance. He obviously didn't want me to hear this, or he wouldn't have waited for me to leave. This didn't sound like one of his boy band songs, nor something I'd ever heard on the radio before. It had to be one of his new songs, but strangely, it felt almost too personal for an album. A song for his ex-wife, perhaps? The thought felt like a punch to the throat, and I looked around the beautiful penthouse with new eyes. Had they come here together? Did he have memories of her that returned every time he did? Was Clarice right? And I was little more than a stand-in for his ex? I turned the knob, slipped through, and closed it as quietly as I could before hurrying away.
Chapter 16. Dylan. There was a click somewhere outside my door and a whirring sound. The lock. "Harper?" I called, but nobody answered. I set my guitar on the bed and searched the penthouse, but she was nowhere to be seen. Had she left later than I'd assumed? But no, I'd watched her go. Maybe a member of the cleaning staff, peering their head in to see if we'd left yet. I always forgot to put those "Do Not Disturb" signs on the doorknob. I did that now, checking the hallway as I did so. No cleaning cart in sight. With a shrug, I walked back toward my room before pausing at Harper's door. She'd left it open wide enough for me to see the mess spread across her bed. Clothes everywhere, like a burglar had been searching for something. Interesting. The more I got to know this woman, the more I liked her. Janie had been tidy to a fault, closing cupboards and drawers behind me even as I pulled things out. She liked things a certain way, her way, and would accept nothing else. Harper wasn't like that. But then, how did I really know? One trip to Vegas and some kissing didn't make me an expert. She didn't seem to like talking about herself either. Her mannerisms earlier, she'd almost looked spooked by something. Something I could discover in her room? I rejected that thought immediately. Normal men didn't snoop around in a woman's belongings. That kind of behavior fit solidly into creeper territory. It felt even more creepy as her client. But as her boyfriend? Not even then, I decided, and started to close the door. But just before I did, I caught a glimpse of something mostly buried under her pillow, only one corner visible. It looked like a large piece of glossy paper. Why would she hide that? I stood there, warring with myself for nearly a full minute before shoving into the room and swiping the pillow off, and then taking a step backward in surprise. A poster of my entire band, with me in the center, smiled back up at me. Or rather, glared in that too cool way. Across my face, scrawled in blue Sharpie, was my own autograph. I couldn't think of a single reason Harper would have this, let alone bring it to Vegas. Clearly we'd met before. I recalled the blur of tours, signing everything they shoved at me while bodyguards held weeping women back. One girl had even crawled under my table and tried to remove my shoe as a souvenir. Strange days. Had Harper been like that? Was she now? I couldn't imagine it, but if she couldn't travel without a signed poster of my group, I had a lot of reconsidering to do. Because Janie had started out as a fan, and in the end, the only person she'd worshipped was herself. I caught sight of a piece of white paper sitting beneath the poster. Curious, I used my finger to draw it out and turn it over. Some kind of poem. From a lover? Don't be stupid. Not everything Harper owned was worthy of suspicion. She could have written this herself. I didn't know her handwriting after all. I took a picture of it anyway and placed the pillow back over the poster. As I crept toward the door with a sinking feeling in my gut, I tried to convince myself that there had to be a logical explanation. We would have been teenagers when I signed that poster. Grown-up Harper seemed completely poised and unconcerned about my celebrity status. It was one reason I felt drawn to her, because this felt normal, living in the same place and eating meals together. Other women wanted to be seen with me, be seen as mine. Harper had never been like that. If anything, I sometimes worried she felt embarrassed about our relationship. But she'd answered those questions about me at the airport after I'd asked her to stay silent, and she'd set up that elaborate scheme with the goats. Had Harper really gone shopping, or had I been played for a fool? Suddenly I felt thrown back into a bad marriage, wondering about the woman I'd chosen to love, and I didn't like it one bit. Chapter 17. Dylan. As I stood at Grant's door, I should have been focused and determined. Yet all I could think about was Harper at my side. She wore a navy skirt and blazer with a casual pink t-shirt underneath, an outfit I had to admit seemed perfect for the occasion. Not too stuffy, yet professional. I'd chosen a black shirt and gray slacks and skipped the tie altogether. I didn't want to look like I was trying too hard. Harper drew in a deep breath as I rang the doorbell and ignored the camera angled at my face. We waited at least a minute before I tried again, irritated. Grant knew we were here, which meant the games had started already. When Grant answered the door and saw Harper at my side, he ducked his gaze and leaned closer to me, his voice a whisper. "You seriously brought your girlfriend?" "She's my legal counsel tonight. Don't pretend you didn't bring your own. Probably Clarice, too." Grant pressed his lips together and avoided the question. "This is your last chance to back out. Don't say I didn't try." "Grant," I told him, staring him down, "we're discussing this. Now lead the way." He shrugged and led us to the front room without another word. I'd timed it so we'd be the last ones to arrive, but now I saw how poor a decision that was. The whispers I'd heard while walking down the hall now quieted as every pair of eyes settled on me and Harper. Cold, calculating, picking apart every detail of my appearance one at a time. I knew exactly what they thought. Worn trousers. Isn't taking this meeting seriously. Fresh haircut. Trying too hard. A day's worth of stubble. Wanting to appear mature. A guitar case in my hand. That one seemed to throw them, because I felt their eyes on it as I set the case down and took a seat in some kind of lounge chair that felt like it should be next to a pool. "Hey," I told them as Harper took the chair next to me. She looked a little pale but put a reassuring hand on my arm. The others nodded their greeting. Indeed, every one of the guys had somebody in a suit with them. Hyde sent me a curt nod from the sofa, where he sat with his arm around some woman in her 20s I'd never seen before. I would have been more surprised to see him alone. Next to her, a rigid, graying man in a suit sat perfectly balanced on his side of the couch. An actual briefcase leaned against his leg, black leather and everything. I'd been right about Grant. A guy in a white shirt and tie sat rigidly near the window. Grant took the soft chair next to him and pulled Clarice onto his lap, planting a kiss as he did. The woman stared at Harper with a strange expression on her face. Across the room, Jeffrey sent me a wave, ignoring the woman sitting next to him in a business suit, complete with boxy trousers, wearing a stern bun. "Long time, Dylan," he said. "At least one of us could pretend like we weren't here on business, that we were still only a bunch of strangers thrown together on a bus and expected to get along. I don't know what the deal is with the suits," I told everyone, "but I'm just here to talk." "To make demands, you mean?" Hyde said. "My manager said you have some delusion about using us to launch your solo career." Okay, so he'd come out swinging. I glanced at the others, but their expressions were unreadable. Fine. We'd have to do this the hard way. "I don't want to pull a Justin Timberlake," I said carefully. "I respect you guys and have no desire to break up the group, but I also didn't intend to do this forever. I mean, you guys really didn't expect to be singing and dancing on stage into your 50s, did you?" They looked at each other. Hyde smirked. "If it pays 40 grand per night like this tour will, I'll dance in a tutu and sing opera till I'm 90. It ain't cheap to live nowadays. It was cheaper to live without a garage full of exotic cars, but I knew better than to point that out. I'm sure. My Manhattan place is crazy too, but I'm not saying we shouldn't do the tour. I'm just suggesting we change it up a little. Grant leaned forward. How, exactly? So you're the star and we're just backup? We'll all take turns soloing just like always. I only want to play the guitar when it's my turn, and I want to play my own song. Jeffrey, our bass, rolled his eyes. Here we go. You're still proposing a separation, the woman sitting next to Grant said with a faint Spanish accent. The first step into a solo career. Fans will notice that you aren't fully in and they'll assume you're leaving the group. Ticket sales will take a nosedive. The others nodded. Sorry, man, Grant said, but she's right. This is a reunion tour celebrating our anniversary. You have to know that nobody's going to agree to what you're asking. That's just it, I said, straightening. I'm not asking. The room fell silent. The kid is joking, Jeffrey said in his deep bass voice. Harper leaned forward. The kid is 36 years old. So the girlfriend speaks, Grant said, looking her up and down in a way I didn't appreciate. Not only that, Harper said, sitting straighter. I'm here to represent him. You're telling me your girlfriend is your lawyer? Jeffrey said. That's messed up. I shook my head, shooting Harper a warning look. The less she got herself involved, the better. I'm not joking. I'd already planned on releasing a solo album later this year before I found out a new contract was in the works. I didn't know our music would resurface after 2 decades any more than you did. The fact is, I'm pursuing my dream, and I'm not waiting till I'm old and gray to do it. So you have 2 choices. You can agree to let me play one of my own songs on tour, or you can go it alone while I launch my solo career. Hyde leaped to his feet. You wouldn't dare. I gave him a grim smile. Not sure you've noticed, but as Harper said, I'm not 14 anymore. You were way easier as a 14-year-old, Jeffrey growled. Grant leaned back in his chair, looking strangely calm. Look, Dylan. Still not 14, so don't look, Dylan me. You aren't being a team player here, he continued as if I hadn't spoken. You can only see yourself in all this. If you go off and do your own thing, where does that leave us? We've gotten you this far, and we deserve more respect. Respect like we get from those magazine articles that say our music is only tolerable to 12-year-old girls, that our dancing would make MTV cry? Sure, the respect this industry has given us is overwhelming. You don't need more of that from them or me or anyone else. My point, he snapped, is that you aren't thinking of anyone else but yourself. Have you even bothered to ask about our personal lives since you got here? Did it occur to you that we might need this? That it's the second chance we never thought we'd get? Who cares what the industry says about us? We've sold hundreds of thousands of albums, and that's nothing to sneeze at, no matter who you are. Don't throw all that away. It's not your decision anyway, the briefcase guy said. The record company is planning an anniversary album. They would never allow you to promote one of your songs when they're backing the tour. It just doesn't happen. Anger boiled just beneath the surface. Grant accused me of being self-centered, yet he cared nothing for my situation or my dreams. He pretended to act calm and rational, but he'd throw me in front of a moving car if it meant saving himself, and we both knew it. Then we'll put it on the album as a bonus track. Hyde shook his head. I don't see why you can't wait until the tour is over. Because there will always be another album and another tour. Look, I brought my guitar to play a couple of songs for you guys. Just give me 5 minutes and you'll see this isn't such a bad idea. Our demographics are skewed toward 30-year-olds and up. My music will bring in younger blood. It's how we stay relevant. Jeffrey shook his head stubbornly. We don't brainstorm how to stay relevant. That's what our managers and agents and coordinators are for. You know how the system works. We sing the music the smart people tell us to sing. We perform where the smart people want us to perform. We dance the choreography the smart people tell us to dance. And at the end of the day, we get a hefty paycheck and fame that lasts 2 decades. Not a bad gig. A brainless gig, I snapped. Aren't you tired of it all? Don't you want to seize control of your future? Doesn't it make you want to stop marching to their drum and build an empire of your own? The guys all looked at me blankly. Grant began to clap. A great speech, all of it. I see your point of view, and it's sweet that you think you could succeed out there. But you're as naive now as you were at 14. Belittling my client won't get you anywhere, Harper said. Grant turned to her, studied her. Interesting that you're still pulling this charade, Harper. I know you aren't a lawyer. I also know you aren't really a personal chef. Harper's face remained smooth, but I detected a sudden stiffness in her demeanor. I don't know what you're talking about. Grant's eyes glittered darkly. Chef Mince? Really? Let me guess, you were mincing vegetables and thought that would make a good name for a cook. My 3-year-old nephew could have done better. I turned to look at Harper, who sat in utter shock before scowling at Grant. Leave Harper alone. I should tell you the same thing. We all thought you'd learned your lesson the first time, but no, you're always attracted to the wrong women. I'd say I can't believe you haven't made the connection yet, but I have to agree that she's very convincing. My former friend looked so smug I could punch him. I looked at Harper and felt sick inside. Her face had completely drained of color. She deserved better than this. Quit with the mind games and get to the point. Grant leaned forward, smiling like a chess master about to deliver a final blow. Her name isn't Harper Mintz, Dylan. She's Harper Daniels, and she's been lying to you all along.
Sustur, Chapter 18. Harper. No, not like this. This couldn't be happening. She's been playing you this whole time, Grant continued, waiting to get what she wants. Harper Daniels? Dylan repeated. It killed me inside, hearing the shock and betrayal in his voice. I shook my head. Slowly at first, then so rigorously, I could barely see. You're wrong, Grant. I am a chef, and I had no idea my company would assign me to Dylan. I didn't want to stay when I found out, but my boss offered me a promotion to full chef. I turned to Dylan, who looked like he'd been slapped. I never sought you out. You have to believe me. I'm afraid we can't trust anything you say, Princess, Grant said. But even if all that were true, tell us you never intended to convince Dylan to sing that song with you. Tell us it never crossed your mind to get close to him so he'd finally agree. Tell us you haven't been using him all along, and maybe we'll believe you. Just maybe. I looked from face to face, feeling like a rabbit caught in a trap. Finally, I turned back to Dylan, hoping that he, at least, would see the truth in my heart. I'm sorry. I know it seems like I used you and manipulated you like Janie did, but I swear I never meant— No, he said softly, rising to his feet and staring me down. At least Janie never lied about who she was. Is anything you've told me true? Tears sprang to my eyes. Nearly all of it. I never meant for it to get this far. But Dylan, I'm still the person you thought I was. It was always me. But who are you exactly? He shot back. I have no idea. I'm such a fool. We've been trying to tell you that all night, Hyde drawled from the sofa. Here's the best part, Dylan, Grant said. You should see what I'm turning over to the press. My PI had a great time putting it all together. Your entire trip, including the pool incident at your hotel. Even paid that little girl with the pink camera for her photo. It all gets released tomorrow. Harper will be fired and never find another job in New York again. You'll be the laughingstock of every single one of our fans. And who can blame them? A celebrity who falls for a stunt like this from some lying online fan deserves whatever he gets. It'll be blasted everywhere. His dark eyes shone. Unless you agree to do it our way. A chill settled on the room. Even the two other guys stared at him in surprise. Jeffrey actually laughed and slapped his thigh. Brilliant, man. Absolutely brilliant. The full impact of his threat hit me. When those photos leaked, I would lose both dreams. I would indeed be fired, and my sister's bucket list would never be fulfilled because Dylan would never speak to me again. But what hurt the most was watching the realization fall upon Dylan. His eyes, so bright and hopeful earlier, now appeared dead, completely devoid of life. Grant was right. Dylan's solo career would never get off the ground if fans caught wind of this. Clarice watched me with a smug smile. Checkmate, her expression said. Dylan wasn't the fool. I was. I had repaid his kindness by lying to him and myself, to him about my identity, and to myself about our future together. Something clutched my heart, refusing to allow it to beat freely, and I knew I had nobody to blame but myself. "Let me see the photos," Dylan said, his voice flat. "Not a chance. They're in a safe place and backed up on the cloud, just in case you try to pull anything funny. This is happening, Dylan. It's time to make a choice. Your lying girlfriend or this silly idea about going solo. You can't have both." I looked at Dylan, who sat forward in his chair, his elbows resting on his knees, head ducked, defeated. The sight plunged a knife through my chest and carved out my heart. Lungs, too, since I felt like I couldn't breathe. And maybe my stomach, too. Finally, Dylan stood. He grabbed his guitar case and slowly lifted his gaze to sweep the room. "I'll sign the papers at the Tagioka party." With that, he turned and left. Chapter 19, Harper. I made it outside just as Dylan's Uber drove away. It took about 5 minutes for a second to pull up, and I told the driver to take me to the first place I could think of, the fountain show. Bellagio. Whatever. The woman shrugged and drove me there without a word. She dropped me off at a huge white hotel, and I found a place among the crowd, watching a wide lake for any movement. I tried to stay focused on the water and the lights and the excitement of being here. Instead, I felt like vomiting and curling up in a warm bed for a good cry. The what-ifs and if-onlys threatened to overtake me completely. What if I'd told him early on? What if I hadn't agreed to come to Las Vegas? What if I'd originally turned Surrey down and met him on the street like any normal person? If only I hadn't offered to go to that stupid meeting tonight in my stupid new clothes with my stupid don't hurt my client attitude. Not that it would have mattered. They would have blackmailed Dylan either way. I'd only bought myself a front row seat to our doom. And it was no use. Every route I considered would have led here sooner or later. No matter what I chose, the cost always ended up the same. The end of us. Dylan getting hurt. Again. I thought about his kind moments when he'd given up his large bedroom so I could enjoy the view. His approving gaze when I'd emerged from the bedroom with that blue gown on and catching him staring at the party. His laughter when I had dived into the white chocolate, that little white box with the blue and brown bow, those ridiculous goats. His honesty and rare vulnerability that would emerge when I least expected them, which I'd returned with lies. The fountain sprang into action. I watched with a numbness that I welcomed, numbness I could handle. Emotions and feelings could wait until tomorrow. Somewhere deep inside, I did enjoy the show. It did things I didn't know you could do with water, like bending and ballet-type dancing. The music poured through my soul, and the mist in the air was refreshing. But the magic eventually ended, just as all magic does, and I found my way back to the hotel close to 11. When I entered our suite, I peered inside his open door to find his room completely empty. No suitcase, no belongings whatsoever. No guitar case. Dylan was gone. The next morning, I boarded the same plane as before. I recognized it by a burn mark on one of the leather seats, although I couldn't imagine how it had gotten there. People still weren't allowed to smoke on planes, right? This wasn't the 1970s anymore. Of course, celebrities weren't regular people, so maybe the rules didn't apply to them. Maybe they did what they wanted, when they wanted, and how they wanted, and left everyone else to deal with the fallout. Maybe other people did that to them too. Dylan was nowhere to be seen, despite Antonio insisting he would be here, and I was still chartered to join him. I buckled myself in and watched the window, hoping to see a figure appear, yet dreading it at the same time. Dylan clearly didn't want to see me. Maybe I should just get my own flight home. But 20 minutes after we were slated for takeoff, Dylan appeared in the doorway. He strode across the cabin and took the seat by the rear window, the furthest possible seat from me. If the pilot had allowed me to hang out in the cockpit, I would have settled for that. Heck, if I could have hidden below with the luggage and not die from lack of pressurization, I would have agreed. Anything to avoid staring at angry Dylan for the next 4 hours straight. He must have had the same thought because he immediately put his sunglasses back on and leaned back as if for a nap. That suited me just fine. I wasn't sure how to tell him about my broken heart without him pointing out that I'd been the one who'd done the breaking. I pulled out a book and buried my nose in it, trying to look completely absorbed yet too distracted by the tension between us to see the text. "It's upside down," he muttered. Only then did my eyes focus on the words. Right. I turned the book over and tried to look like his cold tone hadn't affected me. An hour later, I could barely remember the story despite having turned at least 50 pages. I'd brought it thinking a thriller would be gripping enough to hold my attention, especially one that involved a string of murders and a character rappelling down a tower in East Asia. But my entire body felt on high alert, a mixture of attraction and want and hurt and need and desire to flee all mixing together into a giant vat of emotions in my stomach. I turned down the drinks and snacks offered by the attendant, a young woman this time. Not that she would have noticed anyway, as she only had eyes for Dylan. Didn't even hide it either, just stared at him like a lovesick fool with a tiny smile on her face. Worse, Dylan smiled back, although now that I knew him better, I could see the fakeness in it. His real smile reached his eyes and made them shine, lighting up his entire face. I'd earned that smile a few times over the past few days. Oh, how I longed to see that smile again, but not directed at this girl, or any other girl, really. If my twin were here in person, I'd chew her out for getting me into this situation. Then I'd hug her. She always gave the best hugs, tight and warm, like our bodies still fit together the same even outside the womb. The feeling of loneliness after her passing had crushed my soul like an old wrapper. The feeling of loneliness I felt now, while in Dylan's stony, silent presence, so much worse. I'd done this to myself. Still, I had to know where we stood, so I gathered the courage to speak. "You have every right to be angry." His dark eyes turned on me, his jaw set. Wow. I felt a chill under his gaze and shivered before trying again. "If it helps, I thought about telling you every day." He chuckled bitterly. "Thinking about doing the right thing means nothing in a courtroom." "If we were in a courtroom, at least I'd get to tell my side of the story," I shot back. "Do you know how hard it is to listen to someone slander you and accuse you of acting the victim to your face? I didn't tell my followers to gather signatures for a petition. After your apology, I left you alone." He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. "Except for pretending to be someone else to get close and then stabbing me in the back. Real classy." "I never wanted any of that to happen. When we got close, it scared me. I tried to slow things down. Everything just moved so fast, and then I felt stuck. I know it's not much of a defense, but I was trying to figure out a way to explain without hurting or losing you. So you sabotaged my career instead." The hurt in his voice pierced me to my core. "No, Grant sabotaged your career and he used me to do it. I'm so sorry that happened. I barely slept a wink all night." By his condition, he hadn't either. His eyes looked as bloodshot as mine and his hair unusually unkempt. I saw the clues, but I didn't want to put them together. The weird meals, the mention of your sister at the party, the poster. Crap! You found the poster? He rounded on me, suddenly boring into my soul. What Grant did really hurt. I won't lie about that. But I expected a betrayal from him. I never saw it coming from you, Harper. You had me convinced that you cared. I do care, so I have a different last name. That shouldn't discount everything we shared. It was all real. He leaned forward in his chair. None of it was, not really. If I'd known who you were, I wouldn't have trusted you. Because you assumed I was like Janie, I shot back. No matter what you think, I'm not her, Dylan. Sure, I hoped you would change your mind about the song, but I never meant to make you fall for me. And I sure as Hades didn't mean to fall for you. My voice wobbled now, so I took a swig of water while he processed my words. Janie hurt me deeper than I thought anyone could, he said quietly. It isn't unreasonable to avoid any woman who reeks of the same manipulative tactics. I flinched. That one stung. You say you're over Janie, but then you sing songs about her in secret. You wouldn't tell me anything about her. I could have had a completely different name and still never had a chance, because you never really trusted me. He shook his head in disbelief. You're really lecturing me about trust right now. Tell me I'm wrong. Dylan sat back in his seat looking strangely stricken. That was all the confirmation I needed. He did still have feelings for Janie. Maybe Grant's little stunt had saved me from a lot of grief in the end. My first 3 non-committal boyfriends had been bad enough, but a rebounding Dylan would have been devastating. The song wasn't for Janie, Dylan said softly. It was for my dad. My body went completely stiff. I recalled his wistful, longing tone and the lyrics about wanting someone to stay and not leave. I couldn't remember a single detail about whether the person he was directing the song to was male or female. I never got to sing it to him, Dylan continued, because Janie took it upon herself to get me back home at any cost. She told the press she was expecting and deliberately withheld the news from me so I'd learn it elsewhere. When I hurried home to make sure she was all right, she admitted the truth. The pregnancy was a lie. We fought, and she left. I didn't want her wandering New York alone, so I stayed up all night to text her friends and track her down. He swallowed hard. I got the call from my mom the next morning. Dylan, I breathed. My dad taught me how to sing, taught me to play the guitar too. He always wanted us to perform together, but my mom pressured me into signing with an agent who had connections high up in the industry. He never liked my music, and secretly I agreed. I know it sounds silly, but I keep thinking if I perform my dad's song at a concert with those giant speakers, he'd be able to hear it at last. He scowled at the wall. That's never going to happen now. My throat ached. You can't. I have no choice. Grant will hold this over my head forever. At least this way, one of us will live our dream. I've already paid for the remainder of your contract and left a positive review, so you're free to move along to the next celebrity client. I leave for Los Angeles in a few days and everyone's happy. His words reminded me of something he'd said 2 days ago, on the very same plane. You get used to it after a while, showing people what they want to see so they'll pay you money. Then everyone's happy. Everyone but him. I'd helped seal his fate, whether I meant to or not. But no, I realized, his fate wasn't sealed yet. It isn't over, I told him firmly. Not if you refuse to be manipulated this time. You'll regret giving up and giving in. I know you will. Deep down, you're still that boy signing everything they put in front of him without thinking about it. I know I messed up, Dylan, but my future is my own. It doesn't belong to Grant or Surrey or you or anyone else. I'm going to direct it and me alone. But it won't be complete until I know you're directing yours. He blinked, said nothing, then slid his sunglasses over his eyes, leaned back, and folded his arms. If body language could talk, he would be screaming, "This conversation is over." Suddenly, I wanted my sister's embrace more than anything. I grabbed a package from under the seat and ripped it open to reveal a blanket. Then I wrapped myself up in it like a comfy shield, picked up my book, and buried my face once again. I hoped it would be enough to hide the shine in my eyes, because deep down, I knew this was it. We were done. Over. It felt more devastating than losing any bucket list or promotion. It felt like the end of everything. I didn't turn a single page the rest of the trip. Chapter 20. Harper. I expected my first day back at work to be full of gossiping whispers. What I didn't expect was the silence. So much silence and staring. The moment I walked in, it seemed like the entire office turned on me with varying degrees of disapproval. Well, the disapproval was mostly on the women's side. Mostly the men just looked impressed. Because apparently having someone famous deign me worthy of attention made them believe it too. "Harper, you're back!" Jess exclaimed, emerging from the back offices and pulling me out of view of the others. "You totally kissed him. I can tell." "Everyone's staring," I told her with a sinking feeling. "What do they know?" Her face fell. "Someone got a video of you two dancing at a party and posted it online, but nobody knows who you are. It isn't very clear. I only saw it because I follow Dylan online. I guess a few of the others do too." At first, I worried that Grant had sold that information to the press. Then I realized a personal investigator would never march up to the subject and ask their name and tell them to smile for a photo. Those had been real reporters, or at least people who sold to real publications. Great! Dylan had agreed to Grant's terms, yet a video had leaked anyway. At least the online masses hadn't identified me yet. "Does Suri know?" My friend hesitated. I heard her curse and say we weren't running an escort service. "Don't worry. I'm sure she didn't mean it." "Oh, she meant it," I groaned. If my own boss recognized me, it was only a matter of time before somebody leaked my identity, and this video went viral. How had this gone so badly so fast? Jess gave me a quick side hug. "Never you mind. It's good to have you home. Did you have fun at least?" I knew her question was a general one, but I felt my face heating up and gave her a lopsided smile. Her eyes went wide and she gasped, "You didn't!" It only took a second to realize what she meant, and I gave her arm a swat. "No, it wasn't like that. Yes, I had fun, and no, we didn't take it that far despite what everyone in the office is probably thinking." She stared at me as if she didn't believe a word. "Okay?" We didn't, I swear. There was a party, and okay, the workout that ended up in the pool may have gotten a little heated, but I had everything under control the entire time. Jess folded her arms. "Yet you two shared a hotel room for 2 nights. But sure, whatever you say." "A penthouse," I said stubbornly. 2 separate rooms. They only shared a wall." "Mm-hmm." She looked disappointed. "Well, I want all the details when you're ready. I took care of your assistant workload and even got you a little ahead. You know that you aren't very organized, right?" I chuckled. Leave it to Jess to remind me of all my shortcomings so lovingly. "Yeah, I have an inkling." She opened her mouth again, but our boss chose that moment to peek her head around my cubicle wall. "Daniels, we need to talk. My office." She disappeared again. I took a deep breath as Jess, wide-eyed, nodded encouragingly. Suri closed her office door behind us the second I sat down. I tried to look nonchalant and unaffected, even as my insides curled like old cream. "It sounds like you have a story to tell," she began, settling into her chair across the desk. "I want to hear every detail." So I told her, not every detail perhaps, but the main points that she likely already knew. I left out talking to the paparazzi at the airport and dropping food all over the sidewalk. She also didn't need to know about our little moment in the pool, or in the chocolate shop, or at the party. My face flamed now. No wonder everyone thought Dylan and I were hot for each other. I'd completely and utterly fallen for this man. When I finished, she sat back and stared at me for a long moment. "So that was you." "Nobody has caught on," I said quickly. "Yet," she snapped. "Nobody has caught on yet. I've been in the celebrity chef business for almost 28 years. I promise you, someone will eventually find out. They always do." She waved a hand, gesturing at her office. "Do you know how much it costs per month to keep this company running?" "No idea." "Tens of thousands of dollars, surely. Maybe hundreds of thousands." We've succeeded this long because we're professional, and we've built up a reputation over the years. That's why Dylan Colt became a client in the first place. Discretion is the #1 rule. Her eyes glittered darkly. And not dating our clients is #2. I ducked my head, feeling my heart sink. You're right. My behavior was unthinkable, and I didn't represent the company well at all. I'm sorry. You're lucky, Daniels. Mr. Colt paid for the rest of your week and gave the company a glowing review. Otherwise, you would have lost the promotion. We'll assume his review was regarding his meals and nothing else. There will be no talk of this trip, him, or this conversation to anyone outside this room. As far as everyone else knows, that was not you in the video, nor have you ever worked for Dylan Colt. Am I clear? My brain was stuck on one part of her monologue. Did you say I would have lost the promotion? He seemed determined to make sure you still received your raise. Heaven knows why. But most importantly, he released us from the NDA and gave written permission to publish a generic company review in our advertising materials as long as you're a full chef with the company. This will help substantially with bringing in new business, as you can imagine. It sank in slowly. Dylan had arranged all that? So as long as I'm a full chef, you can post his review everywhere and make money off him. She eyed me in disapproval. What a dreadful way to put it. Regardless, you have what you want, I have what I want, and everyone's happy. She clapped her hands. It's time to plan your promotion party, Chef Daniels. Congratulations.
Chapter 21. Dylan. I sat on my crisply made bed and strummed my guitar, feeling somewhat at peace for the first time all day. Sitting here alone, singing the songs that came from my soul, felt like a little piece of paradise. Familiar. Comfortable. This was the way music should be. Quiet and deep, like a wide river. Not flashy and full of dancing and tuning and colored spotlights. Just me and the guitar and ears to hear. Switching to my dad's song, I sang the words about wishing he wouldn't leave until I reached where he was. But like always, the song didn't feel complete. It was missing something. Like a key lime pie without the lime or Mexican food without the salsa and tortillas. Frustrated, I set my guitar down, pulled out my phone, and scrolled through the pictures. Nearly every one of the past 20 were of Harper, bent over a lizard on the hot Vegas sidewalk, giggling like a delighted child. A selfie of us on the way to the dance, her bare shoulders slender and pale against the black of my suit coat, the both of us looking content and happy. Another from just before the meeting, her in that ridiculous business suit and me looking nervous yet confident. Fools, the both of us. Then I paused. Harper's poem filled the screen, the letters difficult to make out at this size. I enlarged them and read them through once and then twice. Why I'd assumed this poem had come from a lover, I couldn't guess. Clearly it had some connection to her sister. Maybe the author was her sister. If so, she'd had lyrical talent. Feeling the rhythm of the words, I whispered them aloud. Something tickled my mind, and I took a closer look at the cadence of each line before grabbing my guitar again and strumming a chord. A beyond brilliant idea struck me then, and I felt an edge of excitement I hadn't known in years. It took about an hour to work through. Although my fingers felt sore by the time I finished, I put my guitar aside with a strangely bittersweet feeling. This song was the best yet, and nobody would ever hear it. Tomorrow night I would sign those tour papers at that private gig and lock myself into another 5 years of misery. I imagined my group's joy and the swell of the crowd as they cheered at the news. Fans would be ecstatic. You'll regret giving up and giving in, Harper had said. I know you will. Deep down, you're still that boy signing everything they put in front of him without thinking about it. She was wrong. I'd thought about this for weeks, talked to people, even researched the unique circumstances of others who'd left their groups to go out on their own. I knew that going solo often meant the death of two careers, the band they'd left and the star who'd left it. But enough exceptions existed to give me hope. Terrible, painful hope. I know I messed up, she'd said, but my future is my own. It doesn't belong to Grant or Suri or you or anyone else. I'm going to direct it, and me alone. But it won't be complete until I know you're directing yours. At least Harper had found her happiness at Verte Elite. It was indeed some comfort. Maybe some kind of announcement had been posted on the company's website about her promotion. I pulled it up and found nothing. They hadn't put her photo under the chef column yet. Surely that would come soon enough. In the mood for torturing myself, I decided to do a search for her name like I should have done long before now. The sheer volume of articles on her bucket list story surprised me. She'd inspired a lot of people over the past few months. I pulled up an interview, one of the first listed, and settled in to read. She talked about her twin sister like I talked about my dad, a force for good in the world and an inspiration. Apparently, the girls had clung to one another during a turbulent time with their parents, something I also understood. We had far more in common than I'd believed. If I finish this list, I know my sister won't come back, she'd told the reporter. But even if it won't make her feel any closer to me, it will make me feel closer to her. In a world that feels empty without her, I'll take that. Feel closer to her. That was exactly why I played the guitar, to feel closer to Dad. I felt a twinge of pain that likely matched her own. I spent hours reading. With each article, every interview, I felt her presence. I could hear her voice in the words on the page. And when I finally ran out of content, I realized that one thing Harper had said was absolutely true. The woman I'd fallen for was the real Harper all along. Chapter 22. Dylan. The moment I arrived at the party, I was swarmed by fans. I didn't mean to laugh. I really didn't. But the scene I'd endured for decades suddenly felt a whole lot like what Harper had said once. Women flocking in my direction, like a crowd of ducks chasing a 6-year-old with a bag of bread. Most dressed in gowns of varying length, nearly all in black. Most wore their hair in blonde waves with big, dangly earrings and heavy eyeshadow. Janie had fit in nicely with them. I tried to imagine Harper among this group, but for some reason, I could only imagine her in a purple tank and black yoga pants. As I batted away grabbing hands, a member of security rushed over and escorted me to the tent where the rest of the guys awaited. So much for the event being private. But the second I ducked inside, I almost turned and walked right back out. Ducks are better than vultures. "Hey," Jeffrey exclaimed, patting me on the back. "I knew you'd come through for us, man. Smartest decision you ever made. Have a drink." Hyde lifted an unopened beer can my way. I shoved it away. "You know I don't drink before performing." "You know I always drink before performing." He chuckled, popped open the can, and chugged it. Jeffrey leaned my direction. "That's because he sings better when he's drunk." "Dances better too," I said with a grin, and the others laughed. This felt good. Like the old days. Until I spotted Grant approaching, and the contract waiting on the table behind him. The guys followed my gaze and went a little stiff, oddly quiet. "Heard about your girl," Grant said. "That sucks." "You know what doesn't suck? Pounding your former friend's nose in right before a concert." I didn't say it, but I sure wanted to. He put a hand on my shoulder and turned me toward the table, where a neat stack of paper and 2 pens lay. I shook his hand off. Both pens had the band logo, as if to serve as a reminder of the team I played for. The band that owned me. Bought and paid for by my adoring fans, who flocked like geese and pried open details about my personal life like a can of tuna to be consumed and discarded during their lunch break. "You're supposed to have 2 witnesses," Grant said. "Your manager sent a couple of event staff and a notary public. They're waiting outside." He removed his hand and strode to the security guard at the tent's opening. "Send them in." 2 stern-looking women and a man entered and stood there expectantly, seemingly unaffected by the strange circumstances. They definitely looked too old to care about lover boys. 40s or 50s, likely. What their roles were at an event like this, I couldn't begin to guess. Grant grabbed one of the pens and clicked it into place before handing it to me. Here you go. An encouraging pat on my back felt more like a shove toward the table, and I found myself looking down on the paper that would seal my fate. A blue sticky note I'd missed before covered much of the text. I recognized George's handwriting immediately. I read through all of it and negotiated the important parts. You're good to sign. Text me when it's done and we'll celebrate in Barbados. G. All the important parts in his mind anyway. That likely meant the amounts and little else. Certainly not anything I'd asked for, like one song from my own work or even a mention of the solo career I wouldn't be getting. Signing that paper meant no more dreams, trading my father's wishes for those of my agent and manager and fellow band members and fans and Janie and everyone else but me. And Harper. She understood. She'd been the only person out of hundreds of thousands to see my dream and consider it worthy, simply because it was mine. I felt the wrongness of it all in my gut. I already knew where this path led. I wanted more than this. I wanted the life my dad had tried to give me all along. The kind of support that filled rather than drained me. The kind of crowds that didn't fall to the ground weeping or tuck their phone numbers into my trouser pocket as I passed by. Fans who respected rather than worshipped me. People who adored the music. Not my body or my face or whatever image my manager wanted to push that particular year. Not an idol, but a professional. A man rather than a boy, preferably a free one. Harper had seen it all, everything that lay so obviously before me now, and I'd ripped her apart for it. The entire group stood there watching me, any casualness from before gone. They knew how important this moment was to their own careers. I had a strange gratitude for the grumpy staff witnesses in the corner. Were it not for their presence, I almost wondered if the guys would jump me and force my hand to sign on the stupid line. When the event coordinator stepped inside the tent, the tension had grown so thick, he paused and looked around. Everything okay? Thank the great heaven above and everyone in it. Fine. Showtime? Showtime. That is, if you boys are ready. We're ready, I said, cutting off Grant. I tossed the pen onto the table and stalked out the tent, veering to a group of techies to have my mic clipped on. As I accepted the earpiece, I heard the guys whispering to each other behind my back. I caught a few curse words uttered under their breath. Strangely, I didn't care, because the fresh air had brought with it an incredible clarity. Suddenly, I knew exactly what needed to happen tonight. I pulled out my phone and shot off a quick text to Harper before setting it on a chair off stage. Next to the chair sat a guitar from the opening act. It felt like a sign. I found my place on stage as the guys did the same, refusing to look my way. Then the curtain opened and the show began.
Chapter 23. Harper. People like cemeteries because it's where their loved ones are buried, so they feel close to them. But I'd learned soon after my sister's death that the cemetery wasn't where I felt closest to my twin. Her presence didn't linger there and stop my breath during unsuspecting moments. No, in order to experience my sister's memory, I had to go where we'd spent the most time. I made some excuse about running an errand and slipped out of my tiny apartment, leaving Carmen to get ready for my birthday dinner all by herself. There would be guys there, and she would impress every single one of them. But before I could celebrate my birthday, there was something I had to do. I took the subway to my childhood home. 30 minutes later, as I came to a halt in front of the building, I remembered that home maybe wasn't the best word. For one thing, the new owner had repurposed it into a warehouse. For another thing, it probably hadn't taken much work, as our tiny apartment growing up never really did feel like anything but a warehouse. But Mom loved interior design, and she'd made the hard floors and bare cinder block walls feel as homey as she could. Our place didn't have much on the inside, but it held more memories than anywhere else I knew, especially those of my twin sister, since we'd lived there until the divorce that took Dad from us first, then saw the remarriage of our mom and then her departure to Spain soon thereafter. She'd transferred the lease to us, something we'd been thrilled about at first. Our own place, an old, worn-down place with a ton of baggage, but still ours. And then came my sister's call from the doctor's office, less than 2 months later. It had gone from childhood home to college dorm to launchpad for our many adventures. Every time she felt strong enough to check off something new from her list, I'd taken Hannah through those doors and to a waiting cab, tucking wadded-up hoodies around her so she could be as comfortable as possible on the ride to the airport or wherever we were headed. At first, our adventure began with no attention whatsoever. But by the end, we'd gained the attention of the paparazzi, at the very moment when it was least appreciated and convenient. Of course, the money from fans had been helpful. I couldn't have done half the things that remained on the list if not for them. But losing a sister, one who was almost literally an extension of myself, and especially when we felt so alone and abandoned in the world, had made everything around me go dark and blurry. Only the list mattered. Only my sister's wish, the one she'd used some of her last breaths to utter. I couldn't stay after she passed, not with everyone I loved most in the world gone. So I'd sold this place and found the cheapest apartment I could, far from here. Ironic that I found myself here right now. Of all places, I had the chef job I wanted. Would Hannah be proud, seeing how far I'd come and how much I'd sacrificed to get here? Or who, to be precise. The warehouse windows were dark. I made my way to the front door and pulled. Locked. Not that I would have entered had it been unlocked. I wasn't sure what had brought me, to be honest. It wasn't like I'd find my sister here, yet somehow I felt her presence stronger at this moment than at any other time since her passing. Maybe Hannah knew I felt more alone on this birthday than during any that preceded it, because it was the first without her. I sat on a crate outside the building, not caring whether it had a security camera or not. The one benefit of New York, nobody really cared about our practically non-existent property lines as long as you didn't damage anything. Then I put my head in my hands and breathed in the familiar, smoky, exhaust-ridden air. It almost made Hannah feel as if she were right next to me. I couldn't finish the list, I told Hannah. I did everything else. The skydiving, the sailing, the cave. You should have seen that mud bath across town. It was so slimy and icky. I hated every second of it. I grinned. You would have loved it, though. Only silence followed. The whole Dylan cult thing, that experience was always meant to be yours. You're the musical one and more his type anyway. He's practically my opposite. Then again, so were you, which is funny considering we're twins and all. We aren't opposites. We complement each other. Her voice came easily. Too easily these days. I remembered an envelope of cash at the funeral, donated by some anonymous well-doer with the words "for therapy" written on the front in bold handwriting. Someone who'd understood the journey of grief well, I'd guess. The envelope sat in my nightstand at home, still as full as that first day. Maybe they knew something about the voice that I didn't. You're not crazy. You're just lonely. It sounded like Hannah again. Not just her voice, but the subtle, somehow biting yet encouraging and utterly correct undertones of the words. Lonely I was. I'd gotten a piece of cheesecake from the office yesterday, though I doubted any of my co-workers had baked it considering the tray beneath it had a price tag. Good to know my contribution to the company was worth at least $39 on sale. Happy birthday, I told Hannah. We're 30 today. I didn't reach my goal, but then neither did you, I guess. Maybe that's our first lesson of our 30s. Don't aim too high or try too hard or trust too much. It'll only end in pain. She would have shoved me with her shoulder at that, a reminder to stop being so pessimistic about everything. Yet another evidence of the unfairness of life, that Hannah, the happiest, brightest soul I knew, was gone and I remained. Surely the world needed another million of her in it. I pulled her song out of my backpack and read the words again. This time, just like all the other times, I was struck by the layers of emotion packed beneath the lyrics. If only I could have heard the melody. I'm not afraid, I assured her. I did reach for what I wanted, and I achieved it. You don't have to worry about me anymore. The chef's position would get me 3 times what I currently earned. I could move into a bigger apartment, even furnish it with items bought from a furniture store and not a thrift shop or repurposed from the sidewalk. This promotion would change my life. Had changed my life. So why did I feel worse than before? At some point, I noticed it had started to grow dark. The shadows always descended a little earlier here because of the city skyline. I put the paper back into its folder and caught a glimpse of the bucket list still tucked safely in its frame. I'd grabbed it off the wall knowing I would need its comfort tonight. Every item on the list sat where Hannah had written it in her neat handwriting, each box checked except for the last. It would forever remain like this. An unfinished, unfulfilled dream of my sister's. The things that meant the most to her. I read the items off one by one as a tribute to her. As I read the second half of the list, something wriggled in discomfort at the back of my mind. I cocked my head and read the first few again. These were things we'd done together, adventures she'd resolved to experience, but the bottom half? I couldn't remember a single time she'd talked about wanting to do any of these things before writing this list. Me, on the other hand, I read the list again, then a third time. With every neatly printed word, I felt my eyes growing moist again. The realization slammed into my head like a hammer. It couldn't be. Most of my sister's bucket list had never been hers. It was mine. She'd chosen activities she knew I would enjoy. Me. It wasn't about the tasks or the places we would visit, but the memories she knew she would never get to cherish herself. This was her last gift to me. My eyes reached the last item and stopped. Even after her death, my sister had tried to set me up with Dylan Colt, the singer she knew I was obsessed with. She'd already met him after all, and knew he was a nice guy. "You little brat," I whispered, then started laughing. A man wearing muddy boots and a confused frown stood in the open doorway now, watching me chuckle to myself. I wondered how long he'd been there. I hadn't even heard the door open. "Crazy woman," he muttered to himself, letting himself out the rest of the way and locking the door behind him. He pulled on it once more, to ensure it was locked before stalking away. "I'm not crazy," I shouted after him. "My dead sister says so. It's our birthday." He lifted a hand in dismissal and disappeared around the corner. It was late, and my friends would be waiting at the restaurant. So would the men they'd invited, likely to get my mind off Dylan. Dylan, that silly, utterly self-centered celebrity of a man who had emerged onto a public sidewalk to help me rescue some vegetables, who had gazed into my eyes with such softness and wonder that I felt more cherished and loved than ever in my entire life, who had wrenched my heart from my chest and kept it for himself, even after saying goodbye. Something told me I would never get it back. My phone dinged. I paused a second, not daring to breathe, before pulling it from my pocket. I stared at the sender's name far too long before it finally registered. Dylan. "Happy birthday." The words swam in my vision. I must have read them 10 times before the meaning clicked, and by then, a second text had appeared. "You don't owe me an answer or anything else. I just wanted you to know that I'm thinking of you and I miss you. I hope you aren't alone today. If you are, come to Four Seasons Park so I can sing to you." Night had fully fallen now, and as worried as I should have been, a lone woman in this part of town after dark, I was only grateful for the darkness to hide my blubbering, wet mess of a face. I wasn't alone. It seemed odd to believe that without a single soul around, but I felt Hannah's presence on one side and, strangely, Dylan's on the other. Even more strange, it felt exactly right. And it also felt like freedom. If Hannah had indeed pulled some kind of interdimensional blind date setup, my singing a duet with Dylan meant nothing to her. It was only about me. And having something be about me, for me, felt like the very best birthday present a girl could receive. "I've got this one," I told my sister, and blew her a kiss. Then I sent Jess a quick text of apology and raced into the night.
Chapter 24. Dylan. It took a few minutes to get back into the groove, but like always, it all came flooding back. The blinding spotlight, the roar of a crowd, albeit a smaller one this time, the music that pounds in your blood and shakes your very soul. My voice felt weak at first, and then gained confidence halfway through the second song. Thankfully, this event was more casual and didn't require any choreography, so we fell into a comfortable grouping on stage and tried to cover our lack of preparation with a lot of audience participation. It mostly worked. They seemed to enjoy themselves, dancing and singing along. Grant nearly fell on his face walking down the steps during his solo, which he made a joke about. Everyone laughed, but I knew he'd be cursing in a few minutes backstage. Our original debut hadn't involved quite so many cell phones connected to instant social media. Yet another downside to the whole tour thing. The thing I'd just decided I wouldn't be doing after all. The audience remained a glob of smiling faces and moving bodies in fancy black dresses and crisp tuxes. The men pretended they weren't into it, but I caught many mouths moving as they sang quietly along. And then, she appeared. Harper wore an outfit close to the one I'd imagined, tattered jeans and a pink sleeveless blouse. Rather than the usual ponytail, her hair fell long and wavy over her shoulders. When she caught my gaze, her lips spread into a soft smile. Then I remembered yesterday's goodbye and decided she had to be an apparition. She hadn't answered my birthday wishes from earlier. I assumed my number was long blocked by now. This had to be another beautiful woman, wearing her face. Then her smile turned amused, and I realized I'd stopped singing and stood in the middle of the stage gaping. Focus, Dylan. The other guys kept singing, but I felt their eyes on me as I started walking again, following our usual pattern across the stage. After what seemed like 50 years, the song finally ended, and I looked her direction again. The beautiful woman remained. She lifted her hand in a military salute and grinned mischievously. Definitely Harper. My intro was next. The guys watched me warily as I took the center mic. Hey everyone, it's great to be back up here. It's been way too long. The crowd cheered and applauded now, louder than earlier. Most of the cheering sounded high-pitched. Lots of women here tonight, not that any of them mattered more than the rest, except one. That gave me an idea. I glanced at the host, Alan Togioka, who sat in a chair in the front row. He looked entertained and pleased. Did I dare throw a wrench into things? Would he be angry or honored by my plan? Alan, my friend, I told him, you sure know how to throw a party. The crowd cheered again, and he stood and waved to them before finding his seat again. The thing is, I continued, grabbing the mic and walking toward the edge of the stage, I have a confession to make. I wanted tonight to be special because you're special. All of you. Normally, I would introduce Loving You Tomorrow and Always, which is a great song, one of my favorites. But I think you deserve something out of the ordinary tonight, something we've never done before. As the audience whistled in approval, Grant cleared his throat behind me. He knew what I intended to do, even if the sound crew didn't, but as long as my mic was still working, I would say what I had to say. I've been playing around with something new, I continued. Many of you know that my dad died a year ago. What you don't know is that I wrote him a song. Unfortunately, I never got to play it for him before he died. I considered recording it for fans instead, but it never felt quite right. Then I met this woman with a song of her own, and when I put the two together, it felt like magic. I chuckled. Well, I guess you can decide that for yourself. You're magic, Dylan Colt, a woman shrieked at the top of her lungs. The audience laughed. Thank you. When I think of magical, though, I'll only ever be able to imagine a certain woman. She's here in the audience now, and it's her birthday. What say you? Should we encourage her to come up for this? The cheering roared across the entire park. Alan rose to his feet, clapping enthusiastically with the rest. At least he didn't seem angry about the sudden change in the program. I could see the red in Harper's cheeks from here. She looked around, then ducked her head before making her way to the barrier opening. She spoke with a guard there, who looked at me questioningly. I nodded. While she climbed the steps, I hurried backstage to grab the guitar. When I reached the middle of the stage again, the guys all surrounded me, covering their lapel mics with their hands. "What do you think you're doing?" Grant hissed. "We didn't discuss this. Relax. It's a fun, casual evening of entertainment for our guests. Don't worry, they'll love it." I patted him on the back and broke through the space between Hyde and Jeffrey to greet Harper with a smile. "You don't have to do this," she said. "I was a fool," I told her. "I see it now, what you were doing and why. I'm only sorry I didn't make the duet happen before your birthday. Your sister is going to haunt me for the rest of my days." She gave me a lopsided grin. "Probably. I would if I were a ghost. You're better entertainment than most." I snorted. "Thanks for that. This may be entertaining in the wrong way, but at least it'll be genuine." A quick tune and a visit from the sound guy with an acoustic guitar mic, and everything was ready. I sat on the stool and watched the sound guy hand Harper a mic. She turned to me with wide eyes. "Wait, I don't know the song." "You know part of it. Just sing the lines you know." I plucked the tune I knew so well, feeling it resonate with something deep inside me. Now, for the audience's benefit, I raised my voice. "This is dedicated to my dad and Harper's sister, Hannah, wherever they are now. Please don't leave. I never thought I'd have to live without you. Please don't lose the moments we've shared. Please don't walk through that door, leading onward and forward and gone forevermore, because I don't know how to lose you. And I don't want to. I need you. I want you. Don't leave. Please. Don't want to go. Refuse to fly. Resist the wide expanse of sky. And when it whispers, 'It's your turn,' I want to see the whole sky burn. Outside, I go to see the sun, to watch it rise, to terrorize. It lights entire skies aflame, in pink and orange, with no shame, trying, crying, forever fighting, crawling back to you. Although you can't see me, hear me, feel me, I'll still be with you. So when you look into the sky and see its fire, know that I'm near you, and feel the sunlight, firelight, starlight. Believe that I've touched you. Yet I can't rise 'cause I must fall, and soon I can't come. When you call, our days together will soon end. My time with family and friends. My sky grows dark. My sun soon sets. My date is scheduled. Paid my debts. The moving truck is parked outside, and now it's time to fly. Trying, crying, forever fighting, crawling back to you. Although you can't see me, hear me, feel me, I'll always be with you. So when you look into the sky and see its fire, know that I'm near you, and feel the sunlight, firelight, starlight. Believe that I've touched you." Harper picked it up pretty quickly, her voice a little unsteady. But as the chorus swelled into a single-note melody, she gained confidence. I waited for her to smile and crescendo before jumping into harmony. Our voices swelled over the crowd and ended in a single note before swinging into an intended dissonance that resolved at the very last second. As we broke off together, I found myself lost in Harper's eyes, her hands in mine. Those eyes carried an entire universe in their depths. I wanted to explore them forever. The crowd seemed under a spell. Then someone clapped, followed by a further smattering of applause. Suddenly, the entire audience pulled out of its trance and went absolutely wild. A woman in a short dress started climbing over the barrier before the guards could head her off. I barely saw any of it. I had little power over my own gaze when Harper captured it like this. "Beautiful," she whispered, looking more vulnerable than I'd ever seen her. Those songs were meant to fit together. Hannah would have loved it. I stood and set the guitar down, pulling Harper close. "I hope so, but Only one opinion matters right now. She frowned. I hope it isn't Grant's because he looks like he wants to punch something. Sure enough, my friend stalked over and yanked the mic from Harper's hands, flipping the switch. Then he leaned in. You were playing us all along. You never intended to sign the tour papers. I did, actually. Up till the moment we got on stage and I realized I'm living a bigger lie than Harper ever did. This isn't what I want. Frankly, I don't believe it's what you really want either. Seriously? Jeffrey said. We're doing this now? He motioned to the audience, whose cheering had diminished into confused whispers. It's the perfect time. I stepped forward and gave a little bow. Thank you for waiting while we worked something out. The truth is, that song will serve as my goodbye. Not from music, but from the band. I won't be going on the anniversary tour with them. Instead, I'm launching a solo career. Silence. Then a deafening roar. When it finally died down, I spoke again. I appreciate your support, but I hope you'll give it to the rest of the guys as well. They've worked hard to get here and they deserve it. In the meantime, I have plenty of songs like the one you just heard, and they all come from the heart. I hope you'll enjoy my solo work. I stepped back just as Harper hurried forward. Except there's one little problem, she said, grinning at me. The smile froze on my face. What did that mean? Dylan won't be as solo as he'd like to think. She winked at the audience, who laughed and applauded. Then she threw herself into my arms. I was no fool. I dipped the woman and kissed her deeply. After a moment that lasted far less time than I wanted, she straightened and gasped. Wait, what? It isn't too late. She jumped up and down on her toes. Dylan, I technically don't turn 30 until 11:43 p.m. We're a whole hour early. Our duet made a dramatic entrance is all. I kissed her once more and lowered my voice. Did you mean what you said about my solo career? Every word. She placed a finger over my mouth. Now before you kiss me again, as I can see you want to do, I suggest finishing your concert first. These people came to watch you sing, not make out with your girlfriend on stage. I groaned, but I also really liked hearing the word girlfriend. We'll continue this backstage in about 20 minutes, audience or no audience. She lifted her eyebrows meaningfully. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Chapter 25. Harper. I marched into my boss's office unannounced, making her poor assistant sputter as he leaped after me and slid to a halt in front of her desk. Sorry, ma'am, I'll escort her out. We need to talk, I announced, completely ignoring the guy. Suri looked up with a raised eyebrow before sighing. Make it quick. The assistant scurried out, leaving the door wide open so he could listen. All the better. If the entire office overheard, I'd only have to say this once. I'm giving my notice. She stared at me in shock. You're what? I'm going out on my own. Not fancy dining by any means, but realistic yet healthy meals that my clients will love, celebrities or not. Her eyes narrowed. Let me get this straight. The promotion you've waited years for, you're giving that up to make what is essentially glorified fast food? Does Mr. Colt have anything to do with this? I'm charting a new course, and yes, Dylan Colt is part of it. I won't be told who I'm allowed to love. Life is too short. Hannah taught me that. I paused, noticing eyes peering through the doorway. She also taught me that the celebrity thing doesn't matter. In the end, they're just people with dreams who want happiness and happen to like glorified cattle burgers. She cocked her head in confusion, then seemed to shake herself out of it. This is New York. You'll go bankrupt in a week here. Not with Dylan Colt as her first client, a deep voice boomed from the doorway. I looked up as Dylan entered with a huge bouquet of lilies. He held it wide as he leaned in for a kiss, then handed it to me. My fingers could barely fit around the stems. 2 dozen? 3 dozen? Lifting my fingers to my mouth to hide a smile, I watched him extend his hand toward Suri, who took it stupidly. You're the one who brought Harper to my doorstep. Sounds like I have you to thank for changing my life. I won't be needing your services anymore, as you can imagine, and this concludes our arrangement with the NDA exception. But I'm happy to refer my less discerning friends to your company as the opportunity arises. The woman looked like God himself had just stepped through her door. That's yes? I'd never seen her so flustered. Glad we're on the same page. Dylan turned to me and offered an arm. Shall we go, beautiful? I took his elbow. Of course. The entire office gaped as I sauntered through the building with Dylan Colt at my side. When we finally reached the exit, he turned and pretended to blow a kiss to those watching from inside. Dana, the gossipy chef, actually swooned. While several co-workers swarmed around her, Dylan and I stepped outside and headed for his car. You couldn't resist, could you? I asked him. With all those people staring? Never. I want them to remember you. He let me in, closed the door, and came around to take his own seat. They'll mourn the day they let you go. I hope so. Never liked any of them anyway. Except for... wait. I turned to look at the doors. I completely forgot about... The doors burst open as Jess bounded outside, holding a box with her belongings. Chef Daniels, she sang. You left your assistant behind. Mr. Colt, I'm Jess. I grinned at Dylan, who chuckled. Why am I not surprised? He turned to my friend and held out a hand. Hi, Jess. I'm just Dylan. And I'm single, if you have any cousins, Jess said, shaking his hand and sliding into the back seat of his car in one swift movement. I suppose she's coming with us. Dylan seemed amused. Actually, I said, wrapping my hands around his neck and bringing his attention back to me. I thought we could invite a couple more friends of mine, too. They arrived at the concert for the end of our song the other night, but I want them to hear the whole thing. Would you mind? Of course not. I want to get to know all your friends, even the weird ones, especially them. His eyes flicked to the car. Careful, I whispered. Don't insult her. She's my best friend, and not only do I need a partner for my new business, but I want her to make my wedding cake someday. Dylan's mouth curved into a knowing smile as I realized I just brought up wedding cakes in front of him. Such a tacky thing to bring up at the beginning of a relationship. Not necessarily our wedding, I rushed on. Just mine. I mean, mine and whoever I marry, and I'm not saying that'll be you. He placed a finger on my lips. Don't you worry. I'll be the perfect gentleman. A wedding cake is at stake after all. He leaned closer to whisper, but only as long as she can put a cheesy bride and groom on the top. You know, the little figures that don't look anything like us. Us? Had he just said? Before the thought had time to take hold, his lips were on mine, kissing me so deeply I was barely aware of the sidewalk under my feet and my friend watching us from the car, her whoop audible through the cracked window. Nor did I pay much attention to the approving calls of birds diving around above us or the watching faces plastered against the glass of Verte Elite. All that mattered was that my heart felt full and whole for the first time since I could remember, and I knew that I had Hannah to thank for every bit of it.
Chapter 26. Dylan. My father's grave sat in the farthest corner of the cemetery, as secluded as the man himself had been. A gnarled willow tree shaded the spot this time of day, which was why I'd chosen it. The evening felt unusually warm for spring. I had talked Mom into having him buried here so I could visit him often. He'd never liked Los Angeles, and as a New York-bred city boy himself, he wouldn't have put up much of a fight. Now that I didn't have to move after all, it felt like the right decision. "Yeah, I'm glad we're finally going to sing the song for your dad in a few minutes," Harper said, rising onto her toes to peck me on the cheek. "It's the perfect farewell to someone you love. I'm honored that I get to participate." I shrugged. Actually, necromancy is a new thing that I thought I'd try. Figured once he heard your singing, She shoved me playfully, feigning offense. Hey, he died rather than hear you sing. I smiled down at Harper, who grinned back. Dad would have liked her. Yet another reason to bring her today. At last, my dad would have the eulogy he deserved, not of words, but of music. His life. The soil I'd sprouted from and been nourished by over an entire lifetime. My soul and my heart. Well, it had a little competition for my heart now. By the tender look on Harper's face, her thoughts ran along the same lines. You guys really are adorable, Carmen said with a sigh. There's got to be a rich guy out there for me. Harper pulled away just long enough to elbow her cousin, making the woman yelp. What? Carmen whined. Why are your dreams more relevant than mine? We can't all have boy band stars, you know. Carrie, Harper's older friend with short hair, found her way over to me and held out a hand. As I took it, she leaned in. Just so you know, if you hurt her, I'll kill you. I thought she was joking until I pulled away and saw the woman's face. I coughed and pulled my hand free. Fair enough. Also, my bakery has 25% off all products after 4 p.m. You should stop by sometime. That last part sounded cheery enough to make me doubt her intense words a moment earlier. And indeed, the woman winked as she sauntered back to where she'd stood before. Don't worry, Harper said, laughing softly. Clearly, she'd heard the whole thing. They're great women once you get to know them. Just a bit eccentric. We're all a little protective of each other. You have friends like that, right? I thought for a moment. For much of my life, the band had become my friends. Harper and I had recently called a national talk show and offered an exclusive interview about our relationship story, which had done extremely well. We'd even sung our song, something I hadn't intended but Harper insisted on doing. She wanted our version of the story out there, and not Grant's. In one afternoon, we'd completely disarmed my former friend and his blackmail weapon. The public knew our story and loved us as a couple. We'd taken control of our future, and nobody would drive it but us. For the first time in my life, I was completely free. It felt really good. Dad would have approved. I checked my watch. Almost time. Is your sister also buried here? I asked Harper. Yes, but hers is on the opposite end. We'll save it for another day. Besides, I'm pretty sure she already knows about us. She gave me a quick side hug, seeming amused by something. I didn't always understand Harper, but that didn't matter. She was an elaborate and joyous mystery I enjoyed solving, one clue and one day at a time. Finally, the moment came. 1 year since my dad's death, and I would honor the anniversary by honoring him. I opened my guitar case as Harper shushed everyone. Then I turned to Harper, who waited expectantly, and felt a wave of gratitude for this woman at my side. It's time to begin, I said.
Sneak, peek, just one summer with the grumpy boss, Daphne. It all started with a fortune cookie. I know. It's a little piece of paper printed by some company that mass produces these things and comes up with fortunes that can apply to anyone, like something great is coming your way. Who doesn't have something great happen to them at least once in their life after reading that? But when your life is a chain of odd coincidences that work out in your favor, you start to pay attention. Like the guy who found my lost phone at a restaurant and later became my boyfriend. It only lasted a week, but I'll take good luck where I can get it. Or the help wanted poster on the wall, right after I saw my lucky number. That job turned out to be the highest paying job yet. A receptionist position at billionaire Chase Everett's event management company. And the perfect job for me. So today, as I sat at my dining table eating cheap Chinese leftovers for breakfast before work, you'd better believe my breath caught as I stared at that tiny slip of paper surrounded by broken cookie pieces. It read, "Your future spouse will cross your path today." Very specific. Almost oddly so. If that wasn't enough, my online horoscope app's pop-up appeared minutes later, just as I arrived at the subway station for my work commute. Almost like the universe had coordinated it. I plopped onto the last subway seat and stared at the message, ignoring the wailing of a child across the car and the heavy body odor of the bearded man to my right. It said, "Your decisions today can bring the very lifelong romance you thought impossible, but you must become the pursuer." I read it 3 times, chuckling as the subway started to pick up speed. I only found one love impossible, Ty, my ex. The one who not only got away, but hashed my heart to pieces in the process. And I'd let him do it, just like I'd allowed myself to get laid off from 2 jobs and evicted from an apartment in the year since then. No, that particular lifelong romance wasn't very likely. Not that I even wanted that. Did I? Nope. The only lifelong romance I really wanted right now was with whoever could pay my late rent and cancel out the eviction notice someone had slid into my mailbox last week. I had 30 days to figure this out, or find a cheaper place, something I knew would be impossible. I'd been lucky enough to find this one and convince my roommates to ignore my poor credit history. Fate and destiny had taken good care of me till now, but at some point, I'd have to figure things out for myself. Be the pursuer, like the horoscope said. Because leaving New York and going back home to Arkansas was not an option. I let my finger hover over the message, hesitating, then took a screenshot of my horoscope before clearing it. I had to find a second job, and fast. The last thing I needed was a new relationship right now. Sorry, fate. Today isn't a good day for lifelong romance. When the subway halted at my stop, I pushed through the crowd, avoiding the gaze of every man I passed just in case. I darted past wide smiles and sharply dressed men on the wide sidewalks of Manhattan and made it to the office in record time. When I entered the tall, shiny building with Everett Events in block letters above the double glass doors and clocked in at the shiny front desk, I sent Danny a wave. The redhead took one look at me and muttered something about living in a junkyard. A junkyard? I brushed my denim skirt and took a second look at my blouse, suddenly wishing I'd thought to iron it. The buttons didn't align correctly, leaving a button hanging by itself at the crook of my throat. Meanwhile, Danny looked like she'd walked right out of a shampoo commercial, despite the 5-hour shift she'd just finished. The woman's bright red hair hung perfectly straight over her shoulders, as if nothing defied her will, even rain or gravity. She probably ironed and pressed her underwear and hung it up in the closet, all color-sorted. I didn't have to take a look in the mirror to know that my naturally curly hair would look wild and untamed in comparison. Nevertheless, Danny looked the part of an Everett representative, and I very much did not. Which would only matter if Chase Everett walked in. A hello, Daphne from her would have been nice, though. The phone rang, and not surprisingly, Danny ignored it completely. A stack of work still sat in the black bins on our shared reception desk, the same size as yesterday. Had she done anything at all? I grabbed the phone behind Danny. Everett Events, how can I help you? There was only silence on the other end. Danny sprinted from the desk to open the heavy glass door. Mr. Everett, nice to see you here today. Chase Everett barely gave her a glance as he swept in the door, and I do mean swept. The guy swept everywhere he went, not like a broom, but like a movie star. He definitely looked more Danny than Daphne, if you got my meaning. His broad shoulders filled his light blue shirt perfectly, and his tie hung perfectly centered in front of a hard, straight chest. A pair of expensive sunglasses covered eyes I'd never seen in person. The guy probably wore sunglasses at midnight. And the swagger. Oh, wow. It was like he knew he was New York's most eligible bachelor and wanted to leave every woman's jaw hanging in his wake. Tell Blythe to meet me in my office, he grumbled to me, heading for the elevator without sending me a glance or bothering to reply to Danny's greeting. In fact, he seemed unaware of her presence at all. A dial tone sounded in my ear. Yes, sir, I managed, hanging up the phone. He strode into the elevator the second the doors opened. I found myself holding my breath as the doors closed, and the lobby and the world around us returned to normal. Jerk, Danny muttered, still holding the door. Then she slipped through the doorway and disappeared into the hustle of downtown Manhattan. I knew all about self-made billionaire Mr. Everett, at least the parts other employees of Everett Events were willing to share. The man barely spoke, hardly ever looked you in the eye, and wanted absolute perfection. He resented being argued with and expected instant obedience. How I'd even gotten this job, I didn't know. Desperation on the part of Blythe, my manager and the resident wedding planner? She'd thrown a lot of work at me the moment she hired me on, probably because Danny refused to do anything she deemed grunt work, which meant pretty much everything but answering the phone and batting her eyelashes at the grooms who came to meet with their wedding planner. Despite being here nearly 6 months, I still got the feeling Chase Everett didn't know my name. But hey, at least he'd talked to me today, even if it was in order. I hit the appropriate button on the phone, relayed the message to my boss, and grimaced again at the state of my blouse. I'd been off by not 1 button, but 2. I looked like a first grader playing dress-up. At least Chase hadn't seemed to notice my clothing malfunction. There were no clients currently in the lobby. I'd hurry and fix that right now. Knowing my luck, Chase would choose today, of all days, to actually look at me on his way out. Getting fired would not help the whole eviction problem at home. Maybe if I gave my loft to someone else and took the couch. But no, absolutely not. I would not be the only working 26-year-old woman in New York sleeping on a flea-infested sofa. There had to be better options than that. I finished with the top button and started on the second, taking a seat to avoid direct eye contact with anyone walking by outside. The lobby felt like working in a fishbowl sometimes. The windows were tinted, so it was difficult for people to see inside, but I could see far more of the outdoors than I wanted to these days, including a man walking around in a Speedo and nothing else, women dragging toilet paper along under their high heels, and gusts of wind causing the occasional shirt or skirt to fly skyward. As awkward as my particular wardrobe malfunction was today, at least I had somewhere to hide in order to fix it. The third button. This would be the most awkward, fixing the bulge right above my breasts. From the side, my bra would be visible. Nobody come in, nobody come in. I pleaded with the universe, keeping my ears tuned for the sound of the door opening to a new client. But the city noise remained firmly locked away. The elevator dinged. Someone had arrived in the lobby. My finger slipped, forcing me to start over. I would conquer this stupid button yet. It would not win. Daphne? The sound of my ex-boyfriend's voice sent a wave of horror through me. But no, that couldn't be right. I hadn't seen him in nearly a year. My visitor had to have a similar voice. Because of all the hundreds of thousands of people in Manhattan, the chances of Ty showing up here while I hid, half-clothed, one hand covering my oddly bulging shirt, would be astronomical. I slowly turned in my chair to find Ty standing behind the counter, looking down at me. His beautiful eyes slid down to my hand and back up to my face. "It is you. Your hair is different, but I thought..." He seemed to get a hold of himself and grinned. "What are you doing?" I began. "Just a second." I turned away and hurriedly fastened the rest of the buttons, the heat from my face practically warming the air all around me. Then I swept a hand over my unruly hair and turned, hoping I looked poised and confident. I had a button issue, but it's taken care of now. "Ah," he said. "So you ducked back there to fix it." His gaze slid to my blouse again and back to my face. "You don't actually work here?" That night almost a year ago came flooding back. My tears as I'd fled his apartment after he dumped me. Ty, an attorney himself, had accused me of floating along in the fast-paced river of New York commerce without a single career goal to my name. Definitely not true. I was just between dreams at the moment. But if he found out I worked here, a part-time receptionist at a very temporary dead-end desk job, it would only prove him right. "No," I said quickly, grateful I didn't have a name tag. "I'm actually just here to meet someone, but there's no receptionist right now." The lie settled in my gut. but staring at the man who'd been my real dream and my everything for nearly 2 years, and the longest relationship of my life, I didn't regret it one bit. That seemed to satisfy him. Makes sense. I've only ever come in the morning when Danny was here. Maybe they don't have an afternoon receptionist. Is your meeting with Blythe? She had to end our appointment early because she got called into something, but I bet you can find her business card here somewhere. He searched the desk, found the card holder with Blythe's contact information, and handed me one. Thanks, I muttered. Time for this conversation to end, and fast. If another client walked in, I couldn't keep pretending I didn't work here. I'd lose my job. Wait. Another client. There was only one reason Ty would meet with Blythe. Are you getting married? I asked. Please say no, I thought. He nodded. Yes, destination wedding. It's all happened so fast, but her parents are paying and everything sort of fell into place. His gaze dropped to my very ringless hand. Is that why you're here too? Destination wedding. Her parents are paying. His fiancée had to be loaded indeed. Everett only planned events for the most elite clients in Manhattan, the snobbish Chase Everett crowd. What female eyes could Ty have drawn long enough to get them engaged so soon after his last relationship? It isn't official yet, I said casually, hoping he couldn't see my mind racing. But we're talking about it. We have our sights on a little island off the coast of Costa Rica called Isle de Pura Vida. Everett Events hosted almost exclusively there, so hopefully he would buy it. Same, he exclaimed. Wouldn't that be ironic, both of us getting married on the same tiny island, and using the same wedding planner too, in a city as big as New York? I forced a chuckle. What if he was only pretending to go along with my lie, and secretly laughed at my poor attempt at self-preservation? Or worse. What if, at this moment, he was questioning his marriage plans and my own relationship status drove him to go through with it anyway? A realization slapped me right in the stunned brain. The fortune cookie. The horoscope. This had to be the relationship they referred to. Ty and I could still be meant for each other. My destiny stood right in front of me. Very ironic, I finally agreed. Your fiancé must have some money to afford Everett. Ty had been a junior attorney at a huge firm downtown, so unless something had drastically changed in the last year, he'd be relying on her wealth for a long while. She does, he said. Her family owns a hotel chain, so they're putting up the entire wedding party on the island. According to the tabloids, it'll be the event of the season. There it was again. The slightest note of disappointment. Resignation, even. Could it be that he regretted his engagement? Was he harboring second thoughts? Were any of those second thoughts about me? And you? He asked after a long silence, seeming reluctant to end the conversation quite yet. Unless you've won the lottery since the last time I saw you, your boyfriend must have some serious wealth. I nodded, my cheeks heating again. He knew about my rocky past when it came to employment. I'd only managed 1 year of college before fleeing my Arkansas hometown, and my livestock and harvesting skills weren't exactly appreciated here. Why was New York so blasted expensive? I couldn't think of a profession that would justify being a client here, so I merely said, he does very well for himself. Secretive as ever, Ty said. Mystery man is a lucky guy. I felt an almost overwhelming urge to scream at him. Couldn't he see that my life had only fallen apart since that awful night? How could he go and marry another when something clearly still existed between us? Even now, his eyes held mine with a certainty that hooked me like a fish on a line. Still there. All the magic from before, all the fate and meaning. Ty was supposed to be mine. I had no doubt of that now. We were supposed to meet here, the two of us, and get back together. Only one thing stood in our way, the tiny little matter of his destination wedding. Ty seemed resigned, but it wasn't over till the rings exchanged hands and the pastor said, I now pronounce you husband and wife. I just had to stop the event from happening. Was that what the horoscope meant by becoming the pursuer? Well, it was good to run into you again, he said. I hope your wedding goes well. He turned toward the door. No, no, no. Ty, wait, I began. But just then, the elevator doors opened and a stream of curses arose from the woman inside. My wedding planner boss, Blythe, stormed out and practically sprinted for the doors, her arms full of belongings, her purse dragging along behind her. A trail of papers followed, and she didn't seem to care, shoving through the glass doors as if driven out by a fire. Before I knew it, she was gone. Ty and I looked at each other in confusion. What in the world? Daphne, a male voice said from the elevator. We both turned to find Chase Everett standing inside, his eyes fixed on me. His gaze sent a jolt of live electricity up and down my limbs, and I was suddenly very aware of my appearance. Then I realized what this looked like, that Chase was my boyfriend, and my entire body warmed at the very thought. Me and the most eligible bachelor in New York. I mean, I could definitely do worse. If I meant to make Ty jealous out of his mind, that would do it. No goals, indeed. I wanted to spit back at him. Instead, I smiled sweetly at my ex. It was good to see you too, if you'll excuse me. As I took my place next to Chase Everett, the Chase Everett in the elevator, I watched as Ty stared at me, a stunned expression on his face, until the doors closed between us.
Continue reading Just One Summer with the Grumpy Boss now.
This has been Just Won't Spring for the boy band star Book 1 in the 4 Seasons Park romantic comedy series by Sasha Hart. Copyright 2023.